السلام عليكم جميعا. صبحكم الله بالخير. إن شاء الله المايكات
يصبحك
والصور
بالنور
يا هلا
والكرام.
يا هلا حبيبتي. فتحي المايك أمل.
مفتوح المايك معك.
ماكو صوت عندي.
خل أشوف مرة ثانية.
أوكي.
تمام الصوت.
في صوت. في صوت لي أمل.
اي نعم، قاعد أسمعك دكتورة. تسمعيني دكتورة؟
نور. technical support نور. can you open the mic.
أنا سامعتك وأسمعك بوضوح، بس يمكن صوتي مو واضح.
Dr. Hanadi, you're audible.
بس ممكن ما قاعد تسمعنا.
ايه، ثواني.
السلام عليكم. يا هلا سمو الأميرة هند، شلونك؟
هلا وسهلا وعليكم السلام. صوتي واضح؟
اي نعم، معاليكم صوتك جدا واضح.
هل بنشغل الكاميرات ولا؟
والله يا ليت الكل يشغل الكاميرات على أساس نكون ناخذ ونعطي مع بعض.
الصوت واضح؟
الصوت واضح.
يا هلا سمو الأميرة،
أهلا فيك.
شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
خير الله يسلمك.
يلا ثواني الحين سعادة الوكيل موجود بس قاعد في القاعة الثانية، ما أدري ليش، عشان نبتدي يقول.
هل الصورة واضحة؟
إي صورة
واضحة
واضحة.
معاليكم. ما بقى شيء إن شاء الله، ونبتدي المؤتمر ونرحب بجميع الموجودين، ونشكر الدكتورة هنادي الباكي على مثل هذه ال- نقول البادرة الجميلة في المؤتمر الافتراضي الخامس. أتمنى من الجميع أنهم يفعلون الفيديو كول علشان يكون الأخذ والعطاء مباشر معاكم بإذن الرحمن، ونتشرف برؤيتكم. حياكم.
سمو الشيخ سالم، تفتح المايك من عندك. نور. شيخ سالم.
Yes, Dr. Hanadi.
They have a problem in the mic and the camera. Can you check, please?
Sure.
ندخله داخل.
I have sent them request to open the mic and video. Let's see.
يا هلا.
السلام عليكم.
ماشي اوكي.
يا هلا سمو الشيخ، يا هلا.
دكتورة، ما أدري كان عندي مشكلة في الميكروفون والكاميرا ما كانت تشتغل.
ما كلمنا الحين تكنيكال سبورت. اول شيء بشرنا عنك، شلون صحتك
الحمد
وصحة
لله.
الأهل؟
طيب، الله يسلمك.
شرفتنا
الله يسلمك،
مع
شرف لي
جميع
طبعا.
الحضور في حفل الافتتاح.
الله يسلمك.
الله يعطيك الصحة
سلام
والعافية.
للجميع. الله يحييكم.
الله يحييك ويبارك فيك. سعادة الوكيل.
نعم.
يا هلا يا هلا سعادة الوكيل، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
حياكم الله، الله يحفظك.
الله يحييك.
السلام عليكم جميعا.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.
الله يحفظك، الله يحفظك. يلا تبتدين أمل.
إن شاء الله دكتورة. حياكم الله أجمعين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. وتحت رعاية معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة ووزير الدولة لشؤون الشباب الأستاذ عبد الرحمن المطيري، نبدأ اليوم الأول فعاليات المؤتمر الافتراضي الخامس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل الخير. يعتبر هذا المؤتمر أحد المبادرات الخليجية للدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، والتي تسعى من خلال مبادراتها إلى التنويع الاقتصادي ورفع المؤشرات القياسية للدول الخليجية والعربية والعالمية، وكذلك لنقل أفضل الرؤى المستقبلية والتطبيقات العالمية الناجحة في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا في المجتمعات الخليجية والعربية وتمكين الاقتصاد الرقمي. ونستهل حفل الافتتاح بكلمة معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة ووزير الدولة لشؤون الشباب الأستاذ عبد الرحمن المطيري، ينوب عنه سعادة الوكيل سعد نافع العازمي وكيل وزارة الإعلام المساعد لقطاع الخدمات الإعلامية والإعلام الجديد، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى صحبه أجمعين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم جميعا في افتتاح فعاليات المؤتمر العالمي الخامس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. نفتخر دائما بانطلاق هذا المؤتمر من دولة الكويت، حيث يعد امتدادا لمبادرات وفعاليات تهدف إلى تعزيز التنويع الاقتصادي ودعم التحول الرقمي على المستويات الخليجية والإقليمية والعالمية. الأخوة والأخوات، لقد كانت دولة الكويت سباقة في إطلاق الصناديق السيادية التي تستثمر في منظومة ريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية، وكذلك الهيئات التي تهتم بالاستثمار في التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي وعلوم الفضاء، إضافة إلى البرامج والمراكز والجامعات التي تركز على تكنو الابتكار وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي. وكانت ولا تزال دولة الكويت من الدول الرائدة في هذا النوع من الاستثمارات، مما يحقق فوائد اقتصادية واجتماعية وتكنولوجية وصحية وبيئية، وذلك تماشيا مع رؤية الكويت التنموية 2035. يأتي المؤتمر العالمي الافتراضي في نسخته الخامسة تحت شعار تسريع نمو الأسواق العالمية عبر التنوع والتنويع الاقتصادي، للتركيز على فوائد التنويع الاقتصادي من خلال البرامج الحديثة مثل برامج الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي وبرامج مسرعات وحاضنات الأعمال ونقل وتسويق التكنولوجيا. الحضور الكرام، كما تعلمون تتسابق الدول في الاستفادة من الفوائد الاستراتيجية للاستثمار في الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار والتكنولوجيا، والتي تشمل زيادة الإنتاجية والكفاءة، حيث تساهم التكنولوجيا في تحسين العمليات وتقليل الأخطاء، مما يعزز جودة المنتجات والخدمات عبر مختلف الصناعات. خلق فرص عمل جديدة، إذ من المتوقع توفير ما بين 12 إلى 15 مليون وظيفة بحلول عام 2030، مما يعزز النمو الاقتصادي ويفتح آفاقا جديدة للقوى العامة. تعزيز الابتكار والبحث والتطوير من خلال استخدام التقنيات الذكية في تحليل البيانات الضخمة، وهو ما يمكن للشركات والمؤسسات من اتخاذ قرارات مستنيرة وتطوير منتجات وخدمات مبتكرة. تحسين القطاعات الحكومية عبر توظيف التقنيات الذكية لتحسين الخدمات العامة مثل النقل والصحة والتعليم والأمن، مما يسهم في رفع كفاءة هذه القطاعات. كذلك مواجهة التحديات والمخاطر من خلال حلول ذكية على جميع المستويات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتعليمية، بما يعزز الاستدامة ويحقق أهداف التنمية الشاملة. في الختام، أتمنى لكم جميعا النجاح والتوفيق في أعمال هذا المؤتمر، والخروج بتوصيات ترسم خارطة الطريق نحو التنويع الاقتصادي والاستفادة من برامج الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي في توفير حياة كريمة مستدامة لشعوبنا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة الوكيل وكيل وزارة الإعلام المساعد لقطاع الخدمات الإعلامية والإعلام الجديد السيد سعد نافل العازمي لإلقائه الكلمة بالإنابة عن معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة ووزير الدولة لشؤون الشباب الأستاذ عبد الرحمن المطيري. شكرا لك على هذه الكلمة. والآن نرحب من دولة الكويت في سعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباكي، رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، فلتتفضل لتلقي كلمتها.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Distinguished practitioner worldwide, it is our honor for me to deliver this speech at this very important conference. First of all, I would like to thank all the distinguished highnesses and excellencies. I'm very much delighted to be here today to see more than 200 practitioners from 32 countries in the 5th edition of International Virtual Conference celebrating Entrepreneurship Week and 125th anniversary, the relationship between State of Kuwait and the United Kingdom of the Great Britain. Today, I want to emphasize the critical importance of economic diversification and how innovation, AI, technology commercialization, and entrepreneurship programs can pave the way forward to the both developed and developing countries. Economic diversification, it is the vision of 21st century for all countries. We create economies that are adaptable, sustainable, innovative, and capable for unforeseen global challenges. This diversification fuel economic growth, giving rise to entire new sector. Let me explore some example. Precision medicine, fintech, clean tech, space tech. Those advancements are power the engine of innovation and AI. By investing in a smart program, we unlock a new technology, create innovative industry, improve public sector, and foster the cultures of entrepreneurship and empower individuals with the skills and knowledge they need for next decade. Let us work together to build this future where economies are diversified, resilient, and driven by the spirit of innovation, AI, and technology. Thank you. I look forward to meeting you again in the next year for November 10 to 13, 2025. Thank you.
A great thanks to you, Dr. Hanadi Al-Mbaki, Conference Director, CEO from Ecosystem Consultancy. And now نرحب من المملكة العربية السعودية في الأميرة هند بنت عبد الرحمن آل سعود، السفيرة الدولية للمؤسسة المجتمعية، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الفيديو مو شغال.
بس تضغطين على كاميرا الفيديو معالي الأميرة.
موقف من عندكم.
نور إذا ممكن تفتحها.
ثواني I'm checking it 1 minute.
Video started. No.
تفضلي معاليكم منورة الشاشة.
أي نعم أي نعم. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بداية أود أن أعرب عن شكري وامتناني لمشاركتكم وللعام الخامس في هذا الحدث الإقليمي الهام، والذي يعد من أهم المبادرات الخليجية والعربية المميزة في مجال التنويع الاقتصادي عبر الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي. لقد سارعت المملكة العربية السعودية إلى دعم منظومة الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا عبر إنشاء الصناديق السيادية والهيئات للابتكار والتكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي، مثل منشآت وسدايا والهيئة السعودية للملكية الفكرية وهيئة تنمية البحث والتطوير والابتكار، والعديد من برامج مسرعات وحاضنات الأعمال وجمعيات النفع العام التي تتماشى مع الخطة التنموية للمملكة لعام 2030. لذا ركز المؤتمر على التنويع الاقتصادي القائم على الرقمنة وكذلك رفع المؤشرات التنافسية العالمية. كما تلعب برامج الابتكار وحاضنات ومسرعات الأعمال وبرامج ريادة الأعمال وبرامج الذكاء الاصطناعي دورا حاسما في دفع عجلة التنمية الاقتصادية وتنويع مصادر الدخل، في حين تعمل هذه البرامج بشكل متكامل لتوفير البيئة الداعمة والموارد اللازمة لتبني الأفكار المبتكرة وتحويلها إلى مشاريع ناجحة. لذا تهدف برامج الابتكار إلى تحفيز التفكير الإبداعي وتوليد أفكار جديدة وتوفير الدعم المالي والفني للمشاريع البحثية والتطويرية، كما تعمل على ربط الأكاديميين والشركات ورواد الأعمال لتبادل المعرفة والخبرات. كما تقدم برامج الحاضنات ومسرعات الأعمال بيئة عمل مناسبة للشركات الناشئة، وتوفر لهم الدعم اللوجستي والتوجيه والإرشاد اللازمين للنمو والتوسع. كما تساعد في الحصول على التمويل والتواصل مع المستثمرين. إضافة إلى ذلك، تهدف برامج ريادة الأعمال إلى تشجيع روح المبادرة والابتكار لدى الأفراد، وتزويدهم بالمهارات والمعرفة اللازمة لإنشاء مشاريعهم الخاصة. وأخيراً، تساهم برامج الذكاء الاصطناعي في تطوير التطبيقات الذكية التي يمكن استخدامها في مختلف القطاعات الاقتصادية، مما يساهم في زيادة الإنتاجية والكفاءة وتحسين جودة المنتجات والخدمات. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، في نهاية كلمتي أود أن أعبر عن شكري الخاص للدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر والقائمين على تنظيم فعالياته والجهود المبذولة، آملين أن يكون هذا الجهد وما يسفر عنه من أبحاث ورؤى وآراء إضافة متميزة في التوجه المنشود لتطوير اقتصادنا الخليجي وإثراء شبكات التعاون والتواصل بيننا وبين العالم لما فيه مصلحة الجميع. مع خالص تحياتي للحضور الكريم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to Princess Hind bint Abdurrahman Al Saud, the International Ambassador for Community Responsibility. جزيل الشكر لسعادتكم الأميرة هند بنت عبد الرحمن آل سعود، السفيرة الدولية للمسؤولية المجتمعية، على كلمتها. والآن نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة في سمو الشيخ سالم القاسمي، رئيس دائرة الطيران المدني برأس الخيمة، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الأخت الموقرة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر، الحضور الكريم، نستذكر جميعا في مثل ذلك اليوم من العام الماضي حينما انطلق مجددا من أرض الكويت المباركة، وهي الدولة الراسخة في وجداننا نحن أبناء الدول الخليجية، بأنها مشعل ومنبر للثقافة منذ بواكير عصر النهضة الخليجية، حفظها الله تعالى وحفظ قيادتها الرشيدة وشعبها الكريم. حيث نستذكر دورة العام الماضي وهي تنهل من معايير الابتكار والحداثة ومسايرة العصر، وبحضور متنامي من جهات وشخصيات رفيعة، بما يؤكد الحرص على الاستفادة من مخرجات وتوصيات ذاك المؤتمر الذي حمل أصداء إقليمية وعالمية على درب تعزيز الوعي بالمعرفة واستشراف المستقبل. ولا شك أيضا، وأنا أتشرف اليوم بأن أكون معكم في افتتاح دورة هذا العام من المؤتمر، أن نرى عزيمة وصدق المنظمين لذلك المحفل العلمي والاستراتيجي، حيث أتوجه بموفور الشكر للأخت الدكتورة الفاضلة هنادي المباركي لكي يزدان ذلك المؤتمر ويحمل هوية ومفردات ومنهجيات ومسارات الابتكار والتطوير والنماء عبر دروب تسخير التقنيات العلمية الضامنة لتحقيق لشعوبنا ودول منطقتنا الخليجية والعربية المزيد من التقدم الحضاري الذي ننشده جميعا، اقتداء وترجمة للرؤى السامية لأصحاب الجلالة والسمو قادة دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي حفظهم الله تعالى، بأن التنمية والتحديث هي مسيرة ومسار ودرب لا بديل عنه ولا خيار آخر يغني عنه. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور الكريم، لا شك أن مخيلتنا وقدرتنا على التوقع واستشراف مسارات المستقبل لن تضاهي حتما التدفق الهائل للمبتكرات والتقنيات التكنولوجية الهائلة التي نراها على خارطة التطور التنموي العالمي، مدفوعة بتسارع الدول والحكومات والشركات على خلق البيئة المناسبة لتوطين التقنيات والوصول لأفضل الابتكارات وفقا لمصطلحات كنا نحسبها يوما في درب الخيال لنراها حقيقة واقعة تقود مسيرة التنمية وتحدد درجة ومكانة أي دولة في العالم على سلم التطور العالمي، وتنعكس خيرا وازدهارا على شعوبها. ولننظر اليوم لتلك الكلمات الرنانة التي باتت تقدر الميزانيات الموجهة لها عالميا بتريليونات الدولارات، حيث تنفق الدول بالسخاء على استثمارات الذكاء الاصطناعي والرقمنة والتكنولوجيا التي تعدو كلها وجلها وثيقة الصلة بريادة الأعمال وتطورها، وبالتبعية انعكاساتها على مؤشرات التنمية وريادة المستقبل. أعبر الحضور الكريم وأعبر عن موفور سعادتي وافتخاري بأن أشارككم حضور ذلك المحفل الطيب والمؤتمر، سائلا الله عز وجل أن تشكل مخرجاته وتوصياته إضافة لما حققته الدورات السابقة من المؤتمر، مكررا شكرا لحضوركم ومشاركتكم الكريمة التي لا شك ستثري المؤتمر عبر العديد من النقاشات والطروحات العملية وأوراق العمل البحثية التي تمثل مسار لكي يدلو كلا بدلوه ما دام الهدف هو النماء والازدهار عبر التأسيس على منظومة الابتكار بمفرداتها وميادينها الثرية بالذكاء الاصطناعي والرقمنة وغيرها من مناهج تطويرية تستشرف المستقبل. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to His Excellency Sheikh Engineer Salim bin Sultan Al Qasimi, the Chairman, Department of Civil Aviation, Ras Al Khaimah, United Arab Emirates. نشكر سعادة سمو الشيخ المهندس سالم القاسمي رئيس طائرة الطيران المدني برأس الخيمة على هذه الكلمة. والآن من مملكة البحرين نرحب في الشيخة فجر بنت علي آل خليفة، مؤسسة فجر التنمية لتنمية الذات. تتفضل تلقي كلمتها.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله، صباحكم الله، مسيكم الله بالخير. Your Excellency Minister of State of Youth Affairs, Mr. Abdurrahman Baddah al-Mutairi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to welcome you all here today. We are thrilled to discuss the incredible potential of Technovation and Technoentrepreneurship and artificial intelligence in shaping prosperous, balanced future. As we navigate an era of rapid technological transformation, the insight and guidance from distinguished leaders like His Excellency are invaluable to economics growth, all while nurturing the well-being and holistic development of our next generation. Thank you for joining us on this journey towards the future, where innovation and human values goes hand in hand. Today, I want to talk about the powerful role of Technovation and Techno-entrepreneurship and artificial intelligence in shaping prosperous future and how we can guide these advancements to create a balanced life for the next generation. Technovation and Techno-entrepreneurship brings exciting opportunities for economic diversification by fostering innovation. We're not only creating jobs and stimulating growth, but also inspiring our youth to develop new skills, pursue creative solutions, and become leaders in emerging fields. Boost efficiency across industries, from healthcare and education to finance. Yet, we embrace these advancements. It's crucial to consider the broader impact of young people's well-being and personal growth. With rapid technological changes brings the risk of overstimulation and distraction, leading to the issue like anxiety, depression, social media addiction, and disconnect from family and social values. Studies has shown that excessive screen time, especially on social media, can lead to increased challenges for young people today. Balance and responsibility approach. Here are three guiding principles. Balance integration. Just as we integrate technology in education, we must also teach students to manage screen time and use technology with purpose. Encouraging purposeful use and mindful breaks helps balance digital life with physical, cultural, and family interaction, preserving identity and values. Time management and boundaries. We must instill the importance of managing time effectively by setting boundaries for work, learning social media. Young people can enjoy benefits of technology while remaining grounded in their daily lives, allowing time and for family, community, and personal development. Responsible innovation. As we drive forward in this era of digital transformation, we must prioritize responsible innovation. This means not only creating technological that generate economics value, but also ensuring advancement have a positive metal technologies like AI hold power of significantly boost across key industries such healthcare, education, and finance, enhancing everything from patient care and learning experiences to financial inclusivity. By aligning technological entrepreneurship with the needs of our communities, we can foster innovation that uplifts society and enable young people to use technology to solve real-world problems. This approach nurtures a generation that values both progress, all-purpose, considering the well-being of youth and the preservation of social and cultural identity. In closing, technology and AI are powerful tools that will continue to shape our world, but their true value lies in how we use them to nurture all well-rounded, effective, successful generation. One that value education, culture, social life, and family. Together, we can build a future where technology enhances human potential without compromising well-being. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
A great thanks to Her Excellency Sheikh Professor Fajr Al Khalifa, the founder and president of the AI Fajr Foundation for Self-Development, upon your speech. جزيل الشكر من مملكة البحرين إلى الشيخة فجر بنت علي آل خليفة مؤسسة فجر لتنمية الذات على الكلمة وأحسنت في ختامها. والآن نرحب من المملكة الأردنية الهاشمية بسعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، المؤسس والرئيس لمجموعة طلال أبو غزالة الدولية ورئيس مجلس الأمناء للشبكة العربية للإبداع والابتكار. ونظرا لتعرض معالي الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة للأسف لحادث مؤلم، كلمته مسجلة فلنستمع إليها.
ما نسمع.
نور، لا يوجد صوت للفيديو.
ارفع الصوت، واعتقد النتورك ضعيف بعد.
اي نعم.
Dr. Nadi? Yes.
This is the maximum volume from the video itself. هو خاص بالذكاء الاصطناعي program تطور ذكي اصطناعي. تربطه وينفذ ليس فقط يعمل ما هو برمج عليه، بل يطور إنجازه بالشكل الذي يتصرف به، وهذا شيء هام ومفيد جدا، ولكنه أيضا خطر. علينا أن ندرك، ونحن نبدأ في المجتمع الدولي بصنع الأسلحة الذكية، أن ندرك أن ذكاء هذه الأسلحة يمكن أن يتطور ذاتيا، وأن يقرر أن ينفذ غير ما برمج له. ولذلك كنت دائما أنادي وما زلت بأننا أولا نظام الحاكمية على الذكاء الاصطناعي، أي أنه نظام الرقابة على الاختراع الجديد. كل اختراع هو كما قلنا تطور الاختراع السابق. كان نظام البرمجة موجود، ولكن البرمجة الذكية هي شيء جديد يحتاج إلى أن يخضع لأنظمة أخلاقية وإدارية وحمائية. ثانيا وأهم من ذلك، أنا أقول أننا نحتاج إلى جهة حاكمية تستطيع أن تمنع حدوث اختراعات ذكاء اصطناعي أو برمجة ذكية تصبح أداة للتدمير والتحطيم والقتل. أنا أؤمن بالإبداع اختراع، وأنا معلق في مكتبي ما قيل بأننا خلقنا الله لنكون خلاقين، أي أن الله أبدعنا كي نبدع. وأتشرف بأن أتكلم إليكم اليوم بصفتي رئيس مجلس أمناء الشبكة العربية للابتكار، المؤسسة دولة الإمارات العربية، والتي هدفها تشجيع الاستثمارات والرقمية على مستوى العالم، وأدعوكم إلى أن تصبحوا أعضاء في هذه الشبكة، وأن يكون لكم دور في تطويرها أيضا. إنني هنا أقول الابتكار هو الثروة، لأن صناعة الثروة في المستقبل بل حاليا هو من الابتكار. وفي آخر دراسة طلعت عليها ابتكار رقمي ليس فيه لا نفط ولا منتجات ولا أموال ولا عقارات ولا بنوك، اسمه جوجل، الذي هو برنامج، مجرد برنامج أصبح يقيم اليوم ب2 تريليون، والتريليون هو 1000 مليار، وهذا هو حجم أكبر من حجم الثروة في الدنيا كلها. هكذا أهمية الاختراع والابتكار. وأقول لأبنائي في أمتي العربية أن مجال الابتكار كبير وكبير جدا، لأن تعريف الابتكار الذي كان لي شرف أن أكون في صياغته من على مجلس وراء المنظمة العالمية للملكية الفكرية World Intellectual Property Organization، عرفنا الابتكار أو الاختراع بأنه أي تحديث أو تطوير مفيد لأي اختراع موجود هو اختراع جديد. أرجوكم إن مجال الاختراعات متاح لكم، وأرجو أن يكون تحت أمركم، وأن تنهضوا بهذه الأمة العربية خلال ثورة الابتكار. شكرا لكم لدعوتي، ووفقكم الله وأعزنا بكم.
We wish Dr. Talal Abu Ghazala all the wellness and a great thanks to the recorded speech that he have shared with us. Dr. Talal Abu Ghazala, Chairman of the Board of Treasuries of the Arab Network for Creativity and Innovation, Chairman and founder of Talal Abu Ghazala Global TAG Globals. شكرا للكلمة المسجلة من سعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة، ونتمنى له جزيل الصحة وموفور السلامة. ومن دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ أنس ميرزا، الرئيس التنفيذي لمجموعة الشركة الوطنية للمشاريع التكنولوجية، يلقيها وينوب عنه الأستاذ عبد الله كمال، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته.
يعطيك العافية أستاذة أمل، ومشكورين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. معالي وزير الإعلام والثقافة ووزير الدولة لشؤون الشباب، رئيسة المؤتمر دكتورة هنادي المباركي، الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة إيكو سيستم، السادة الحضور، الضيوف الكرام، والمشاركين الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بالنيابة عن الشركة الوطنية للخدمات التعليمية والتدريب، إحدى الشركات التابعة للشركة الوطنية لمشاريع التكنولوجيا أنتك، والمملوكة بالكامل للهيئة العامة للاستثمار في دولة الكويت، يسرني ويشرفني أن أعبر عن بالغ الفخر بانعقاد هذا الحدث المرموق. وهذا الحدث يجمع نخبة متميزة من المتخصصين الخليجيين والشخصيات القيادية والخبراء، إلى جانب مجموعة بارزة من المؤسسات البحثية والأكاديمية في دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي. إن انطلاق هذا المؤتمر اليوم هو شهادة على الجهود المخلصة والتفاني من قبل القائمين عليه، مما يعكس التزامهم برسالة أهمية كبيرة. هذا المؤتمر يمثل منصة محورية لتعزيز الممارسات التي تهدف إلى تنمية المهارات البشرية وتطوير القدرات ضمن مناخ الابتكار وتنمية المواهب وتمكين ريادة الأعمال. هذه الرؤية تعد أساسية في العديد من المجالات، وخاصة في مجال التعليم والتدريب، حيث تشكل الركيزة الأساسية لنجاح الخدمات المقدمة في مختلف القطاعات. وفي إطار رسالة أنتك تقديم خدمات تعليمية وتدريبية متميزة عبر ذراعها المتخصص شركة نست، دائما نسعى لدعم الاقتصاد الوطني والإقليمي مع التركيز على الجودة والتفوق بعيدا عن الربحية. منذ تأسيسها عام 2019 تلتزم نست بسد الفجوة المعرفية مثل ما ذكر الأخ الفاضل أبو غزالة في سوق التعليم في الكويت والمنطقة الخليجية، مع التركيز على التدريب الفني التطبيقي وتكنولوجيا التعليم اللي هو الأدتك. ونحن بتطورات التعليم والتكنولوجيا الدولية المتسارعة نحرص على تقديم الخدمات وحلول تعليمية وتدريبية متقدمة بالتعاون مع شركات متقدمة في هذا المجال ورائدة عالميا في تقنيات الواقع المدمج والافتراضي في مجالي الصناعة والتعليم وحتى الصحة. هذا التعاون سيساهم بشكل فعال في نقل وتوطين التكنولوجيا، خاصة التكنولوجيات التي تؤثر في مجالات التعليم وغيرها. كما لا يخفى على أحد فإن دمج الذكاء الاصطناعي في حياتنا اليومية قد أصبح ركيزة أساسية لتعزيز الإنتاجية والكفاءة. فالذكاء الاصطناعي لم يعد مجرد تقنية مستقبلية كنا نسمع عنها، بل هو الآن جزءا لا يتجزأ من مشهد العمل والإنتاج، حيث نجد أنه يساهم بفعالية في تسهيل المهام ويعزز بنفس الوقت في تحليل البيانات الضخمة بسرعة فائقة واتخاذ قرارات دقيقة استنادا إلى معطيات حقيقية، مما يعزز من فعالية الأداء ويساعد المؤسسات على الابتكار وتطوير خدماتها. إن مثل هذه التطبيقات الذكية تمكن الأفراد والشركات على حد سواء من تحقيق مستويات عالية من الإنتاج والكفاءة، سواء في التعليم مثل ما ذكرت أو الصناعة أو حتى الخدمات العامة. وأثبتت الدراسات ومؤسسات دولية مرموقة أن التكنولوجيا الغامرة الAR والVR والذكاء الاصطناعي يعززان من فعالية التعليم والتدريب ويسمحان للمتعلمين بالتعلم بطرق إبداعية ومبتكرة، مما يساهم في توسيع آفاقهم واطلاق إمكاناتهم الكاملة ليصبحوا جزءا من القوى العاملة التي نعول عليها في بناء المستقبل. ونتطلع بالتعاون مع مقدمي الخدمات التعليمية والتدريبية في الكويت والمنطقة إلى تطوير مهارات المتخصصين ومساعدتهم في إنشاء وتطوير مواد جديدة سواء للمناهج الدراسية أو المناهج التدريبية أو حتى المناهج التخصصية. ولا شك أن التعاون الإقليمي المتكامل على مستوى الدول مجلس التعاون الخليجي يمثل أحد المحاور الرئيسية لتطور ونجاح المبادرات النوعية في مجالات التعليم والتكنولوجيا، مما ينعكس إيجابا على الخطط التنموية والمشاريع الطموحة وخصوصا في المنطقة. أيها الحضور الكرام، نفخر اليوم بانعقاد هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي في إطار التعاون الخليجي وتحت قيادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، التي كان لحرصها وتوجيهاتها السامية الأثر الأكبر في تحقيق هذا المؤتمر بالصورة المشرفة التي ترونها اليوم، فكل الشكر والتقدير لها. وفي الختام لا يسعني إلا أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر باسمي واسم فريق العمل في أنتك على حضوركم وطيب استماعكم، كما نتوجه بالشكر الجزيل إلى معالي السيد عبد الرحمن المطيري على رعايته الكريمة لهذا المؤتمر. والشكر موصول أيضا إلى جميع رعاة وشركاء المؤتمر على دعمهم واهتمامهم بتحقيق انعقاد هذا الحدث الخليجي المميز. وفقنا الله جميعا وسدد على طريق الخير خطانا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر الأستاذ عبد الله كمال على الكلمة التي ألقاها بالإنابة عن الأستاذ أنس ميرزا the CEO of the National Technology Enterprise and Tech. شكرا لك جزيلا على هذه الكلمة وأحسنت في ختامها. والآن نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بسعادة الدكتور شافع نيادي، خبير الدولي في التنمية البشرية، يتفضل يلقي كلمته. دكتور شافع.
مطر، أعتقد دكتور مطر النيادي ولا شافع؟
دكتور شافع النيادي، خبير دولي في التنمية البشرية. بعدها راح يكون السفير سعادة الدكتور مطر النيادي بعد فترة.
Noor, can you check please the mic for Dr. Shafa? Dr. Shafa is there,
نعم.
but the mic is not working.
نعم قاعد أشوفه بس.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، أسعد الله أوقاتكم كل خير وبركة. أشكركم على هذا البرامج. في البداية أشكر أستاذتنا أختنا العزيزة الدكتورة هناد، وأشكر جميع الحضور على هذه المبادرة الابتكار والتكنولوجيا والتطوير. أنا ما لن أطيل كثيرا، لكن أنا سوف أتحدث عن نقطة أخرى ومهمة ما دام في تخطيط تطوير الذات وبناء الشخصية. كيف نستطيع أن نستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي بأن يبني هذا الإنسان؟ يعني نحن سمعنا كثير الذكاء الاصطناعي ويمكن يهمل الإنسان. نحن لماذا لا ننظر منظور إيجابي بأن هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يبني من هذا الإنسان بحيث أن يكون كشخصية ناجحة، يساعد في كثير من الأمور الحياتية. أولا، الذكاء الاصطناعي إذا نحن استثمرناه صح نستطيع أن يكون هناك في عملية التطوير أو تعليم مستمر. مسألة الذكاء الاصطناعي أنا أستطيع أن أتعامل معه، أن أخذ مجموعة من المعلومات والمهارات والخبرات الحياتية. هذه المعلومات والمهارات والخبرات الحياتية بماذا أني أطور في مهاراتي، فمن خلاله أستطيع مثلا من خلال منصات التعلم الإلكتروني المدعوم بالذكاء الاصطناعي، فهاي تتيح مجموعة من المهارات الجديدة، لكن لابد أن تكون هناك رغبة ذاتية للتغيير. ممكن أن نستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي بحيث أن بناء هذه الشخصية من خلال إدارة الوقت، تنظيم المهام، في مجموعة كثير من الأدوات والتقنيات والبرامج التي تساعد نحن كشخصيات نحقق في تنظيم وإدارة الوقت بفعالية، بحيث من خلال التخطيط الذكي. كذلك لو تكلمنا بصراحة ممكن نتكلم عن مسألة الذكاء العاطفي مع الذكاء الاصطناعي. شو يا بالذكاء العاطفي عند الذكاء الاصطناعي، وكيف يستطيع أو كيف نحن كشخصيات نستطيع أن نستثمر الذكاء الاصطناعي في تنمية هذا الذكاء العاطفي، وذلك من خلال أحلل الأنماط العاطفية الموجودة. وفي هذا الذكاء نحن نعرف أن هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي بحر من المعلومات والخبرات، فبمكان أن نحلل هذه الأنماط العاطفية أو ومثل كيفية التعامل مع الآخرين، مهارات التواصل، إدارة التوتر. فهذا الذكاء يمكن أن يقدم لي كمعلومات وتدريب لنفسه وتدريب هذا الإنسان في التعاطف والتواصل الفعال مع الآخرين. لاحظوا إخواني أخواتي، هذا كله يحتاج أنا أول بذرة وهي الرغبة، أني أنا أريد. لكن الذكاء الاصطناعي لو أنا ما أريد وعنده الكتلة من المعلومات فما أقدر أحققها. الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يعطيني التغذية الراجعة، وأي مرحلة من مراحل حياتنا نحن محتاجين مسألة هذه المرحلة، وهي تحليل تقديم التغذية الراجعة. في أنظمة كثيرة تعطي فورية، تعطي عن أدائي، عن إنجازاتي، عن عملي، يساعدني، يحدد نقاط القوة نقاط الضعف الموجودة علي، يعطيني اقتراحات كيف أن أحسن الأداء بشكل مستمر. فهذه التغذية الراجعة الفورية تدفعني بأني أنا أو بشكل متطور بشكل مستمر. ومثل ما قلت نحن محتاجين لهذه النقطة. قرارات كثيرة في حياتنا ممكن نحن نتخذها وتضيع كثير من جهود أعمارنا أو من جهود حياتنا. فالذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يحدد لي بأني أنا كيف أتخذ القرار المستنير، بمعناته يحلل لي كميات هائلة من البيانات وتقديم توصيات مبنية على تحليل السيناريوهات واستراتيجيات محتملة في المستقبل. فهذا يعزز مهاراتي كيف أن أتخذ القرار، ويعطي الشخص القدرة على أن يحلل الموقف بسرعة وفعالية. لكن نحتاج إلى مسألة الذكاء العاطفي مع هذا الموضوع اللي نحن بكم الهائل اللي موجود فيها. شيء نحن قلنا قديما، يقولون قديما بأن الذكاء المنطقي يوفر لك الوظيفة، ذكاء التكيف هو الذي يحدد لك المستقبل. ما ارتباط أو ما علاقة الذكاء الاصطناعي بذكاء التكيف. الذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع أن يحلل هذه نحن ما قلنا البيانات السابقة، ويفهم أسباب الفشل، ويعطينا التقضيات الراجعة التي واجهناها. فهذه التحليلات يقدم لي على اقتراحات أني أنا كيف أستطيع أن أكيف نفسي وأكيف الأداء وتجنب الأخطاء اللي كانت سابقا الموجودة من خلال التعلم المستمر والتطوير الموجود عندي. كثير بعد الذكاء الاصطناعي يحدد لي الأهداف، يحقق كيف أنا أنفذ خطوات هذه الأهداف من الألف إلى الياء. بس أعيد ونحتاج إلى مسألة البحث. في برامج كثيره من الذكاء الاصطناعي، وانك كشخصيه ناجحه نحن قلنا ان الشخصيه الناجحه يحتاج الى مهارات التواصل الفعال. اي شخص ناجح يعني عنده خلل في هذه المهاره سوف يكون نجاح مجرد وهم. فبالذكاء الاصطناعي يستطيع ان يحسن هذه مهارات التواصل، العلاقات الاجتماعيه، من خلال تحليل حتى المحادثات وتقديم اقتراحات كيف انا استطيع ان اتواصل. هذا يعني اللي بيدخل على في العالم التكنولوجيا ويشوف التحاليل الصوتيه، الان نحن صارت بصمه الصوت اللي موجوده، فيستطيع ان اطور مهاره التواصل الفعال مع الاخرين، بحيث اني اكون علاقه مهنيه وشخصيه وقويه ومطوره مستمره. الذكاء الاصطناعي يشجعنا على الابتكار والتفكير في السيناريوهات والمستقبل، هو التفكير الاستراتيجي اللي موجود حواليه، كيف بأنه يولد لي أفكار جديدة، يكسر لي الروتين اللي ممكن أنا تعودت عليه والنمط أو الصورة النمطية في حياتي. فهذا يولد أفكار جديدة، يعطيني الفرص المستقبلية بناء على المعلومات اللي موجودة في الذكاء الاصطناعي. الذكاء الاصطناعي ليس مجرد آلة، الذكاء الاصطناعي كتلة وبحر من هذه المعلومات التي ممكن نستثمرها في بناء شخصيتي. قرأت وأنا أعد إحدى البحوث الدعم النفسي وتحفيز الذات. طيب شو ارتباطه بأن الذكاء الاصطناعي يعني يقدم لنا نصائح وإرشادات، لكن أعيد وأكرر إخواني وأخواتي، لا أستطيع أن الاعتماد الكلي، لكن هي يعطيني رؤوس أقلام، يعطيني خطوات، يعطيني مهارات، يعطيني كذا كذا، ويرجع إلى نفسي أنا عملية ممارسة ومحاولة وتطوير مستمر. فيعطيني هذا، يحفز هذا الذات ويجعلنا نستطيع أن أتقلب على مجموعة من التحديات الشخصية الموجودة. الآن نحن نتكلم لو نرجع حق شات جي بي، كثير بعض الشخصيات ممكن يرجع بعض المشاكل أو بعض العقبات، ممكن يرجع على شات جي بي ويسأل ويشوف، لكن أعيد وأكرر لا يكون كوبي بيست. يعني أنا أخذ وأحلل وأشوف وما يتناسب معه، لا أخذه يعني كأنه نسخة لي، لابد أنه يرجع على المهارات الموجودة عندي. وبعد ذلك الذكاء الاصطناعي ممكن يوازن ما بين الحياة الشخصية والحياة المهنية، بحيث أنه يعزز الاستقرار، يعني يساعد على تحقيق هذا التوازن، بأن أنا عندي حياة شخصية. وهاي الخلل الكثير بعض الشخصيات الإدمان على ممكن نقول على التقنيات الحديثة والذكاء الاصطناعي، لكن من خلال أن الممارسة يعطيني مجال أني أمارس الحياة الشخصية من اجتماعية، من أسرية، من شخص روحانية وما شابه ذلك، فيعمل لي يعطيني هذا الوقت، من خلال الوقت أنا أقدر استثمره استثمار الصحيح. إذا إخواني إخواتي، الذكاء الاصطناعي غاية رئيسية وهمة، ونحن في الوقت الحاضر الجاهل ليس الجاهل الذي لا يقرأ ولا يكتب، والجاهل الذي لا يستطيع أن يستخدم هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي الاستخدام الصحيح. فممكن نحن نستثمره بدل ما أن نأخذه منظر النظرة الزاوية السلبية، ننظر إليه نظر كثيرة في كيف أنا أستطيع أن أبني شخصيتي ووزن وأحسن من حياتي الشخصية وما شابه ذلك، أستطيع أن أتقلب على الفشل وأتعلم منه وأخذ منه وأجدد وأطور، ليس فقط مجرد أخذ من. في الختام أشكركم جزاكم الله خير، وأشكر الدكتورة هنادي على إتاحة هذه الفرصة، وسعيد من ما بينكم يعني نطور أو نقضي هذا العالم التقنيات الحديثة بالمعرفة والخبرات. شكرا لكم.
A great thanks to Dr. Shafi Niyadi, the international expert in human development from the United Arab Emirates. نشكر سعادة الدكتور شافع النيادي الخبير الدولي في التنمية البشرية من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة على كلمته. والآن معنا مع سعادة الأستاذ جمال السعدي رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة ليدرز القابضة من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، فليتفضل يلقي كلمته. أستاذ جمال معنا تسمعني؟
كان موجود بس الحين مو موجود.
إذا ننتقل إلى سعادة الأستاذ
رجع.
رجع. دكتور عيسى ما شاء الله أنت متابع جيد للوضع معانا، مساعد ممتاز معي. شكرا لك.
يا هلا دكتور عيسى، شرفتنا.
أنا تشرفت، مشكور، أنا تشرفت.
الله.
أستاذ جمال السعدي نرحب فيك، تلقي كلمتك
السعيدي
مشكورا.
السعيدي دكتور جمال السعيدي.
السعيدي
ما شاء الله عليك.
حياك الله دكتور جمال، تفضل.
الله يطول لي عمرك، الله يبارك فيك. شكرا استاذه، وايضا شكر لابو مروان الدكتور عيسى على الاهتمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اصحاب السمو والمعالي والسعاده، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمه الله وبركاته. بدايه اشكر الدكتوره هنادي المباركي رئيسه المؤتمر على اتاحه الفرصه لنا ان نكون من ضمن الكوكبه الموجوده في هذا المؤتمر السنوي، والذي يحظى باهتمام كبير من قطاع رياده الاعمال والابتكار والتحول الرقمي، وايضا دور الذكاء الاصطناعي في دعم وتمكين رياده الاعمال. ونحن جميعا نعرف ما دور رياده الاعمال، هو بناء الاقتصاد الوطني، وجميع اقتصادات دولنا قائمه على دور رياده الاعمال ودعمهم من قبل المؤسسات الحكوميه والشراكات. ان العالم كله يعمل على تحويل افكار المخترعين الى مشاريع تجاريه ناجحه، لذلك عاده ما نرى رواد الاعمال يقومون بعده وظائف في ان واحد، مثل الدخول الى اسواق ناشئه، وتطوير نماذج اعمال مبتكره، واختراع سلع جديده للعملاء، او انشاء تقنيات جديده. لذا ومن هذا المنطلق يجب على رواد الأعمال مواكبة تكنولوجيا المعلومات والتكنولوجيا الحديثة لضمان استمرارية ربحية الشركة، وأيضا الاستدامة لهذه الشركات. فالنجاح لا يكون نجاح الشركة لوحدها، بل استدامتها هي التي تحقق لها النجاح. ودور الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار وغيرها من قنوات الذكاء الاصطناعي هي رافد كبير لتظهر فيها ابداعات تكنولوجيه اسرع، وتعمل على دعم الصناعات الحاليه. وتماشيا ايضا مع التحولات التكنولوجيه السابقه مثل المحركات وغيرها، يدعم فيها رائد العمل الشركه. ومن هذا المنطلق يكون دور الذكاء الاصطناعي يحدث دائما اشكالا ودعما من الاتمته، او شكلا من اشكال الاتمته، والتي هي تسبب اضطرابات تكنولوجيه كبيره في الاسواق. وفي هذا السياق يمكن تعريف الذكاء الاصطناعي بانه قدره الاله على تقليد السوق البشري الجديد. تشير الدراسات الحديثه الى ان ثورة الذكاء الاصطناعي هي التحول الأهم في مجال ريادة الأعمال والإنتاجية الاقتصادية. في هذا الصدد ترغب معظم الشركات في استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والروبوتات لإنتاج كميات هائلة من المنتجات المبتكرة، والتي تعمل على تطوير نمط معيشي للمنتجات. ومن هنا، وإذا ذكرنا الذكاء الاصطناعي فهو خفض تكلفة المنتجات، وهذا الدور الأساسي الذي يلعبه الذكاء الاصطناعي هو تخفيض للإنتاج وزيادة المبيعات في كلا الأحيان. وهذا يعرف بالتنبؤ لبعض المنتجات، والذي يعرف باستخدام البيانات اللازمة لاستخدام قرارات تجارية أفضل. لأنه من انخفاض سعر المدخلات الإنتاجية مثل التنبؤ سيؤثر على الصناعات الكبيرة مثل الزراعة والنقل والرعاية الصحية والبيع بالتجزئة ومنتجات كثيرة، ومنهم منتجات الطاقة. ويمكن للذكاء الاصطناعي أن يخفف تكلفة المعرفة اللازمة لرواد الأعمال الطموحين من خلال تقديم طرق أرخص وأسرع وأكثر فاعلية لتحديد المعلومات وفرزها واكتسابها واكتساب معالجتها لدعم قطاع ريادة الأعمال. وعلاوة على ذلك يمكن أن يقلل الذكاء الاصطناعي من تكاليف عملية البحث والابتكار من خلال الاستفادة من التفاعل بين مجموعات البيانات الكبيرة وخوارزميات التنبؤ المحسنة. هناك جانب آخر محتمل للذكاء الاصطناعي هو طريقة تفاعل المستهلكين مع الشركات. قد تسمح التطبيقات الذكية للمستهلكين بتقليل تكلفة البحث والعثور على المزيد من المنتجات والخدمات المخصصة التي يريدونها. هذا سيساعد عددا كبيرا من الشركات الناشئة على خدمة العملاء بشكل أفضل وبكفاءة أفضل. نتيجة لذلك تخبرنا النظرية الاقتصادية بأن خفض التكاليف هي التنبؤ باستخدام أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي، وتعمل على زيادة الطلب لمثل هذه التطبيقات في ريادة الأعمال. وفي النهاية أود أن أشير إلى أن تأثير الذكاء الاصطناعي القادم سوف يكون في كل المجالات، في جميع مجالات حياتنا، بل سوف يصبح محركا أساسيا لاستمرار الحياة على هذا الكوكب. شاكرا ومقدرا بهذا الاهتمام الكبير الذي توليه الدكتورة هنادي لإبداع المؤتمر سنة عن سنة وعام بعد عام، وأنا أشكره جميع فريق العمل القائم على دعم وإظهار المؤتمر بهذه الصورة المشرفة. وإن شاء الله نلتقي أيضا في نوفمبر القادم من 10 ل 15 بحلة جديدة وبأسلوب جديد، وأيضا توليه أيضا الاهتمام الكبير مثل ما تعودنا من الدكتورة هنادي. شاكر مقدر اهتمام الجميع، وأيضا شكري موصول لجميع الموجودين على هذه المنصة من المتحدثين وحضور. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to Dr. Jamal Al-Saidi, Chairman of the Board of Directors of Leaders Holding Group. جزيل الشكر للأستاذ جمال السعيدي رئيس مجلس إدارة مجموعة ليدرز القابضة على كلمته. والآن يتفضل الأستاذ عبد الله الشامي من دولة الكويت مدير عام المعهد العربي للتخطيط ليلقي كلمته. مشكور.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مساكم الله بالخير جميع. سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي الله يعطيك العافية، رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة ايكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية، معالي وزير الإعلام وزير الشباب أستاذ عبد الرحمن المطيري، السادة الحضور، أصحاب السعادة والمعالي. بداية أعرب عن شكري وتقديري دعوتكم الكريمة المعهد العربي للتخطيط المشاركة في هذه الفعالية الافتراضية، المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس حول دعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الصناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. طبعا هذا المؤتمر أصبحت ما شاء الله شهرته تزداد سنة بعد سنة بسبب أنه يعني نظرة اهتمام في المواضيع ذات الأهمية البالغة التي تخص الابتكار والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال والإبداع في الدول العربية، وأمانة هو يغطي جزء مهم فعليا في هذه الدول، فمشكورين على كل ما تبذلونه. طبعا ما يزيد أهمية هذا المؤتمر هو المشاركة المتزايدة والفعالة في النخب اللي موجودة اليوم، قاعد نشوفها ما شاء الله في الحضور، والشخصيات القيادية والمنظمات الاقتصادية والمحلية والإقليمية والأخوة الأكاديميين الموجودين، وحتى رواد الأعمال الموجودين. كما يعني هو يتخلل خلال 3 أيام هذه الندوات والمحاضرات والتجمعات، وهذا الحراك الفكري الكبير ممثل حتى في القطاع الخاص، يعطينا مزيج كبير جدا لهذا المؤتمر. ومميز هذا المؤتمر أيضا هو تبادل المعرفة وتبادل الخبرات، تعزيز الشراكات وطرح التجارب الناجحة والرؤى المستقبلية، وتقديم أكيد التوصيات في مجال الابتكار والذكاء الصناعي، تكنولوجيا ريادة الأعمال، وطرح الفرص الاستثمارية بإذن الله المتميزة. لا شك أيضا الابتكار والذكاء الصناعي هو يعني الموضوع الأكثر سخونة هذه الأيام، يسمونه الهوت توبيك يعني. يعني في ركائز أساسية هم يعني تسهم في تحسين أداء وزيادة الإنتاجية، تحقيق الأهداف التنمية المستدامة والتقدم والازدهار، ويقلل الكوست أيضا في مشاريع يعني كان يدفع فيها مبالغ طائلة. ومن خلال تحليل البيانات الكبيرة هذا يعني يكون أحد الأدوات، وتقديم الحلول الذكية بوجود هذه البيانات. كما أيضا هناك الذكاء الصناعي اللي يعني هو النتيجة النهائية لهذا المنتج، اللي ممكن يساعد في ويساهم في اتخاذ القرارات الرشيدة ووضع السياسات أفضل للدول وللشركات وللأفراد أيضا. وأيضا هناك من خلال طرح أفكار وحلول تكنولوجية جديدة يمكن الابتكار أن يطور ريادة الأعمال والقدرة التنافسية، ويحفز النمو الاقتصادي، ويخلق فرص عمل جديدة. لذلك ومن أجل تعزيز هذه المنظومة وتلبية احتياجات الأجيال الحالية والقادمة، أصبح ضروري ومن الضروري العمل على وضع هذه السياسات المناسبة، خاصة التي تهدف إلى خلق بيئة أعمال مشجعة وتشجع الاستثمار في البحث والتطوير وتحسين مستوى وجودة التعليم والتدريب. إضافة لذلك لابد أن نشير أن هناك العديد من الأهداف في هذا المؤتمر تدخل في صلب اهتمامات المعهد العربي للتخطيط، فباعتباره مؤسسة عربية تنموية ذات شخصية مستقلة وغير ربحية تضم في عضويتها 20 دولة عربية، يهدف المعهد إلى دعم جهود التنمية والاقتصاد والمجالات الاجتماعية في الوطن العربي، والإسهام في تحسين الأداء الإنمائي من خلال ما يقدمه في هذا المجال. ولعل أبرز ما يميزنا في المعهد العربي للتخطيط هو توفير الخبرات العلمية والعملية التي تساعد الدول العربية على مواكبة آخر التطورات في مجال التنمية الاقتصادية والتخطيط، ومن خلال تقديم خدمات بناء القدرات والتدريب والخدمات الاستشارية والبحث. أيضا التركيز على البحوث التطبيقية في القضايا والتحديات اللي تبرز في مواجهة التنمية العربية، وإنشاء شبكة وكوكبة من الخبراء والمختصين العرب على مختلف المستويات، على مستويات عالية جدا، لتقديم هذه الرؤى وهذه الآراء. أيضا إيجاد فرص للالتقاء وتبادل الأفكار بين الخبراء حول أهم القضايا المتعلقة بالتنمية الاقتصادية والاجتماعية. ومن أهم المواضيع التدريبية اللي تميز فيها المعهد على سبيل المثال الحصر أنها تتعلق في الاستراتيجيات وسياسات التنمية القطاع الخاص، سياسات التنمية الصناعية، وسياسات التنافسية والتنوع الاقتصادي، بالإضافة إلى برامج حول اقتصاد المعرفة والذكاء الصناعي والتحول الرقمي والأمن السيبراني، ودورها في تحسين الإنتاجية والنمو الاقتصادي. وسعيا أيضا من المعهد لتطوير قدرات الشباب، أنشأنا مركز ريادة الأعمال في 2014. هذا مركز ريادة الأعمال مركز المشروعات الصغيرة قدم لكوكبة كبيرة جدا من الوطن العربي مجموعة من الخدمات التدريبية والاستشارية والدعم الفني للارتقاء بمستوى الخدمات الحكومية وأيضا مؤسسات النفع العام وكل من يعمل في هذا المجال في الستيك هولدرز بشكل عام. في الأخير أجدد الشكر والتقدير القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، والله يعطيكم العافية وما قصرتوا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
A great thanks to Dr. Abdullah Shami, the Director of the General Arab Planning Institute. جزيل الشكر للأستاذ عبد الله الشامي مدير عام المعهد العربي للتخطيط على كلمته. ومعنا الآن من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي رئيس جامعة دبي. حياك الله دكتور عيسى معنا، المتابع والعضيد إذا احنا نقدر نقول.
مشكور، جزاك الله خير على هذا التقديم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. أصحاب السمو، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا بالفعل يشرفني أتكلم اليوم أمامكم خصوصا في موضوع منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. في الحقيقة طبعا إذا نظرنا إلى الثورة الصناعية الرابعة ونرى ما هي مرتكزات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، من مرتكزات الثورة الصناعية الرابعة البلوكتشين، إنترنت الأشياء، نتكلم عن البيانات الضخمة، نتكلم عن البيانات الضخمة، هو الواقع الافتراضي، الواقع المعزز، الميتافيرس، الروبوتات، السحابة الحاسوبية، 3D printing، نانو تكنولوجي، بيكو تكنولوجي، وبايو تكنولوجي. وهذا كلهم أساسهم أساس لهالمرتكزات الاتصالات 5G، الجيل الخامس الجيل السادس، وأيضا الذكاء الاصطناعي والأمن السيبراني، وأيضا النظم الذكية والشبكات الذكية. هذه كلها تصب في كمرتكزات للثورة الصناعية الرابعة. الذكاء الاصطناعي طبعا، وأيضا الواقع المعزل، الواقع الافتراضي، وأيضا الاي بي فيرجن 6، هذا اللي يعنى فعلا بالامن السيبراني، لان المستقبل كل شيء مبني على التواصل مع الانسان لاسلكيا. فبالتالي اذا هناك خلل في الشبكه او في الاختراق، هذا يؤدي الى قتل الانسان او تحكم في جسم الانسان. ودولة الإمارات المتحدة طبعا، صاحب السمو الشيخ محمد بن زايد آل نهيان حفظه الله ورعاه رئيس الدولة، قال: نحن إذا استثمرنا اليوم بطريقة صحيحة، وبعد 50 عاما سنحتفل عندما نصدر آخر برميل من البترول. هذه رؤية واضحة وصريحة. ما هي المستقبل؟ أن لا نعتمد على البترول، أي تعدد الموارد، تعدد المصادر، تعدد الإمكانات، تعدد الاقتصادات. لماذا؟ لنصل إلى هذا. ولكن شو الهدف الأساسي أو الركيزة الأساسية اللي مبني عليها؟ الابتكار. إذا ابتكار في دول مجلس التعاون ليس خيارا، وإنما الابتكار هو ضرورة من أجل البقاء. أيضا يعني صاحب الشيخ محمد راشد حفظه الله ورعاه بعد قال أن المستحيل ليس بقاموسي، وكذلك لا نرضى إلا بالرقم الأول. معنى هذا أن هناك خطة واضحة، وفي كل دولة من دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي خطط واضحة وصريحة للتغلب على التغيرات الحاصلة خلال 50 عام القادمة، بحيث أن البترول ما يكون أساسي في اقتصادات. إذن الهدف اقتصاد مستدام، بيئة مستدامة، ومجتمع مستدام، ولا يأتي إلا بالابتكار، وأيضا باستخدام التكنولوجيا وخصوصا الذكاء الاصطناعي. أما ريادة الأعمال، فنحن المجتمعات دائما مبنية على التعليم وعلى الصحة بصفة عامة، هي الأساس، بعدين نبني عليها أشياء ثانية. ولكن كل هذه المؤسسات الموجودة، البحث العلمي ضروري جدا. وهذا البحث العلمي هناك دائما معروف البحث العلمي أساسي، والبحث العلمي التطويري، البحث والتطوير. ولكن في منطقتنا نسينا البحث من النوع الثالث، والبحث والتطوير التجاري. بمعنى الجامعات الأخرى في دول متقدمة ترى البحث العلمي 3 مجالات: البحث الأساسي، والبحث التطويري، وبحث التطوير التجاري. ولكن في منطقتنا فقط أول عنصر وليس العنصر الثالث. إذن يجب أن نؤكد أن البحث التطويري التجاري هو الذي سيؤسس اقتصاد مستدام للمستقبل. معنى هذا ريادة الأعمال تكون جزء أساسي. وهي ريادة الأعمال أصلا؟ ريادة الأعمال هي تأسيس شركات ناشئة، وشركات ناشئة ممكن تكون اقتصادية، قصدي تكنولوجية، ممكن تكون صحية، ممكن تكون خدمية، ممكن تكون مطاعم، ممكن تكون بوتيكات، مؤسسات كثيرة خدمية موجودة، ولكن كلها تصب في صنع محليا ويباع عالميا. إذا حطينا في الاعتبار الشعار صنع محليا ويباع عالميا، إذن هذه العناصر يجب أن تعنى بالبحث العلمي التطويري والتجاري. فمستقبل دولنا مبنية على الابتكار، مبنية على ريادة الأعمال. حتى البوتيك اللي واحد يفتح لو حول البوتيك إلى فرانشايز يعني صنع محلي يباع عالميا. إذا يجب أن نؤكد أن الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والبحث العلمي والتطوير التجاري واقتصاد وبيئة مستدامة لا يأتي إلى عملنا إلا إذا حققنا اقتصاد مستدام. فبالتالي هالثلاث عناصر مهمة جدا للتخطيط للمستقبل، وخصوصا الذكاء الاصطناعي والشات جي بي تي، وكل هذه أساسية جدا للعملية التنموية، المسيرة التنموية الاقتصادية لدول الخليج. وأعتقد يعني هذا المؤتمر يعتبر منصة خصبة في تناول الأفكار وبحث الأفكار، ثم توصية نهائية كيف نستطيع أن نتقدم ونصل إلى اقتصاد مستدام. وأشكركم جميعا على حسن الاستماع، وشكرا دكتورة هنادي على هذا المؤتمر، وجميعا أشكركم على حسن الاستماع ومشكورين.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي the President of the University of Dubai. شكرا جزيلا سعادة الدكتور عيسى بستكي رئيس جامعة دبي على مثل هذه الكلمة. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بالدكتورة كوثر الجوعان رئيسة معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام، تتفضل تلقي كلمتها. إذا موجودة دكتورة كوثر تفضلي.
نشكر الجميع على مشاركته البناءة في هذا المحفل الدولي. أنا ما أسميه مؤتمر وإنما أسميه المحفل الدولي الذي يجمع الخبراء لنتشاور ونتبادل الخبرات والرؤى والتطبيقات الناجحة على المستوى الدولي في جميع المجالات التي تخص رؤى دولنا العربية ودولنا الخليجية وكذلك الدول العالمية. أستاذة كوثر موجودة بس في القاعة الثانية وما قاعد تقبل الريكوست، بس يا ريت تقبلين الريكوست لان التقني يقول ان انت ما قاعد تقبلين، لان بالذات ان احنا شويه تاخرنا، يعني اخذتنا الاجنده ودخل المحور الاول. مشاركات كانت مشاركات مختلفة بناءة تعكس أهمية هذا المؤتمر وأهمية التنويع الاقتصادي مثل ما شدد عليه دكتور عيسى، إن جميع يعني رعاهم الله أمراءنا وشيوخنا مركزين على موضوع التنويع الاقتصادي وتنويع مصادر الدخل، وليس الاعتماد الأول والأخير على البترول. يعني البترول سيأتي وقت وينضب، ولكن بإذن الله إن شاء الله ما ينضب عندنا أبدا، ولكن لابد أن نهيئ لهذا المستقبل والقرن ال21 السمارت جنريشن. السمارت جنريشن هو استثمارنا الأكبر الذي نستثمر فيه، وهو هذا الجيل الجديد بأن يكون سمارت مواكب حياتي للأجيال القادمة، وكذلك لديه الأدوات ليتسلح بالأدوات الجديدة وهي أدوات العصر كالانوفيشن والاي اي، وكذلك التكنولوجي نفس ما تطرقنا، وكذلك خلق ما تطرقت اليه في كلمتي، ان هذه التكنولوجيا أو هذا التنويع خلق لنا قطاعات جديدة مثل قطاعات الكلين تك والإنرجي تك والإيدي تك وكذلك السبيس تك. فهذه أمور جدا جدا مهمة يعالجها أو خلينا نقول يناقشها هذا المؤتمر ويركز على مخرجاتها لدولنا الخليجية والعربية والعالمية. دكتورة كوثر.
للأسف مو موجودة معنا في القاعة هذه دكتورة.
أمل تقدرين تلقين الكلمة عوضا عنها، لأن الدكتورة كوثر معانا من الصباح الباكر، ولكن للأسف وكل الأسف عندها مشكلة تقنية في الكمبيوتر، مو قادر يفتح معاها، قد يكون فايرل أو قد يكون شيء، ويعني بلغتنا أن هي تم السيطرة على هذا الموضوع، لكن الحين تقول رجع مرة ثانية الموضوع عندي. فلو بعجالة تقولين الكلمة أمل نيابة عنها.
نعم، يعني حبا وكرامة، كلمة الأستاذة كوثر عبد الله الجوعان، رئيس معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام، في المؤتمر الافتراضي الدولي 2024 حول الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي من أجل التنوع الاقتصادي. سعادة الأخت الفاضلة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيس المؤتمر، الضيوف الكرام، يسعدني باسم معهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام أن ألتقيكم كل باسمه كل عام كشريك أساسي منذ انطلاقة هذا المؤتمر بتاريخ 19 نوفمبر 2020. وعلى مدار هذه السنوات تكللت جهود العاملين، خاصة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي المبادرة بتنظيم هذه المؤتمرات الافتراضية العلمية والريادية لدعم منظومة الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي والتكنولوجيا وريادة الأعمال. وأحييها باسمكم جميعا على الاستمرار في هذا الحقل الهام الذي يشهده هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي الخامس بتميزه من حيث الاستعداد للقرن التكنولوجي، وهي البرامج التي تساعد الدول في تنوع اقتصادها. كما يشهد هذا المؤتمر تميزا على المستويين العربي والدولي، فهو يتناول موضوعا هاما ألا وهو التنويع القائم على البرامج الحديثة. كما يؤكد هذا المؤتمر أهمية ترسيخ قيمة مضافة على توسيع الاقتصاد الخليجي القائم على التكنولوجيا الرقمية وتماشيا مع رؤى الدول الخليجية. إن اهتمام العالم اليوم بالتكنولوجيا الرقمية وانتشارها بشكل واسع وسريع أضعف كثير من المنظومات القائمة، خاصة في الدول النامية ومنها دول الخليج، وأصبح فضاء التواصل مفتوحا للعامة من الداخل والخارج، وأصبحت الرقابة من الدول على المحتويات الرقمية في معظمها ضعيفة، فهي لا تستطيع أن تواكب هذا الكم الهائل من المعلومات، إلى جانب عدم قدرتها على التمكن من وضع قيود صارمة. فالمصنع والمصنع ليس بيدها مما يشكل خطورة على مستقبلها في السنوات القادمة، ومؤشرات هذا الخطر تبدو واضحا من خلال شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي التي غزت الفضاء الإعلامي، وبات الإعلام التقليدي حبيس دائرته، وتوجه مشاهديه إلى الشبكات العنكبوتية التي فاق انتشارها وتأثيرها أكثر من المتوقع. ويعتبر الذكاء الاصطناعي من التطبيقات الناتجة عن الثورة الرابعة، ومن أبرز التطبيقات الجيل الخامس من برنامج الحاسبات. وإذا كان الذكاء الاصطناعي يعزز الإنتاجية ويخفض التكاليف، ورغم النتائج الإيجابية في التطبيقات التكنولوجية الحديثة، إلا أن مخاطرها لا تقل عن إيجابياتها، وهو أي الذكاء الاصطناعي يحل محل العقل البشري، فيفكر ويترجم ويحفظ كمية البيانات الضخمة ويدربها لتصبح ملائمة وقادرة على الإنتاجية وحل المشاكل، أي هو عقل الإنسان البديل. وهنا تكمن الخطورة إذا وظف الذكاء الاصطناعي في غير مهمته، وعلى الدول الانتباه جيدا لهذا الموضوع نظرا لتحكم الذكاء الاصطناعي في معيشة الإنسان وحياته الكامل. وأنهي كلمتي بالآتي: تشجيع التكنولوجيا الحديثة واستخدامها بالطرق المشروعة والسلمية أمر مهم. الاحتفاظ بكافة البيانات والمعلومات التقليدية، وأعني بها الورقية، في حال استخدم استخداما سيئا وضارا. وختاما أكرر شكري للفاضلة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، وبارك الله في سعيها العلمي المتميز، وبالسادة الأفاضل المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر وإثرائه بعلومهم المختلفة. وبهذا تنهي الدكتورة كوثر الجوعان رئيس منظمة ومعهد المرأة للتنمية والسلام هذه الكلمة مشكورة. وشكرا لك دكتورة هنادي على مثل هذا المحفل الجميل اللي يضم النخبة التي برأيها وبكلامها وبمشاركتها تسعى إلى الأفضل في جميع الدول.
أشكرك أمل، يعني ونشكر دكتورة كوثر. يعني نود أن نبين هذا الحدث الذي حدث الآن لدكتورة كوثر اليوعان، ويعني جعلها ما تشارك معنا. خدمتنا التكنولوجيا في السيطرة على أي معوقات يمر فيها الإنسان، ويعني قدرنا أن إحنا يعني من ينيب عنها يتحدث باستخدام التكنولوجيا التي جمعتنا على منصة زوم أو على منصة هوفا للذكاء الاصطناعي يعني إبداء رأينا والتواصل المشترك. تختمين عشان نبتدي المحور الثاني. نشكر الجميع لتشريفهم لنا حفل الافتتاح اليوم الأول للمؤتمر الدولي الخامس، وهو في نسخته الخامسة. ونود أن نذكركم أن دوما يعني نضع أيام المؤتمر في الاحتفالات الدولية اللي خاصة بأسبوع الانتربرنورشيب ويك، وكذلك عندنا احتفالات هذه السنة دولة الكويت بمرور 125 سنة للعلاقات الاستراتيجية بين دولة الكويت وبريطانيا العظمى. وبالذات في مؤتمرنا مشاركين مجموعة نخبة مميزة من بريطانيا على مستوى الشركات وعلى مستوى الحكومات وكذلك على مستوى الأكاديميين. نتشرف بوجودكم معنا خلال 3 أيام المؤتمر للاستماع إلى هذه المحاضرات المميزة. ونود أن نشير أن المؤتمر يبث على قناة اليوتيوب الخاصة في الشركة ايكو سيستم كونسلتنت، وكذلك إن شاء الله سنرفع جميع التسجيلات لهذا المؤتمر كذلك على قناتنا اليوتيوب، ستكون موجودة نهاية اليوم بإذن الله. ويعني نشكركم جميعا لتشريفكم لنا، والآن أصبحتوا أنتم من أهل الدار، ومعنا إن شاء الله دوما تشاركون معنا في هذا المحفل الدولي الذي نتباهى فيه أمام الدول العالمية، حتى نصبح جميعا دولنا تصبح في مصاف الدول العالمية. نشكركم جميعا لمشاركاتكم المميزة ولتواجدكم معنا من هذا الصباح، ونترك أمل تقدم مدير الجلسة القادمة.
شكرا سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على مثل هذه المؤتمرات التي تجمعنا دائما على الخير. والآن المحور الأول للمؤتمر التكنولوجيا الصحية والطب عن بعد برئاسة الدكتور جورج كوالسكي.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Hi, George. How are you?
Wonderful to
Fine,
meet you,
thank you.
Dr. George. You can head the first agenda now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for having us on. With regards to the actual first elements of the agenda, it's the actual revolutionizing healthcare delivery. And I have with me Dr. Michael Watts from Bloom Health. I have Professor Dr. Karine Sargsyan, and that's Scientific Director of Translation for Sinai Medical Center, and also Professor Yashuda Hirata, who is a Professor Graduate School of Engineering Department of Robotics in Tokyo University. So may I first of all introduce them all to you all, if that's all right, please.
I will excuse you, George, just to be on time. We prefer to doing some shortcut in their speech, accept
Yeah.
our apology because we are delayed from the VIP and from some technical support. We hope so you can wrapping the sessions within the time. I know
Of course.
it is difficult, but do your best. All of you do your best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So do we actually have, at this moment in time, I believe 15 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, 15 minutes for each person, but now within the remaining time, I think 8 minutes, 9 minutes
8 minutes.
for each person. Okay,
That's
then we'll
fine.
be closing.
No problem at all. In that case, then may I first of all hand over to probably Michael, if that's all right, Michael. As we know each other, I'll hand over to you, and you have the first 8 minutes, if that's all right.
That's great. Thank you, George, for handing over.
I think the agenda is starting with the Professor Hirta because he have some we have some responsibility. He will be the first speaker. Hirta from Japan. Welcome you in our conference.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thanks for introduction. So hello everyone. So I'd like to share my screen. Okay. Can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to introduce my research activities. So, but I have many slides, but I will shortcut my presentation. Okay, so I'm a robotics researcher, and I'm developing the assistive robots for human healthcare and well-being. And today I'd like to introduce the several robot system, but I would like to shortcut this part. So this is my past research. I have developed the cycling wheelchair. So this is a very interesting wheelchair. So they are paraplegic patients, and they are very hard to operate the normal wheelchair, or they cannot walk by themselves. But this is a pedal-driven system, and by using this pedal-driven system, many people can pedal. So this person is the paraplegia patient or quadriplegic patient, but they can pedal. So by using this kind of pedal-driven system, so at first, many patients has a negative feeling because they have a disability in the lower extremity. But by using this kind of assistive device, many people think that, oh, I can do it, and enjoy the several training, or many people can enjoy shopping, traveling, or some people enjoy sports activities. So I think that the feeling of the people is very important. So if people think that, oh, I can do it, so many people try to join the many activities. So that's why I'd like to develop this kind of robot system. So today I'd like to introduce the Japanese project, Japan National Project. This is a moonshot project. So what is a moonshot? So moonshot is launching a rocket to the moon. So then John F. Kennedy, President of the United States, announced the Apollo program, and his unprecedented challenge to land a man on the moon was realized. So many people think that this is a moonshot project. So in Japan, the Japanese government started the moonshot R&D program. And the Japanese government set the ambitious goal to attract people and promote challenging R&D project with the aim of resolving difficult societal issues. And our goal is to create a future society in 2050. So Japanese government set several goals. So from the goal 1 to goal 10, so there are a lot of goals, so such as avatar robot development, ultra-early disease prediction, AI robot development, and so on. And our project was accepted this AI robots part. So this is a moonshot goal 3. So the goal is to realize AI robots that autonomously learn, adapt to their environment, evolve by evolve in intelligence and act alongside human beings by 2050. So our project was accepted under the human-friendly robot system or assistive robot system. So that's why now we are developing the many kinds of assistive robot system. So this is the title of the our project, Adaptable AI-Enabled Robot to Create a Vibrant Societies. So as I mentioned, if we can develop the very nice robot system, so people think that I can do it, or I want to try blah, blah, blah. So I want to develop this kind of robot system. And this is a vision of the society of 2050. We call this society as a smarter, inclusive society, where AI robots are present whenever they are needed, like shared bicycle or like eyeglasses. And to achieve a smarter, inclusive society for all in 2050, so AI robots will be installed in public facilities to support people who need assistance and support by 2040. And we focus on innovative supports in nursing care facilities, home, and realize community-based support with AI robots by 2030. So now we are now in the 2024. So by using the remaining 6 years, we'd like to develop the new robot system. So for realizing this kind of smarter inclusive society, so we set the 3 sub-goals. So first one is the human-robot co-evolution AI, and adaptable AI robots, social implementation AI, and so on. So, but today we don't have enough time to explain all of the things. That's why we'd like to focus on only this part, physical well-being part. So this is a new hardware of the robot system. So we'd like to propose a new concept of the robot system for assisting the humans. So you may know about Dragon Ball manga or Chinese story. So we call this kind of vehicle as a flying nimbus. This is a cloud type flying vehicle. So it comes when the user calls it, and the direction, speed, and attitude can be controlled by the user intuitively. So inspired by this cloud type flying vehicle, we'd like to propose a new concept of the robot as a robotic nimbus. So we'd like to develop the robot system like a cloud, which provides support tailored to the person condition. And we'd like to develop a flying nimbus. It comes as a robot comes when user need it and expand the user's ability. So now we develop the several kinds of nimbus robot system. For example, we'd like to support the walking of the human by lapping the by using this kind of robot system, or we develop the wear type robot system. So this wear can change the stiffness of the robot system, stiffness of the wear, or final one is the expandable robot system. So in this case, we can support the standing up, sitting down, and so on. So now, by using this kind of robot system, we'd like to support the in the healthcare field. And we'd like to support the activity of the human being. So by using the several robot system, we'd like to support the wearing task, eating task, or toileting task, and so on. So, I skipped this part. So by using the virtual reality system, we can create the illusion of the human, and people think that, oh, I can do it. So because by using the VR illusion, many people think that I can do it by using the game or walking in the cross street or something like this. And finally, we'd like to implement our technology to the society. So we analyze the human's motion, human's ability. So by using this AI technology, we can measure the human's activity, and we analyze the human's ability. So based on this kind of analysis, we can decide which robot is good for this person or other person. And then finally, we can apply the robot system or sensor system to the human being. So we call this kind of collaboration as the ROS Healthcare. So this is a robot operating system for healthcare field. So we can connect the many robot system, sensor system, interface system, and then we'd like to support the human being. And we'd like to accelerate the social implementation together with the many company or institute in the international institutes, WHO, and so on. Okay, so today I introduced the Moonshot project, and finally we'd like to develop many kinds of robot system. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Professor Hirata. Thank you very much indeed. On that note, may I now pass over to Dr. Karin, if that's possible, please?
Sure, it is possible. I'll put a timer for 8 minutes. Otherwise, I will not be able to do that in 8 minutes. Because, you know, women like to speak more than men. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Come on. And now you can see my presentation. So
Yeah.
what I gonna speak okay. What I gonna speak about is about the future and how the innovation trends are affecting our future in general. So to give you an idea why this is me on a TED or TEDx stage speaking about that stop being realistic. Smart goals are not bringing us somewhere. And this throughout my career helped me to understand that sometimes people see what you do, like you grow some medicine. And what I do is actually large-scale biotechnology research that many people don't understand, even doctors don't understand what we do. Nevertheless, it has a great effect on the backside on the patient if we are successful. So although the popular view of the science looks like this, it doesn't scare me and it doesn't scare many of the researchers. And being realistic sometimes maybe not really very good, because Lord Kelvin, who was the president of Royal Society of Medicine in end of the 18th, was speaking about that radio has no future. Heavier than air flying machines are impossible, and X-ray will prove to be a hoax. Nevertheless, we know that he was wrong in all 3 points. So open-minded approach to development and to research and to innovation is very important to make a real difference. Well, fantasy is more important than knowledge. And this slide is about that in 1950s, the moment when they started to film the very first Star Trek, they have had automatically opening and closing doors. They have had some kind of devices like mobile phones. They have had video conferencing. And nowadays we have all of those that they have had that time, and it was really considered as science fiction. And what we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have still the Dr. McCoy's scanner for in 5 minutes to do absolute diagnostics. And this is my job, what I'm working on, to be able to diagnose as fast and as precise as McCoy could. So we can laugh about, but you know, predictions are so many and existing even in Simpsons, showing that Trump became a president, Lady Gaga flew, Richard Branson came to the space. So somehow, well, human beings can predict what is the future bringing, and the AI and the new technology learned from us. And this is what I'm going to show you doesn't exist anymore, because after first time I showed it in an international stage, Amazon fixed that problem. So the example how AI is working and how it's going to work also in our environment is, it was a time like 2 years ago, if you would write down, you need a circular glass cutter. Amazon is usually offering is people who bought that, they are buying something together with, and offered this. Showing that why people were buying that a circular glass cutter to go and to rob something. Well, this is how AI is working now also somehow with our insurance companies. The mistakes we do, AI is reproducing. It's specifically in medicine that is really difficult. And like Ty has learned very fast. I know that everybody knows the story that the very first chatbot of Twitter became in 24 hours a Nazi. And it learned, okay, the chatbot had a girl's name, but it became Nazi. I don't know why, but because learn from us. Or in one moment, several AI companies were working together, and Google realized that their own AI system has developed a language that communicated with other computers, and human beings couldn't understand what two computers were speaking together. So somehow it looked like very strange and very scary, but the same thing helped us to help people who has really been born with the problems with their ears to be able to listen from their born vibrations. We could generate a brain activator for people who were very long time in coma. You see, unfortunately, the men over 50, around 30% of those will make an acquaintance with this 8-arm machine, which is doing a prostatectomy. And you see surgeons are sitting and looking at how the robot is working. And this is nowadays, this is a picture of very recent. What we act, but do not really very intelligent with these old machines and with everything that is for future medicine. Sometimes we use the knowledge that we have very, let's say, unclever. Like, this is Googleable information. You can buy celebrity meat. So celebrities give a blood donation, the stem cells will be then retrieved and reproduced, and some kind of sausages were produced. And this is, imagine, FDA approved. Well, what is happening that we are not finding the situation where we started, and what is the wrong, like in these comics where the lady wants to be married because it seems that married people are more happy, and the reality is that happy people are more probable to get married. So another thing that is very known for human assumption of how the situation is or how the future is going to look like, there is a very good publication from Dr. Gustav Fischer, who showed that the storks are bringing babies. because he did the statistics of storks that are in a specific urban area and did the statistics of birds in several years between 1880 and 2000. And he didn't calculate it with the urbanization and emancipation and actually the industrial revolutions where women went to work and so on. He didn't calculate it. He just calculated the number of storks and the number of babies. And he said, okay, how many storks we have? Approximately so many kids we have. So they bring babies. So this is something that is very difficult to get into, because being honest, we all know that's not true. And the second thing about it, that all the between steps that industrial revolution, the pollution that storks went to more better places, gives us the idea that what we need to do about understanding our future is to have actually observational view from a very high perspective, and to not be like very narrow and to not see only 2-3 numbers and just bring together. And what we do is also very important, that to understand that we are working in an environment where we are doing so many mistakes ourselves that, well, it is estimated around 100,000 people in US die in hospitals from preventable medical errors. And what they call preventable medical errors is like mislabeling of the sample or mislabeling of a medicine. So, and these kind of errors in different levels is published, that we are doing not good, how many misproduced papers are there. And even if you use the same agent and you put that agent in different pHs, you can have here, I don't know how many doctors we have, from the first picture, which is absolutely negative, to the last picture, which is absolutely positive. People, this is the same patient. And imagine the human error if you give a patient who has no cancer treatment. So this is what we do. And what AI is doing, AI is calculating how likable is, how like the likelihood, how possible, how many percent is possible, how much percent is possible, something. And what do you think, the percentage of, is this a cat or dog? I mean, it is 92% cat and 8% dog. It presumes an AI engine of Google. So we all know this is a cat. Nevertheless, it is only 92% of cat, if they say. And if you collect all that information and count probabilities, it is sometimes very funny. But this brain you see is my own brain. And the probability that I will recover from that was 0. And you hear me? I'm here after 6 months of retrograde amnesia. So sometimes I think that the future is possible if people really want to. So in the future, we will be able to heal wounds in minutes, grow full-fledged organs, bones, repair damaged brains like mine, and much more. And what I wanna you live with is imagination is more important than knowledge. And this is my first love. And my husband is even sometimes very jealous of him. Nevertheless, imagine making big changes. And what I did with Imagine Big Changes, I wrote this book 2 years ago, 1.5, 2 years ago, together with my co-authors and many World Economic Forum young leaders, many ministers, vice ministers, and so on, who we interviewed and asked, what do you think how the future is going to look like? And this book became a bestseller of the Springer of last 5 years. And
30
meanwhile,
seconds.
it is
30 seconds.
yes,
30
I know
seconds.
it's my last. It's my last slide. I put
Yeah.
it there. So this is free to download. Download, enjoy. It is over 100,000 times already downloaded. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. On that note, I know we've run over there quite some substantially. So, Michael, may I ask you to do your 8 minutes, if that's okay now, please? Thank you very much.
Thanks, George. It's a pleasure to be here. I will try to be as quick as I can. Do we have someone after me?
It's just myself, so I'll be very, very quick. So I'll just take the whole time you need. Just take the 8 minutes you need.
No worries. I'll try and cut it down to 5, and that gives you 1.
It's fine, don't worry.
Right, let me share my screen. We'll get there. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Salam alaikum. My name is Dr. Michael Watts. I am an NHS doctor here in the United Kingdom, but I have recently built a tech company that builds software solutions for the United Kingdom and also for international organizations across the US and the Middle East and parts of Africa as well. I'm going to skip over who I am, but if you'd like to know more about me, you're more than welcome to connect with me on LinkedIn, and I'll also share my email address at the end of this presentation. I really wanted to touch on my experiences as a tech entrepreneur and as a physician on the experience of revolutionizing healthcare delivery. In the UK, we take a very curative approach to healthcare, which means that once someone gets unwell, as a doctor, I make them better. But if you think about other industries like the automotive, the car industry, they've taken a much more preventative approach to healthcare. And we need to start thinking like this because curative health, it's very expensive, it's very hard to access. Whereas if we take preventative measures, then we can prevent long-term disease, which in turn saves a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of travel. So if you think about the car has innovated around the seat belt. They have airbags. We even see automatically stopping cars to prevent crashes. Now, that money could have gone into having better fire and rescue services to take people out of crashes. But instead, the automotive industry has invested its time in making the car as safe as possible and not making the intervention of supporting a roadside collision the priority. And we need to take the same approach in healthcare. I've put a drill here. So the reason that I put a drill here is because 100% of people that buy a drill don't actually want a drill. They want a hole in the wall. And whenever we're thinking about building new innovation within healthcare, we have to think about what the problem is that we want solving. There are so many ways that you can create a hole in a wall. You can take a hammer and smash it into a wall and you'll get a hole, but it won't be 4 millimeters wide. It won't be perfectly spherical. It won't have a nice flashy light on it. So always think about the problem you're wanting to solve within revolutionizing healthcare delivery, because ultimately there are lots of people with lots of great ideas, but we need to be able to identify the problems that we wish to solve if we are to succeed in healthcare innovation. In the UK, we have a long-term plan. The long-term plan involves lots of different areas of revolutionizing delivery and the change in the way that we deliver healthcare. If you think about it, there's only 3 ways that you can really revolutionize the way that we deliver healthcare. You can prevent patients going into hospital, you can reduce down the amount of time that they spend in hospital, and you can make sure that they never come back. Now, 2 out of 3 of those happen in the community, preventing patients going into hospital and keeping patients out of hospital, which is why there's great innovations like MyCare, which George is part of that team, to prevent people going into hospital, but also to make sure that when they're out of hospital, they stay out through remote patient monitoring and supporting patients stay safe at home. And we need to start thinking like this. We need to start thinking about the technology that we have available to us to be able to support patients in the community by preventing long-term conditions and also accessing those that are hard to reach, perhaps in remote populations, perhaps those that don't speak the native first language. We need to think about how we can use digital to really support them in their care provision. And you can see here, this is a study from the Topple Review over in the United States. And you can see that as a workforce, we are becoming increasingly more reliant on these technologies. And this has been accelerated by COVID. It's really important that we give patients and the workforce the best user experience. I think we all recognize this at the bottom here as an electronic patient record. So thinking about user design and the best way to give that patient or that workforce a great experience with digital is really important. And similarly, one of the key things we're focused on and is increasingly important globally is data sharing. How can a patient move through a system where everyone has access to that data, everyone can see the patient's clinical journey, and everyone can make sure that there is continuity of care? Because if we have siloed data, we're not able to make the best decisions for our patients as healthcare professionals. And that's really important to make sure that the patient gets the best care, the most cost-effective care, the most rapid response to their recovery. Remote patient monitoring is super important. We have some amazing facilities and capabilities now. This watch actually is a SIM-only watch, so it doesn't need a smartphone to work. It doesn't need any node to work. And this was designed for Hajj, the pilgrimage within Mecca, to support patients at risk of dehydration and heat exhaustion. This can monitor vital signs and send data directly to a command center from anywhere within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So this is a really exciting project that we're working on, and you're more than welcome to hear more. Again, we have hardware devices that are now being used for things like diabetes to allow for continuous monitoring of blood glucose levels to optimize and change that patient's life experience with a long-standing disease. And the last thing I wanted to highlight is whenever we're thinking about innovation and digital transformation, we have to think about the risks associated. And so we have what we call DTAC here in the UK, which outlines some of the key responsibilities we have as innovators to transform healthcare delivery through things like digital and AI. That's all for now. So here's my email. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. You can scan this code and connect with me. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. On that note, that's perfect timing. Very, very nice indeed. Dr. Al-Baraki, may I pass back to you now? Because as I say, I think we are bang on time now with the next session. So if you want to use this time now to pass on to your next speakers, I'm more than happy to do that.
Who's the next speaker?
It's so Dr. Al-Baraki, if you want to use this time now for your next session, please do. Otherwise, I can.
Yes. The next sessions should be Professor Leila bin Hammam. She will chairing the next session, and the next sessions it's name it's EdTech and FinTech shaping the future of learning and finance. Is Dr. Leila there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes,
Salam.
go ahead and take. Alaykum assalam. Tafadali.
Okay, we will start with Dr. Rania Sultan. I don't know if she's there. She is a medical microbiology assistant professor at King Abdulaziz University. So would you please, Dr. Rania, start your speech? And thank you.
Yes, hi. I would like to to thank you, Dr. Layla and Dr. Hanadi Mbaraki, for my introducing me. I would like to thank Dr. Layla Al-Harbi as well for this place to talk about my innovation. I would like to share, first of all, the innovations presentation, if it's possible to do that.
You can share your PowerPoint. Now we're seeing your screen. If you make a double click and enlarge it.
Trying to share with it, but
your
you will
screen
see green
shared.
bottom. You will see green bottom share.
Please, we'll share it again,
I think she's sharing her screen. So just open your presentation and start.
I shared it already, I think.
We see your screen. Just if you share, we will see the presentation.
Yes, yes. Is it okay now? I shared it already. Is it clear?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it is not in presentation mode.
Correct.
Now, how about now? طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد الخلق. I would like to first talk about my innovation in the elimination of hospital-acquired infection of antimicrobial resistant using AI-enhanced hardware device. My name is Rania Sultan. I'm assistant professor at King Abdulaziz University. I'm the owner of the Flow shop for producing health food and probiotics food and drinks products. First of all, let me give you a summary of the history of antibiotics. As we know that the first antibiotics is by 1928 signed by scientist Alexander Fleming discovered the first antibiotics, penicillin, which revolutionized medicine and saved millions of lives. After that, on the World War II, antibiotics became widely available, significantly reduced death from bacterial infections. After the many uses of different types of antibiotics and different classes of antibiotics, over time, the misuse and overuse of antibiotics led to the emergence of drug-resistant bacteria, such as methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, Carbamnums enterococci, which creating a global health challenge. Let me first highlight the meaning of multi-resistant bacteria initiated by MADR, or we could call it antimicrobial resistant AMR, present a critical public health challenge in Saudi Arabia and globally, with significant implication for the healthcare system. The prevalence of multi-drug resistant organisms such as MRSA or extended spectrum beta-lactamase producing enterobacteriaceae, vancomycin resistant enterococci, and Carbamnum resistant Acinetobacter baumannii underscores the need for a robust strategy to mitigate their impact. I would like to highlight that by 2020, we suffered from COVID, which killed about 1.9 million people, and it was marked to cut that off. But what we didn't realize that 1 year before, in 2019, MDR killed about 1.3 million people, and no one noticed that. In the future risk, if no action is taken, death attributable to antimicrobial resistance could reach 10 million per year by 2050, surpassing death caused by cancer. So as you see here in the screen, the global problem or the challenge of MDR It's about, by numbers, the drug-resistant infection every year about 2.8 million, reached now by 2.8. About more than 700,000 deaths every year, and every 11 minutes, one person dies due to MDR. And the healthcare cost about $100 billion. These infections, due to this infection, exceed globally. The key health, as example, I'm giving you in Saudi Arabia. What's happening here is the hospital-acquired infection suffering, and they have increasing prevalence in the hospital and healthcare system due to MDR. Antibiotic resistance also is being increasing due to MRSA and CRA. The high infection rates, the study shown the incidence of these type of MDRs in the hospital is among the highest was MRSA and carbamazepine-resistant enterococci, as you've been seeing in the pie chart here. It's exceeding the 35%, which is the more vulnerable. It's for ICU patients, and this is make them, and due to this problem, they stay longer in the hospital due to the acquired infection, and the increased healthcare burden also affect the economic cost. It's about Saudi Arabia. It's costly due to this MRSA and carbamazepine-resistant enterococci hospital acquired. They cost 3.75 billion Saudi riyal annually. And also due to this increasing high mortality rates, it's been detected. It's about 30 to 50% compared to patients without this infection. The launching of my invention usually is in this golden age. It's a novel treatment for eliminating MDR bacteria. This groundbreaking therapy bids farewell to the Alexander Fleming era, to traditional antibiotics, ushering in advanced treatment using artificial intelligence, vibration frequency, and red and infrared lights. Would like first of all to talk about my invention. In summary, we know that bacteria is stimulating with the environments, and one of their stimulating that they react with our talk, our words, and the different types of lights, and they are responding by sensing quorum. They usually producing chemical signals by communicating together and releasing and detecting chemical signals. They call it auto-inducers, allowing them to coordinate actions, and they respond to specific light and different type of words and sound frequency, enabling them enabling technology like my one of the technology is my invention, photodynamic therapy, to disrupt the behavior and make them more vulnerable to treatments. This is me in the laboratory trials exposing the antimicrobial bacteria to red light, and doing and saying some words with different words I use. And on the left side, as you see here, the result before and after. On the right plates was the resistant of Cyanidobacter baumannii, and after my words and the red light, as you've seen, no bacteria around the antibiotics, and the bacteria has responded while before was resistant. I call the technical device InfectiSafe, which is a revolutionary solution, which is device patent and registered with the U.S. Patent Office by Abu Ghazala office. It uses innovative technology capable of saving millions of lives and cutting healthcare costs. This technology is built and behind the insecticide is, as you see, is having 3 stages or 3 components. One of them is photodynamic therapy. It's the PDD, the red light, to stimulate reactive oxygen species that destroy bacterial cells. And all we know the effective of the red light to penetrate the bacteria, and there's many scientific papers talking about the PDT. The acoustic frequency vibration, they cause disruption in the bacterial cell wall, increasing the effectiveness of antibiotic. And the third is artificial intelligence, where it analyzes infection data in real time and adjusts treatment dynamically to improve outcomes. The technology in the initial words is DCP, that means components of diagnosis, cure, and prevention, uses AI to combat MDR in both community and healthcare setting by using light and sounds, tweaking bacterial cell membrane. Antibiotics then effectively treat the patient. Our licensed rapid test kits identify bacteria first of all, allowing the device to calibrate light and sound frequency remotely, and results are sent to doctors via telemedicine for antibiotic delivery within 30 minutes.
Doctora, 1 minute.
Okay, the solution will be reduces infection, disrupt the cell membrane, and real-time diagnosis. Here is would like to show you the how technical device can work and penetrate easily with the red light, and how this can penetrate with the sound and go to the inflammation directly. I think the videos is not working here. The insecticide is going aligned with Saudi Vision 2030 to improving healthcare quality, reducing hospital stay, lowering health care costs, decreasing antibiotic dependency, fighting drug resistance, achieving health sustainability, reducing hospital acquired by reducing infection rates, decreasing hospital stay, improving patient outcomes. Here I put some videos to show how the economic impact by saving around 3.7 million, which reduction in 50% in cost, improving hospital staying. Here the artificial intelligence aligns with my device. On the left side is the technical device using this different type of frequency, and the right side how it's aligned with the software artificial intelligence avatar on device app to assist with the therapy and dissemination. Here I asked why I integrated, because the integration of AI will analyze, will give the real-time monitoring, will sharing all the knowledge and in the further innovation, will evaluation metrics will determine patient outcome, economic outcome, and healthcare provider support to prevent future pandemic and endemic. Investment is now in the first stage, and they what they said before, the leaders and the excellency about the innovation, which is need to be invested in the innovation and converted to reality. We need the investment needed because we are in the first step. We still have the prototype stages, so we have to do other investment needed, and the device represent the opportunity to invest in the growing healthcare market, which exceeds $100 billion.
Doctor, I think
here is The name of my device is DEAN, which is potential for widespread clinical use, advantage over traditional. And for further question, here is my email for any questions. Sorry for this little bit longer than the minutes I have to take. Shukran, Dr. Alayli.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rania. And would you please stop sharing so the next speaker can start sharing the screen? Share ايش يا دانا بسلام. The screen is clear and my voice is clear, right? طيب.
Yes.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيد الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. I'll be your next speaker. I'm Leila Bahammam, professor and consultant of endodontics from the Faculty of Dentistry at King Abdulaziz University. And I'm a head of the Technology Transfer Administration at the Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. I'm going to talk about a successful innovation experience. I would like to start with the position of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the area of innovation. In the past few years, according to the Global Innovation Index, we ranked 66 among 132 countries. And later in 2022, we ranked 51st. Then in last year, 2023, we ranked 48. So we have improved our ranking each year. Also, the Kingdom performance in the World Intellectual Property Index was 100%. And we had the second place among countries of the Middle East and North Africa in intellectual property rights. Also, 4 of our universities were among the top 100 worldwide university granted U.S. utility patents last year. These were King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, Al-Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, King Abdulaziz University, and Al-Amir Mohammed bin Fahd University. So these are the patents that were issued or granted outside the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are other applications applied to the Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property or SAIB. Those applications is increasing each year. And last year only, the patent application were more than 7,000 applications. And regarding industrial designs, nearly 2,000 applications. So as you can see, this reflects the creative capability of the Saudi citizen as well as their talent. Also, the investment of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in the area of education and innovation. All of you heard about our Vision 2030 and how it gives innovation and invention a great deal, because we know that this is the base of knowledge economy. Our kingdom provide us with all the necessary knowledge and skills in order to serve our nation. For example, we included in intellectual property in public education curricula, SAIB or Saudi Authority for Intellectual Property. Last year only, they trained more than 15,000, nearly 17,000 trainee in different aspects of intellectual property, and these are free courses for everybody. So this increases the application of the intellectual property each year. As you can see, this is in Arabic. I took it from the other side. For example, patents, more than 7,000. Designs, I said, around 2,000. Copyrights, more than 105,000. العلامات التجارية اللي هي اللوجوز trademarks, more than 45,000. So this is the number of Saudi patents. What are the technical fields of these patents? According to our Ministry of Education, in the last few years, they did a search and a BASNAP, and they found that the technical fields of patents that were owned by or are owned by the 27 Saudi public university, where in all areas of science, in dentistry, medicine, data analysis, chemistry, physics, in all aspects. It's not in one and leaving the other scientific fields. In our university, King Abdulaziz University, we support researchers and inventors through Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. And we follow some strategies in order to increase the number of patents and maintain our level among the top 100 top 100 worldwide universities having US patents. First of all, we encourage interdisciplinary collaboration. And the more collaboration between different disciplines, the more creative ideas we have and patentable ideas. Also, we strengthen our TT office. TT office. And this is very important in each university to have a strong technology transfer office, because it provides resources, funding, answer all the questions needed by the researchers, the inventors, students, and faculty, and support them in order to achieve their goals. Also, we provide education and training to faculty, students, to know. First of all, we wanted to foster a culture of innovation. So we introduced patents. What is patent? And then what are the patentable ideas? Okay, these are beautiful ideas. Are they patentable or not? And then we explain to them how to protect their ideas. So they have all the information needed in order to be inventors. Also, we create innovative labs and mark space, and this is very important for the researchers, faculty, or students to test their ideas, perform their research, and also build their prototypes and test it before they introduce it to the market. Also, we build partnership with industry, and this is very important because we identify problems in the industry and then we try to solve it in our labs. And then this provides support, resources, and future commercialization of our products. Also, we support students' entrepreneurship by business incubators, accelerators, so they can take their ideas and improve it and make it marketable products. Also, we facilitate networking opportunity by organize events and invite investors, industry people, so they will have collaboration and work together in order to achieve it's a win-win situation and achieve their goals. We monitor and assess our outcome, and this is very important for TTO offices to check their process, if it needs an adjustment, advances, change in some protocols to achieve the desired goal. Also, we promote successful stories, and this will help others or inspire others to be inventors. We integrate IP education into curricula, so we build a new generation of students that can patent their idea, and by this we have more patents. Also, we provide seed fundings for researchers to work on their research from the beginning and invent and become inventors. Also, we create incentives. We and this to help the and encourage the faculty to work more in their invention. Also, it will help others to be encouraged to be inventors. Also, we included patents in scientific promotion. Most of faculties think of their promotion. So once it is included in the promotion, so they can work on their patents and at the end, they get something out of it regarding their promotion. We publish a yearly report also to encourage our inventors. We have their inventor's name, their invention. So it's a kind of recognition and inspire others to pursue their the same thing. Also, we honor them at an annual ceremony, also to encourage and inspire others. So why to invent? For the inventor, invention offers intellectual fulfillment, financial gain, recognition, a sense of legacy, and the ability to push the boundaries of knowledge and creativity. And for the institution, invention provides competitive advantages, revenue generation, attraction of top talents, and opportunity to build culture of innovation. They also contribute to the institution reputation, social impact, and long-term strategic positioning. At the end, I would like to say that invention is a process. You don't get there overnight. It's this process needs effort, time, and money in order to achieve what we want. Also, the collaboration of all forces in order to achieve the desired goal. And thank you very much. This is my contact, and I'm going to stop sharing to go to the next speaker. Just a moment. Our next speaker is Dr. Muhammad Chaudhary. He is associate professor from Kuwait University, Civil Engineering Department. Welcome, Dr. Chaudhary.
Thank you so much, Professor Laila. So I will start sharing my screen.
Yeah, please.
So can you see my screen, my talk?
Yes, your voice is clear and the screen is clear.
Okay, so let me just move this button here. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi, Professor Laila, for providing me this opportunity to come and talk on this forum, very prestigious forum for something which is related with student learning. Okay, I'm in the Civil Engineering Department of Kuwait University, and this talk will be about the effective strategies to improve student learning in undergraduate mechanics courses. So usually the mechanics courses, which are like statics, dynamics, and materials, these are the basic engineering science courses, and usually they are very large class courses. And this is the first course which the students take after they come from the College of Science. So this is kind of a transition from science to engineering science. So these courses basically are a prerequisite for opening the discipline-specific courses. And usually students struggle in these courses because of the transition from science to engineering. And usually they have high failure rate. So our motivation of using the different strategies is to increase the students' success in courses by engaging them in some non-traditional hands-on learning activities and motivating the student for independent learning and encouraging them to learn from their own mistakes in a non-threatening way. So this is very important that the students, when it is not always that we give them a quiz and at the end of the quiz, they have some marks which are taken away. So they feel it threatened that they are kind of afraid of trying or attempting these. So we are trying to make these like they learn from their mistakes, but the way should be non-threatening, but rather rewarding. Instead of threatening, it should be rewarding. And usually the traditional way of checking homeworks or quizzes is that the students turn it in and then the instructor give it back maybe after a couple of days. So there is a time lag between the students have learned that content, has been tested and given the feedback. Okay, so this lags also kind of disconnects these students from the content. So I mean, by making these instant feedback is provided in these methods, such that the students can learn immediately from their mistakes. The other thing is that if by providing these kind of methodologies, which is web-based and which is automatical grading, the instructor time is freed up, and the instructor is now free to develop more content or make more office hours available for student interaction. And at the same time, it also reduces the burden of grading for the instructors or the TA. So in this talk, I will talk about 3 strategies which we adopted in these courses. Number 1 is that we use a methodology which is like the animated instructions. Then again, I mean, this is like a new way, and then we go back to the basics. That is like old traditional way of teaching statics and mechanics. That is using the graphical techniques, which are more hands-on. Okay, instead of technology, we'll be using more hands-on techniques. And the third is the automatically graded practice problems. So first of all, I would like to talk about these animated learning tools. So these tools are not very new. They have been kind of in development since the early 2000s. And most notable of these tools, which is for the mechanics and statics, is a package which is called MD Solids by Dr. Philpott from Missouri University of Science and Technology. So this software, it has animated learning tools, tutorials, as well as problem-solving techniques from all the topics which are usually covered in statics or mechanics of material courses. So this is the screenshot when you open the MD Solids package, and it can give you like a problem library based on different chapters, how to analyze truss structures, axial forces which are indented, the general analysis for axial torsion and beam-like problems, torsion alone, determinate beams, bending stresses, section properties, column buckling analysis, pressure vessels, combined loading, and Mohr circle. It has 3 parts. One is the help, which is a very extensive help. Each and every topic has its help chapters. So if the students even want to learn, I mean, if they are in a certain package and they need to get a background of the theory, that they can open up the help documents. And then these are the main modules which are going to solve the problems. And then there are certain animated learning tools in this package, which is these animated learning tools, which are the Mac movies. Okay, so this has different games and learning tools which the students can use to interact and get some certain concepts understood. Okay, so for example, if they want, I mean, like this is for a beam shear problem, that they will be given this screenshot, and they have different, like 4 different tries, and they will be asked what is the shear here, what is the shear here. They enter their values. If it is not correct, they will get this indicator here that it is not correct, and then you can do another try. Once your try is correct, you will be given this as a reward, the shear moment diagram, as well as you will be given certain points to play that game. So again, one more concept which usually is students struggle with is the centroid. So this game is just to give them a concept that, okay, where the centroid will be for this shape, above this line or below this line. Okay, so they have just kind of guess based on the area. So they just guess above or below, and then they get some rewards on this. Okay, so if you choose below, you will get these correct 25 points, and this game will go on. The other concept, which is a very nice concept here, is learning about the Mohr circle and the stress in 2D elements. Okay, so this game is I mean, slightly advanced, but the thing is, I mean, if the students get this, they will be rewarded in the correct learning of the idea of the stresses on a 2D element, as well as the how the rotation of the axis is going to change the stresses. Okay, so here you pick it, whatever is correct, and then you will be rewarded with certain points over here. Again, here is one more problem, and this is usually the Poisson's ratio problem. Usually students find it slightly difficult that how to deal with it, that once I apply this force, then how the length is going to increase and the width is going to decrease. Okay, so this is the basic idea of the Poisson's ratio. So here is like a problem for calculating the numbers. So you give these numbers based on whatever is your problem, and you will hit the compute button, and you will find that what are the different values of the contraction or the elongation in the specimen. This is again more circle. Okay, for a given element, how to find out the principal planes, the maximum shear plane, also the absolute maximum shear plane, which is this orange line over here. So this is instant generation, and the students can benefit from the visual presentation of and immediate presentation of these results. Again, this is a strain rosette, okay, a slightly advanced concept, but it can be solved as well. And if you want to find out what are the different failure modes, that if you have this stress condition, then using different stress failure theories, whether this specimen has failed or not. If the specimen is plotted outside of this failure surface, then it has already failed and the factor of safety is quite low, it is less than 1. And then you can use it using these 4 different types of failure theories, find out the factor of safety. And here is again, I mean, this is kind of a movie within there that the whole game is that you are going to rotate this axis, okay, using this button or the arrow keys on your keyboard. This axis is going to move, and these blue arrows, they will be showing different stresses. Your target in this game is to find out the orientation of this axis such that this blue arrow, which is a tension stress, is the maximum. So here a certain screenshot that now if I go to 28.8 degrees, this is 72, okay. Then if I go to 56.27, this is 100 megapascals. If I just increase that to 60.62, the stress decreases. So this means I have already found out where my optimum or the maximum stress is, which is the principal stress of 100. Okay, and here once you hit that number, okay, you will be given this reward and all the other details. So one more concept which is quite tedious for the student to find out is in the calculation of the shear stresses, the parameter Q. And what is the A in this? What is the area to be used in the shear stress calculations? Okay, so here again, this is you need to, I mean, this will be all blue, and you need to kind of click that this is the area which will be producing which is to be used for Q. And then if you are right, you will be given the indicator that you are right. Otherwise, you need to revise it again. And next, again, being based on the direction of the shear is this way, or the shear is along the other axis. It will vary the shapes as well for different type of shape, the direction of the shear. And so this is a nice game which the students can play and then find out and clear their concept. Again, one more concept is related to the centroid, how to find the centroid. Okay, so this game they can again play and then get feedback immediately to see that what would be the values of these missing parameters in these 3 boxes. Okay. Then the second technique we use over here is that we go back to the basic and use the graphical techniques, because these are the hand-on experiences for which you students will get a feeling of what they are doing, and they are not going to be just lost in mathematics. So, for example, if they have to find the resultant of these 2 vectors, so just draw these vectors to a certain scale, draw the vectors, the magnitude as well as the direction to a scale, and then using the triangle law, you can find out the resultant and its direction just using the graphical techniques without using any mathematics. Again, similarly here, if you need to decompose a force into its two components along the axis, the same technique can be also used without using the algebra or the geometry. Okay, so this is more concepts related to the to finding the moment, okay, in which the moment will be just like this force multiplied by this perpendicular distance. So when these graphical techniques give them this reinforcement that how they are going to find just this perpendicular distance. Okay, the same problem, and these are the problems which are related to the Mohr circle, but now hands-on, not using the empty solids. Okay, so the third item which we do is the automatically graded practice problem, because practice makes perfect. So this is like a non-threatening way that we give the student 5 opportunities to solve a problem in a given time. Okay, and there are many online available tools by the publishers, like there is Mastering Engineering by Pearson and Connect by McGraw-Hill. But the thing is, when students need to buy those content. Okay, so but we develop these contents here using the Moodle platform in Civil Engineering department. So basically we started this platform in the COVID pandemic for making our exams. But after the pandemic, we converted it into a online homework platform for statics and strength of material courses. And we have a pool of more than 200 questions, and we use it for in-class or homework assignment in the Moodle. So in the Moodle, the questions are in the question bank, okay? And there is, for example, this is the question I am developing, okay? And we can input all the images in Moodle problem. We need to kind of program at the back end using some random variables, because we can specify, so each and every time the student or different students, they attempt this problem, they will be given a value of this variable, which is f, okay, from 1000 to 1400 with an interval of 50. So it will be a randomized variable. So all these randomized variables will be generated, and the answers will be programmed in global variables. So this is the language in which we kind of input all these random variables here. So these random variables are put in the problem statements. And then you can see when I open this, these random variables will be changed to these numbers that randomly generated for each and every attempt. And then the students put in their answers here. If it matches within a specified range, I mean, we can specify that, okay, he can have like a 5% margin or in the calculation error. So if it is within, yeah, okay. So I'm already wrapping it up. So this is the student performance. When we give, and you can see when we give 5 attempts, and usually students, by the time they do 5 attempts, most of them, they are able to achieve 100% performance. So the impact is this project is still in our second year of operation. We are in the process of gathering the statistical data to find out whether this techniques has helped our student and how much it has helped our students. Okay, so this is some bibliography which is related to this topic. Extensive bibliography is available. And thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, you can contact me on my email. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer those questions as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Would you please stop sharing so we can start sharing? Okay. Now our last presenter, the last but not the least, Dr. Rana Hashim Al-Hibshi. She is a general dentist from King Abdulaziz University, and she's gonna share her experience, a successful, innovative experience when she was a student.
Thank you so much, Dr. Leila, for the introduction. I'm just going to share my slides. Okay, is my voice clear? Is my voice clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so I'm Dr. Dan Al-Hibshi, as Dr. Leila said. I'm a general dentist, and this is my story behind my invention. My story has an unusual start. I entered a robotics competition due to my love for robotics, and it was the first LEGO League, which is the FLL. And it's a competition for students ranging from the age of 9 up to 16. And if I recall correctly, the competition has both middle school and high school students. So the competition itself is divided into two parts: building the robots and programming the robot, which is the reason why I entered the program. And the other part was solving solutions. And the solution for that year was, the theme of that year was senior solutions, and we had to find solutions for senior citizens. So the first thing we had to do was find a problem for the elderly. And we started brainstorming. We thought of all the people that are around us. Some of them have financial security, some of them feel lonely, others are having trouble finding care, and some of them have difficulty performing everyday tasks. And that is the one thing that we decided to focus on. So we decided to focus on the last point, which is difficulty performing everyday tasks. And we started noting down what they might find difficult. Preparing food, cooking meals because of their old age. We also were thinking about them doing laundry and their mobility issues. We then came up with a very long list, and we wanted to narrow it down even more. So we thought of one of our friends' grandmothers who has Tremor's disease, and I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with the disease or not, so I'm going to give you a brief about it. It is a disease that causes involuntary and rhythmic shaking, and it can affect almost any part of your body, but it's seen mostly in the patient's extremities and their hands. And our friend's grandmother was facing problems opening doors. That was her main concern when we were asking her about her everyday tasks. So we were thinking about everything that was modified to help the elderly when it comes to the doors. So normal hinges were replaced with offset hinges. This gives them 2 more inches of access. Replacing doorknobs with lever style, it helps them with holding the lever and turning the doorknob. But nothing was really helping them inserting the key into the lock. So we thought of the problem and we tried making prototypes that might help with solving the problem. We came up with this funnel-shaped model, which was made out of clay, and we made it funnel-shaped so it can direct the key into the slot. After making our prototype, we made another one using metal, and we placed it on the door to actually try it with our friend's grandmother. And this is a picture from all the sides. We then thought of modifying this prototype, and we came up with another idea. Why not divide the device itself and make it into 2 parts? One that rotates with the key and the other one that's fixed on the door. That was solving a problem that also the patients may face, because there was a 5mm difference between the area that was not moving with the key. We also use trace principles, some of which are copying, which we replaced the keyhole metal with an inexpensive alternative. We also use cheap, short-living objects where we can make the device itself using plastic or any other material that is inexpensive, and nesting doll, where we placed a small funnel inside the bigger funnel, and the dynamics where the smaller funnel was turning with the key. The last thing we did was trying the prototype, and I don't think I mentioned this before, but when we asked our friend's grandmother about regular locks and if she was able to even insert the key herself. She always told us that she always needed assistance to open locks. And when we did our solution, it only took her 3 seconds to insert the key inside the lock. And then I applied for the industrial model, and I was granted the industrial model from the Saudi Patent Office for my idea. And thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, Dana, for your presentation. We have 3 minutes to wrap our session. If any of the speakers would like to add anything, we still have 3 minutes. If not, we can end our session. Dr. Muhammad and Dr. Rania, Dr. Chaudhary, is there anything you would like to say?
For me, I would like to tell that the invention, the one I introduced, is a summary of everything previously mentioned by the leaders and the excellencies, bringing this direction into reality. The difference lies between talk and actual innovation, which is the real test of direction. Then comes the adoption and support for the researcher bringing the discovery to life.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rania. I think by this we can conclude our session. Dr. Hanadi, if you can start this next session. Just a moment. I think the Dr. Hassan Al-Bahrani, he is the chair for the next session. Yeah, Dr. Hassan, it's yours now. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the speakers, Dr. Muhammad Chaudhary and Dr. Rania Sultan, Dr. Dana Al-Hibshi, everybody. Thanks very much. Dr. Hassan Al-Bahrani, the mic is yours. We finished our session.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all. أهلا وسهلا. I believe we are in a session for smart cities and infrastructure for reimagining urban life. I believe we have Ibrahim Al-Mutawwa, project manager from Elder Tower Contracting. Is Ibrahim with us?
Yes.
أهلا وسهلا Ibrahim. Ibrahim, and then we have also Dr. Abdel Boualam from Moroccan Artificial Candy Operation. So, Ibrahim Mutawwa, welcome to this session. And we hope that everybody enjoy your presentation and speak, and the floor is yours.
Thank you for introduction. You can see my presentation clear?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Ibrahim Al-Mutawwa. I am a specialist in solar panels and also IoT system. Today I'm gonna to speak about the IoT system and what is the use. So the problem is many people nowadays, they still use people to find, for example, maintenance or something like this. So with IoT system, we can use this technology and no need to use manpower, and also easy to catch, like for example, issues, and also to control it by internet. For example, if you have any problem in a site, light issues or something like this, we can by a IoT system catch these issues without send people to there. So by a system, you can find this one easy, and you like short time the things and you do it very fast. So today I'm gonna to speak about what is IoT system, and what is the unit, and what is the application, and how we can use it for smart city, and also what is the benefit from this. Actually, the topic of this things is very big, but I try my best to keep it for 15 minutes, as much as I can. So IoT system, it's a standard for something called Internet for Things. So means you can control many things by internet. Anything you can control it by internet, by SIM card, by Wi-Fi, by something like this. So this is the basic things of the IoT system. So you can know the location of the parts or for the equipment. You can like understand how it's work and where it's work, the temperatures, all of these things. Easy to control. You can get report. You can get many of things very easy by one click. So,
Mr. Ibrahim, if you, sorry for interruption, but if you can just put the screen view on top, the full view.
Okay.
At the bottom, there's a click like for full view for your presentation. Or you can click slideshow, for example. Sorry for interruption.
No
Just
problem,
for a slide to be more clear for everyone.
Is it okay now? Or same?
It's the same, but at the bottom, yes, here, where's your mouse at the bottom of the slide? Yeah, can you click this one? Yes.
Okay. Now clear?
Great, super. Thank you.
Thanks for your help. So I'm gonna to speak about the application, and I choose some product which is me and one Chinese company modified it together. So what all the product you can find here, it's real product, and we tested and we final design with the now all the application I'm gonna to show you. So the first application, we use the smart IoT system for the street light. I'm gonna to speak about this and how it's happened. Before, the light, if there is any problem, we have to send an emergency car to go and check the light and need time to check and find all the issues and everything. Nowadays, with IoT system, by one click, it can indicate this by SCADA system, so easy to find where is the issues in this street light. In the past, many people, they invest a lot of money. I mean, many government, they invest a lot of money to keep one car at the night to round and you just checking how many light is not working. But with IoT system now, you can easily know if there is any light not working or something like this. And also, you can use this technology and put CCTV, and you can control the CCTV, and very easy to do that. At the same time, if you want to know the electricity bill and everything for each light and column, easy to do it by IoT system. So this small application for the street light, you can always control the light, like you can make it low or high, dim, lumens. So easy for others. For example, at the night, some place they want to make low, or sometimes they make high. They can change also the color of the light. For example, if there is any participation, something like this, they can also change the color. And this is one project has been done before. And we show here how the lumens is very high, because we made this lumens based on this side recommendation. So if you can see, there is no black point on the light. So this all because of IoT system. Also, by this dashboard, you can see how we can generate power every day, like how many kilowatt, what is the electricity bill for each light, and if efficiency of each light can be also monitored. This avoid maintenance issues. We can monitor all the light by this technology, and easy for us to understand if any problem it might be happen in the future. This also one dashboard to monitor the status of operation. For example, is it on or off? Is it like high efficiency or no? Is this online or no? And same time, if you want to use internet system, also you can use. For example, for the walkway, something like this, you can add the SIM card and you can use Wi-Fi. And for this one, this dashboard show tracking for the location of the pole. For example, if anyone want to steal this pole, for example, solar, or even if the light is on or off, it can send message to the SCADA system easily to see if all okay or some issues. This can be programmed for one SCADA system with big screen, so easy for other to diagnose and understand what's happening on this system. This also show how you can control the brightness levels, like more or less, and also you can change the color from this dashboard. And this show if any light not work efficiency, you can control from here. You can even diagnose, and it will give you what's the problem in this light and what's maintenance part you need before you send the team. So nowadays, no need to send the team to find where is the problem. You just can send the team to solve the problem, which is already you have it and you know everything about it. If the people go there, they know they have to change bulb, wire, any issues, it will show. And this also some of the dashboard for on off. We have big problem with the solar panels light. For example, not all of them, they can work equal. Some of them, they work like before 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. With this system, we can put the timer and make all of them work together and off together. And even if there is any shade, for example, from the top or something like this, nowadays, some people, they fix the solar light and there is some shade. If there is a shade or like light opposite, the solar will be not work, solar light. With this system, easy can be work. And this can show the maintenance report for each light, daily, monthly, yearly. So even it can help you to show the KPI for the government and for the maintenance department. So with this system, you can easily to monitor the KPI. This shows how the efficiency of charging and discharging every day. In case the winter time and also summertime, easy for you to understand this. And this will help you to design proper light and proper things for the place which is you want to work on it. So as what I mentioned in the beginning, nowadays in the walkway or playground area, you can put Wi-Fi from street light, you can put CCTV, and also you can put a cleaning system, which is easy to maintain by itself. And this one of our smart pole, if you can see, we use the IoT system. You can use a 360 camera, and also you can use one box, light box for advertisement. It can be also as a screen. And also you can use a charger mobile. All of this can be used only by solar without AC power. And also 5G is available and you can use the IoT here. This one of our smart branch, which is can be used And same, you can put the advertisement, there is a cleaning system on it, easy for you to make full control from your side. For example, if you fix like 30 pieces from this, any place in the world, you can control from your office. And you can fix a CCTV, speaker, and air fan, and Wi-Fi, and also USB charger, and something like this. And this is also, we can use it for bus station. So nowadays with this technology, it can, the people who stay inside, they know what time the bus can come. And if there is any delay, it can show, because this IoT system can control, can monitor all the bus station and also the bus location. So easy for the people who sit there, understand what time the bus can become and something like this. And also you can use it for advertisement. So easy for you to put advertisement from the office and you can change all of this. Thank you for your time. I am free for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. Mr. Ibrahim, I'm following to your presentation and you speak about the IoT and its application. You presented how you capture different application, especially when you reduce the response time for any problem happening. Also, the maintenance report, advertising, and the bus stop station, which give you the schedule for the bus, and many application which required the network to interact with different device for the benefits of society. I also noticed that you provide insight about utilization of energy, which is really highlighting the energy transition in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, and I'm giving the mic to Dr. Abdel Boualem من المغرب from Morocco. Moroccan wearable artificial kidney في WeWalk operation. I hope that I pronounce your name correctly, Dr. Abdel Boualem. Mic is yours.
عبد الله بوعلام.
عبد الله
السلام عليكم
بوعلام.
ورحمة الله. هل
أهلا
تسمعني؟
دكتور. أسمعك
بوعلام.
واضح.
حاضر، شكرا. Hello everyone. I am Abdullah Boualam, research professor at the National School of Electricity and Mechanics in Casablanca. I am here to introduce the work of our biomedical engineering research unit. This is multidisciplinary teams affiliated to laboratory in Faculty of Medicine and Pharmacy at Hassan II University of Casablanca. Our primary goal is to improve dialysis technique while simultaneously reducing their environmental and financial impact. As it stands, most dialysis methods are limited in scope because they are designed around the machine itself, rather than tailored to meet the specific needs of patients with end-stage chronic kidney disease. Our team recognizes the shortcoming of traditional intermittent dialysis techniques, and we believe the solution lies in a revolutionary approach, the development of portable dialysis system. We call it MORWAC, Moroccan Wearable Artificial Kidney. In short, MORWAC is our vision for a patient-centered, environmentally friendly, and financially sustainable approach to dialysis. I will share my presentation. It will be, but today I will be presenting on more work, our innovation in wearable artificial kidney technology. This device is designed to address fluid overload issue in patients with renal or cardiac dysfunction, offering a portable alternative to traditional treatment. To give a clear overview, here is our agenda. We'll start by discussing the background of dialysis.
Dr. Abdullah, is your screen slides shared? Are you going to share any slides? Can you hear me?
Dr. Abdullah, your video is frozen.
Yes, Doctor. I was afraid that's from my side. Dr. Abdullah.
I believe he had a
he
lag
is
and
disconnected.
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he is coming back. Mr. Abdullah. Did he join?
Not yet.
Until then, until Mr. Abdullah is joining, let me talk about my experience with smart cities and utilization also of Internet of Things. We have like artificial lift pumps lowering in different location, geographic in North and South and West Kuwait. And we created like a sensor integrated with a device to record of per second reading, so that for any pumps that going down or trapped, it is triggered in the system, and we need to send a crew for restarting the pump to location. When we connect all the sensors into one smart monitoring system and the SCADA system, which allow us to program a business rules of a specific engineering equation that can read different parameters, which predicts when we expect those type of pumps to be trapped due to electrical surge, due to mechanical problem, or due to performance of their lives. And we monitor that performance, and so as exceeds the limitation, even if manufacture of their run lifetime. In addition, we have maintained the maintenance scheduled also for those type of pumps. I don't know if Dr. Abdullah is joining, which I would like him to join for even this comment and to proceed with his lecture. Let me put my view to see all the attendance, to see if Mr. or Dr. Abdullah is joined. I don't know if he did join. Let me call. Uh,
I have also tried reaching him out. I'm waiting for his response.
okay. So do we have a speakers so that we can go with the time utilization online as a backup? I don't know. Let me ask.
Okay, I see Dr. Abdullah and the attendees, so I have requested him to join. We will wait. I believe they're having some connection issues because I could see him before and now he's gone again.
Let me try to open maybe a presentation I prepared before, just a backup if Dr. Abdullah is not joining. This is Dr. Abdullah. This is the one who joined? Dr. Abdullah? Oh, sorry. This is Ayman. We are waiting Dr. Abdullah to join in this session. And I hope
I just had a call with Dr. Abdullah and he said he has some technical issues with his PC, so he needs 10 to 15 minutes to rejoin the session.
okay. Do you have the schedule for the session? Anybody?
No, I do have, it was only Mr. Ibrahim Al-Mutawa, then Dr. Abdullah, and with you as the round table, Dr. Hassan.
Okay. Is Mr. Ibrahim Al-Mutawwa available? So
I believe he gave his session and he left. Mr.
Oh.
Ibrahim? No. If you have anything to share or discuss, Dr. Hassan, maybe you can enlighten us. You're on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Let me find something and I can cover it.
Thank you.
Okay, let me try to share the screen. And let me know if everything is available, is showing.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, great. Let me put it as an... Okay, let me give you an introduction about myself. I'm engineering background as a petroleum engineer, master from MBA from Master of Business School, researcher in different field. One of the fields that I'm focusing on now is the digitization and the workflow within oil sector and the e-commerce. I'm certified as a black belt master Six Sigma, in addition to Project Kaizen proven. I will give you introduction about the way of thinking. Every companies and government, they are looking to increase their capability. And it's very easy to do those type of three elements of capability. Either you enhance or develop your people by giving them the training, changing their and advance their skills. Also, you need to look to your processes, how things are done. If you are a manufacturer to product, you need to see the whole manufactured line or product line, and you need to revisit the processes, how you do optimize your cost through automation and utilization of your processes steps. In addition, how you are utilizing your technology. And the technology trigger here is very important because sometimes companies, government utilize their technology in a different way, but it need to be effective first before it goes to efficiency. What do I mean by effectiveness and efficiency? That you need to go and utilize the technology to go to the right direction of your strategy and mission, other than looking for doing things fast, but at the end you lose your track to different direction. Different studies of innovation, how you do innovation, especially your design based on Harvard Review number 86, which consider around the most probable 40 elements to do the innovation. Either number one of segmentation, like we talked about a product or your processes. If you segment part of your product, sometimes you come up with innovation of a new product to the markets. The other part was taking off one of the features within your product, and other part of changing the local quality. You change some part of your products within your manufacture. In addition, you do symmetry or you do merging, you do some nesting, anti-weight, different elements here for the 40. I highly recommend you to review those elements and to try one of them to do your innovative product, either to utilize your technology or you design your product. And here is like an example that always I do or started with my presentation to explain the appropriate way of doing the innovation, like the treadmill. If you revise the things instead of if you are running and the place around the place, no, you give the ground is running, but you are in a stable position. Otherwise, you change part of the product, like the straw, how it is innovative branding of the new straw. In addition of merging, everybody know the iPhone and how it's merging all different application into one device, like using phone, internet, emails, in addition to YouTube and radio and TV.
Dr. Hassan, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt you.
Yeah.
Dr. Abdullah is here, so would you like to
Great.
continue our
Great.
session?
I really enjoyed and would like to hear from him. I was covering also just his place. So Dr. Abdullah or Mr. Abdullah, please, if you are here, open your mic and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dr. Abdullah, can you please? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I apologize for this interruption.
It's okay دكتور عبد الله. اهلا دكتورة هنادي. اهلا يعطيك العافية.
اهلا دكتور حسن، شلونك؟ ترى قاعده اسمعك بس رد على التليفونات.
الله لا I was joining already.
Okay.
Thank you.
I already joined and Dr. Abdullah, he wasn't online. He had technical problem. He is rejoining now. Please, Professor Abdullah, floor is yours.
Thank you. Today I will be presenting on more work, our innovation in wearable artificial kidney technology. I don't know if I have shared my presentation or not.
You can share your presentation now. Again, you can click share screen, please.
Wait, this one.
The green bottom.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
That's it. Yes.
Great. It's already sharing, Dr. Abdullah. Floor is yours.
Yes, sir. To give a clear overview, here is our agenda. We will start by discussing the background of dialysis, move on to the limitation of current treatment, and then introduce the MORAC device. We'll also cover its patent status, prototype development, testing, and conclude with the SWOT analysis. Dialysis has been a life-saving treatment for kidney failure for over 60 years. However, outcomes for long-term dialysis patients are still significantly lower compared to the general population. Survivor rights highlight the need for alternative solutions that improve both lifespan and the quality of life. This graph illustrates the 5-year survival rates of patients with various chronic conditions, including cancer, heart disease, and long-term dialysis. As we can see, survival rates for some cancers, like prostate and thyroid cancer, are relatively high, reaching close to or over 80%. Meanwhile, patients undergoing long-term dialysis have some of the lowest survival rates, significantly lower than those with heart failure or even certain aggressive cancers like leukemia or stomach cancer. This comparison highlights a critical point. Despite 60 years of dialysis, patients still face poor long-term outcomes. It underscores the urgent needs for innovation like the MORWAC device. By offering a portable, patient-centered alternative to traditional dialysis, we hope to improve both the quality and the length of life for this individual. MORWAC is designed to give patients greater freedom, reduce hospital dependence, and address complications that current dialysis treatments struggle to manage. After 60 years of dialysis, we are still facing limitations. Dialysis only addresses part of the problem. It keeps patients alive, but doesn't restore their quality of life or independence. Inspired by Plato's philosophy, which suggests we can't cure a part without treating the whole, MORWAC is designed to improve patient care in a more holistic way. Rather than tying patient to a clinic, we want to give them a portable home-based solution that support their overall well-being, not just one symptom. This approach is at the heart of MORWAC's development. Fluid overload is a significant issue for patients with the renal or cardiac dysfunction. Normally, kidneys remove excess fluids and salts, but when this fails, patients face life-threatening complications and a high risk of intensive care unit treatment. Current options are limited, motivating us to find a better solution. Current treatment involve intravenous diuretic and large ultrafiltration machines, which are hospital dependent and often ineffective in the long run. These limitations underscore the need for a portable, patient-centered device that allows fluid management outside the hospital. The MORWAC device is a portable ultrafiltration solution aimed at patients with volume overload due to renal or cardiac condition. It uses suction bellows to control ultrafiltration, making it lightweight and suitable for home use. This design empowers patients, providing them with greater independence. Our journey began with a patent in Morocco in 2016. Following its publication by WIPO, we pursued patents in 10 additional countries, including Japan, China, and the United States. This broad protection allows us a competitive advantage and strengthens MORWAC's market position internationally. We developed an initial prototype based on the suction bellows system. Using this prototype, we built a mathematical model to accurately describe how suction behaves during ultrafiltration. This model revealed that the bellows pressure profile is ideal for adapting to vascular physiology. We concluded in vitro test with the bovine blood bags. We concluded in vitro test with the bovine blood bags, observing how the suction bellows effectively matched vascular needs. It extracts fluid quickly at first, then slows, allowing vessel to naturally refill. This gradual process minimizes strain on the vascular system. Let's analyze MORWAC's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Strengths. It is a portable alternative to dialysis, patient-centered, patent protected globally, real-time monitoring and remote follow-up by the doctor using the new technology and artificial intelligence, low power and wide reuse, reducing healthcare costs, and establishing a database for treatment of renal and cardiac disease. Weaknesses, being early stage, it requires further testing and validation, technical complexity, and the need for patient education. Opportunities, there is growing demand for home healthcare, especially with the shift toward decentralized care, and well as the potential for additional device, wearable organ, and collaboration with healthcare providers via partnerships for trial and distribution. Threats, regulatory challenges and competition from established players could impact our timeline and market position, as well as the supply chain disruption and the high development and scaling cost. In conclusion, MORWAC represents a breakthrough in wearable artificial kidney technology, addressing limitation in current treatment by providing a portable and patient-friendly solution. We aim to improve the lives of patients with renal and cardiac issues, giving them more freedom and reducing hospital dependency. Thank you for all time and participation. If you have any further question, please don't. I am here to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. If I would like to ask more about the real-time monitoring to doctor, which help the patient exactly to what? I didn't catch that point.
Can you repeat, please?
I didn't recognize or realize the monitoring in real time you mentioned to doctor, the devices having real-time monitor with doctor. So how it can help in this device again?
Hello, everybody. I'm Dr. Mohammed Zamd. I'm the partner of Dr. Abdullah in this adventure. And I work on the medical aspects of this invention. The monitoring is provided by multiple sensors, which are dosing in real times some electrolytes like sodium, potassium, calcium, bicarbonates, and chlorine. that sensors are placed on the ultrafiltrate side. Simply because when we are making ultrafiltration, we are extracting liquid, and this liquid has the same composition as the plasma. So we can, by dosing that electrolytes in that ultrafiltrate, we can really have a good idea on the global electrolytic balance of the patient. This is the first point. The second point is that by using this device daily, you can have a good curves of the evolution of the weight at the first time. We can have also evolution of blood pressure. We can have evolution of the water containment is somewhat now we cannot decide which amount of water and salt we should have in a patient with an age or a race or a sex determined specifically. The equation we have are made very long time ago. This is the first thing. The second thing is that they were made in patients of Caucasian race, uniquely. We do not have, for example, equations responding to that issue in African population, in Aborigine, Australian Aborigine population, etc. So now the idea is to make the MOWAC device an A on this exactly really very specific issue, which is what is the amount of water and salt optimally for a singular individual patient. And now during the use of this device, we will have the opportunity to have many parameters that we can enter in an equation via an artificial intelligence that can will inshallah give us the opportunity to have a new and very accurate equations to really respond to this issue. I hope I
thank you. Clear.
For real times, the doctor can change prescription of different parameters, and he receive in real time parameters of each patient. So the doctor can supervise many patients in the same time.
Effectively it's the prototype of the new era of telemedicine. Now, in order to have analysis of, for example, electrolytical balance of a patient, you have to take blood from the patient and to send it to the laboratory, and then you will have the answer 1, 2, 3 hours later. But with MOWAC, all that data is available on real time. The patient with his device is directly connected to his smartphone, and the patient can know at each moment, he can know really how much sodium he has in his body. This is the first thing. The second connection is to the doctor. The doctor should have the opportunity to consult, to know exactly the evolution of each parameter in real time. And the third connection is to our servers that collect this big data in order to use it, as I explained, to create new equations to really know what is the impact of the intoxication by water and salt. This is the three ways of connection of Marwan.
Thank you, Professor Abdullah Bualam. Dr. Hanadi, I believe closing of our session
No,
for the smart
we
city.
don't want to close it. We will need to close it on time, Hassan. We will open discussion. I
Okay.
think Ibrahim is there. You can discuss with Ibrahim about the outcomes value for economic and from social perspective for their inventions. Okay, and
Yes.
you can take also the part of that. Ibrahim, you can discuss with Ibrahim because the session will be closing at 3 o'clock. Before 2
Ibrahim,
minutes before 3 o'clock,
yeah.
we can.
Okay. Okay, is Ibrahim here? I can't see Ibrahim, but also I would like.
You can speak about your. You can
Yes,
take
but
the floor,
also,
Hassan.
okay, Doctor. But also Dr. Abdullah, I would like to hear about the economic value. Is this device have been implemented within the region or internationally in Europe or USA?
Not yet.
It is started as a patent now.
No, we are now at the final prototyping. We used a prototype to make all the experiment we showed, but now we need really to have a final prototype which can give us the opportunity to really make an animal experimentation in order to have an authorization to put it in the market. Now we are at this specific phase, and we are looking for investors who will help us to not only finalize that animal tests, but also to make clinical trial. Because in medical domain, we should give the evidence that we are better than what is used now. So we need to make clinical trials, and for this clinical trials, of course, we'll use it in human. But before this, we have to obtain this authorization from medical authorities of each country. It's not simply a patent, just a patent. When we have a patent in the medical domain, we should obligatory to have made a clinical trial in order to give the evidence that we are best than what is now using.
Can you explain to us about the innovation or the patent, especially in healthcare sector, and you are dealing directly with the human body? What is the different step than any other processes to patent such device? So what is exactly you are going through now that is different than any other product that it's utilized in the market?
In the other products, you just need to make evidences of efficiency and safety of the use of your invention. But in the medical domain, we have, in fact, 4 stages. The first stage is the stage of the innovation itself, the discovery of the device, for example. It's prototyping, it's testing on in our case on blood, on whole blood, bovine blood, The second phase is to use it in the animal in order to prove either efficiency and safety. The third phase is what we call stage 3. It's the first clinical trials. The clinical trials are designed to prove that this device can be used in human without any risk for the health of the human. And the stage 4 is to prove that we really that what you invented is better than what exists. Example, in our example now for treating the hypervolemia, which means that in your body we have a large amount than normal of water and salt. We use actually now currently we use diuretics, which are some medication administered intravenously and who keep your kidney producing more and more urine. So you are extracting physiologically the excess amount of water and salt. But in some cases, there is a resistance to that diuretics. Your body becomes resistant to that diuretics. So the idea is that in this case, especially in this case, we can use a machine that will make an extracorporeal extraction, and that machines exist now, but they are bulky, very huge machines. The idea of our machine is that, and we need, of course, to use that machines, we need to hospitalize a patient, to put him in intensive care units, and to really use very, very important resources. The idea of MORWAC is to make this, but simply in the doctor's office. And we can do it with MORWAC. We can do that simply without the need to hospitalize the patient, to make the patient in an hospital or in an intensive care unit. So the difference, the main and the most important difference between the patent in the other domains of engineering, for example, regarding the medical domain, is the need, the really important need, first to make it the maximum safety as possible. And the second point is that we cannot, for example, give the opportunity to commercialize a device if this device do not give us the opportunity to make better than the current treatment. I hope I understand
great
the question.
discussion, Hassan. Great discussion. The invention passing for commercialization, the commercialization process taking different phases to reaching to the market, because the most important things for the investors and also for the end user, the economy value is not only the technical value. The technical value, it's most important. But also the most important thing for the investor is the economic value. Based on that, we need to working hard on converting our invention to be capable, to be usable for the market from economic aspect.
Of course.
حسن ينظرون لهذا تنادي ترند تختم السيشن.
Yes, with this we can close our smart cities session, and we are going to the hero journey. from inventor to the impactful entrepreneurship. Mr. Trent, yes, you are here. Mr. Trent, please, mic is yours.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And can you see my screen?
Yes, Dr. Abdullah, if you can just stop your sharing screen, Dr. Abdullah. Control, can you stop sharing the screen from Dr. Abdullah?
Arrête de...
You can click stop sharing, Dr. Abdullah. Stop sharing on top. Dr. Abdullah, if you cannot stop sharing, just close the window and rejoin again, please. Dr. Abdullah, if anybody from control, he has a control button of stop sharing. All right, great. 10. Now I hand over with the clean screen.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for that. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, yes. Mic is yours.
All right, excellent. So the World Spirit of the Game Foundation was formed to help individuals and organizations take personal accountability for maximizing their positive impact on the world. And what we mean by that is that we have recognized that personal accountability is lacking both at an individual level in almost every sector of society, but also at a sector level. When we talk about individuals, we're talking about people who say it's not my job to make the world a better place. That's why we have government and nonprofits. When we talk about the sector level, it's that same thing, that a lot of nonprofits are working very hard, but they've realized that in many ways, they're just out there putting out the fires that are caused by bad business behavior. So that's a very common thing. And it was actually kind of our starting point on why we started this organization in order to change corporate behavior. Because we realized that as long as win at all cost behavior was acceptable within a business environment, there was always going to be new challenges being created faster than the other ones were being solved. But then you go to the corporate sector, and a lot of times their response is, we would love to be more impact oriented and more sustainable, but we need the government to change the law. Otherwise, we're going to face competitive disadvantage in the marketplace. So, okay, let's go to the government. You go to the government, like, yeah, but voters have other priorities, and we have to follow the voters. The reality is most politicians these days think that there are rulers, not our representatives. But okay, so then you go to the voters. And the voters were like, well, yeah, but as an individual consumer, my choices don't really make that much of a difference. And yeah, as an individual, if just one person changes their behavior, it doesn't make that much difference. It needs a group of people to be more conscious in their consumers. And unfortunately, there's been a heavy emphasis on civic engagement being restricted to politics. And there's a lot of good people who pat themselves on the back because they're civically engaged, while in their day-to-day voting with their pocketbook, they continue to support bad businesses. And the reality is, as long as anybody is supporting a bad business, they're almost always making it harder for a good business who's trying to compete with them. And just to clarify, what we mean by bad business is any business which is unable to make money without exploiting other people or damaging the environment. That's a bad business. Even if it makes a lot of money, even if one of the wealthiest companies in the world, it's still a bad business. That is a bad business plan if you can't make money without exploitation. So then we have up to our first level of our impact certification process. And that is a okay or mediocre business. And all that means is that the business is sustainable, that they're not out there actively harming the environment. And that's the thing, is the last 10 to 20 years, of business evolution has mostly been focused on sustainability. And there's a lot of companies out there that, yeah, now they're patting themselves on the back, thinking, hey, we're not harming the environment. That makes us a good company. No, sorry, that just makes you an okay company. Sustainability needs to become the default, the minimum operating standards. And we have a colleague in South America that has a very successful consulting firm helping companies to be more sustainable, simply because the laws there haven't evolved quite as fast as they have in Europe and North America. And they're able to go to those companies. And this is true in a lot of parts of the world and say, if you affect your sustainability now, you actually can gain some marketing advantage from that. 5 years from now, once the new laws are passed, it's just going to be standard and nobody's going to care that you're sustainable. And that's the reality. Right now in Europe, if you're a sustainable business, yeah, nobody really cares because you're forced to be, because you waited until the government had passed the laws to make you be sustainable. And so impact is the next step. Impact is the way that businesses can start to set themselves apart from their competition. But the simple reality is that the state of impactful business is still in its very early stages. Like some of the top names in the world, when you think about impact business, they're at basically the kindergarten or first grade level. They're barely scratching the surface. They are not harnessing true creativity. And that is the first step of what the Global Impact Entrepreneur Coalition is all about. We're in the very early stages of launching this coalition, because we've spent the last 5 years basically putting a lot of these pieces in place. So this is some of what we've accomplished over the last 5 years, is to develop these different divisions of the organization. Now, our core principle is personal accountability. So entrepreneurial support has always been a key element of that, of our work. However, just because a business is small doesn't mean that it's good. And it doesn't mean that it's going to suddenly become good once it starts making money. And even if it is good in the pre-revenue stage or early revenue stage, it doesn't mean it's going to be able to sustain that when it scales up. There's tons and tons of examples of businesses that started out good and then lost their way as they tried to scale up. And we're going to get into some of those reasons in just a minute, but I also just want to emphasize that we also have the Impactful Women's Network as its own global organization. We're building the Impactful Youth Networks. We have a Climate and Sustainability and Planetary Health division. We have a division dedicated to helping other nonprofits also be creative in their funding and more efficient in how they are pursuing their goals. We have an entire division dedicated to changing corporate culture, and we're the advocates of community social responsibility. You hear corporate social responsibility all the time, but the community also has that same responsibility to support the businesses that are going in an impactful direction. Now, here we come to a statement that when I uttered it at this very conference for the first time 2 years ago, it met with basically the lack of a round of applause, dead silence. And the very next speaker pretty much went and just talked about something completely different. And it was pretty much like, yeah, no, we don't agree with this. And this is the reality. There are a ton of people around the world that, again, pat themselves on the back when they go to bed every night because they supported entrepreneurs. But I want to give an example. So let's imagine that Dr. Hanadi and I are both entrepreneurs, and let's say that we're in Nairobi, and a well-intentioned impact investor comes along with a mandate to support Global South entrepreneurs. And we're basically in the same business. We're at that same stage. We're both trying to hit our mark. And that well-intentioned investor looks at both of our business plans, and I I have not paid any attention to social impact. I've just been focused on the bare bones, the basics of entrepreneurial support. Whereas Dr. Hanadi, from the very beginning, was starting her business trying to have a positive impact in her community. So I'm slightly more advanced on my business plan, my financial projections, etc. This well-intentioned investor chooses me over Dr. Hanadi because I'm going to give them slightly better financial returns. And they think, well, it's not that really that big of a difference. It's only $10,000 or $15,000. But again, they go to bed that night, hey, I helped a global South entrepreneur. The reality is they have most likely in today's marketing over content world given me a competitive advantage that Dr. Hanadi will never catch up to. Whereas if they had actually stayed out of this, in the long run, Dr. Hanadi would have won that competition for clients because her clients would have appreciated the fact she had a reason for existence beyond just making money. So this is our challenge to every single person who's attending this conference and everybody else all over the world that is engaged in entrepreneurial support. Stop supporting businesses that are not having a positive impact. It doesn't matter how good their business plan is. It doesn't matter how much money they are making. If they're not doing it, and if they're not using that money to have a positive impact, it's a bad business. It's a bad investment. Sure, it might make you a lot of money, but that doesn't make it a good investment. So I'm going to now pause for a second and introduce the global CEO of the World Spirit of the Game Foundation. He's also our Eastern Europe chairperson and will be running one of the regional accelerators of our upcoming Global Impact Entrepreneur Challenge, which we will cover after his introduction. But Mr. Julius Barbu, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Trent. Hello, everybody. My name is Julius. And like Trent mentioned, our journey so far was to create impact and everything that comes with it in a way that Spirit of the Game, it revolutionizes what impact means and how we continue in the approach for better businesses, for better processes, for a better output from our consumed energy and the work hours of the people that actually make it, because we're gonna reach a point where we are gonna live and breathe impact, and it's no longer gonna be something that we talk about. Because this is the reason we are now talking about impact, and this is the reason we are pushing for impact, because it needs to be something that is no longer a topic of discussion. It just is a part of society. Comparing to money right now, same as money right now, this should be impact. Everything that humans do should be for the greater good. And as you can imagine, this is a great mission. So let's tackle it together. Thanks.
All right, excellent. Thank you. So I'll bring you back in a minute to talk about the impact certification program that you've been one of the chief architects of. This is our Global Impact Entrepreneur Coalition at a glance. So we are starting with our first challenge. In February is the launch date. There will be somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000 entrepreneurs participating. And they will go through an 8-week local incubator session supported by local incubators, again, from all over the world. We anticipate anywhere from 130 to 150 local partners on that. But again, this won't be a conventional incubator that just helps you get ready for investors or helps you develop your business plan. This is an incubator designed to help any business become impactful. A lot of focus is on social entrepreneurship, but there is a difference between social entrepreneurship and impact entrepreneurship. And the difference is that a social entrepreneur, by definition, has started a company whose primary goal is to solve a societal problem. And again, there's a ton of people who try to kind of hijack that and say, no, that's all entrepreneurs are solving problems. No, the reality is most entrepreneurs, the problem they're solving is they want a steady paycheck without having a boss. They want to be in charge and do something on their own. They're not set up to solve a societal problem. Only about 25%, again, depending on society, somewhere a little bit higher, other places much lower, but overall, globally, at least 75% of all entrepreneurs are not social entrepreneurs. Their primary purpose with their business is making money. Sure, they might solve a problem that is profitable, but if it's not profitable, they don't solve it. So that's our target audience. We want to go to every entrepreneur and we want to say to them, listen, if you own a business, you have extra resources at your disposal. You get to make decisions. With that extra resources comes an obligation to use them. Because if you don't, the world will continue on the path it's going of societies that are basically depending on underfunded nonprofits competing in a very inefficient system to solve the problems while the people making money are causing those problems. We need to change that dynamic. We need to create a world where nobody gets to make money without doing their share to make the world a better place. And that's going to require a lot of effort, which we'll get into in a minute with the other elements of the coalition and who is the target audience. But before I get into that, I'm going to pause this presentation and I'm going to turn the floor over to Sana, who has just joined us. She is the global chair and CEO for our Impactful Women's Network. She is also starting the Gender Lens Impact Investing Coalition and will be running the Female Founders Global Challenge. I believe that you have a small presentation for us as well, Sana. So I should stop my screen sharing, correct?
No, yeah, just let your screen. I will just give my speech with your presentation.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you, Trent, for this introduction. I actually, after all the presentation, all the introduction Trent's made about impact and how we can conciliate impact with profitability, what are the businesses that are really conciliating impact with profitability, and that is one of the main challenges the Global Impact Coalition wants to address. I want to focus on one aspect, is the inclusion, which is a very important component of impact and which is the main, purpose of these two main initiatives of Female Founders Challenge from one side and the Gens Impact Investing Challenge from the other side. So the idea is that creating impact, making economy cannot be done currently without reflecting on equity and justice and equal access to make an economy. And that's why it's very important to make customized programs and customized challenge to underrepresented communities. Considering underrepresented communities is at the core of making impact, because it's about economic diversification, but it's also advancing equity and justice, expanding innovation and societal impacts, including more population to make justice, to make innovation and societal impact, and promoting inclusive economic growth and creating sustainable and scalable solutions. So one of the main challenges that are faced by underrepresented communities, and these initiatives want to address is the financial access. We know that many founders from underrepresented communities struggle to obtain capital due to systemic discrimination, lack of access to collateral, or limited networks that connect them to investors. We see also lack of mentorship and training gaps, that lack the lack of access to mentorship, to tailored business training and advisory supports. Also, the market visibility and network constraints could be very important for this type of population. And we need, and one of the main components as well to address this problem is we need appropriate and customized policy making and structure to address the structural barriers, because we have discriminatory and exclusive policies that have to be rectified. Within this framework, and one of the main categories of underrepresented communities is women in low-income and developing regions, but women in general also are considered as an underrepresented communities if we view the statistics and data when it comes to entrepreneurship and impact investing. We have other underrepresented communities that we will be considering in future version of the global impact entrepreneurship challenge, like for example the Global South, ethnic minority communities, and other entrepreneurs with disabilities challenges. So these are the main, challenges the Female Founders Challenge as well as the Gens Impact Investing Coalition want to address. For example, the Female Founders Challenge wants to support female founders from underrepresented communities and who are creating impactful solutions, focusing on closing the gap in access to capital, training, and professional networks. It's very important to highlight that we want to more focus on helping these female founders to get customers, because we are our vision or our philosophy is to make this impactful business profitable, and making them profitable starts by getting a network of customers and making really the business running and creating money rather than funding them. So and it's at the core of our philosophy to help them rather get customers than funding. So we will focus mainly on coaching to get customers to be more commercial in their strategy, and to focus on commercializing their business. But also we are working on partnerships to start by to access to capital, because it's one of the challenges underrepresented communities is facing. Visibility and networking, which is one of the prerequisites to access to customers, and also the impacts tracking, because by empowering female founders, this challenge I think will drive economic and social change within communities, mainly for underrepresented communities or countries that are facing social and economic challenges. But I need to focus, as Trent explained, that we are really focusing and highlighting the challenge of creating sustainable businesses. It's not about just funding early stage startups that will die after 2 years because they are focusing more on social impact than in profitability. We want to really have a business model that conciliates impact with profitability. So for the Gender or Gens Impact Investing Coalition, we want to focus on 3 strategic pillars. The coalition is actually and will be dedicated to increase the flow of capital to female-led ventures, but also female-led intrapreneurs that prioritize societal and environmental impacts and address the financial access for women to entrepreneurship globally, and to make an impact also into and within their organization in executive roles. 3 strategic pillars will be, one of the pillars will be the advocacy for inclusive investing, engaging with investors and financial institutions to encourage gender lens investing and create financial products that meet the needs of female founders, building partnerships with socially conscious investors and establishing these partnerships with impact investors, for example, which is a very important and suitable category of investors when we talk about impact investing, that are prioritizing funding ventures that support gender equity and social inclusion. And also we cannot ignore as the first initiative the supportive policies and ecosystem advocacy, working with governments and international bodies to create supportive policy environments and encourage equitable financing and investing practices. So here are two initiatives. We want to address the underrepresented communities, mainly as a CEO of the Impactful Women Network. I focused on women as underrepresented community in the entrepreneurship and impact investing area. But as Trent explained, and as I explained, we have many other underrepresented communities that will constitute other versions of the global entrepreneurship challenge. Maybe I will give the floor again to Trent, and I'm available for any question. Thank you, Trent.
Yes, thank you, Sana. So kind of just going back or feeding off of your point about the particular challenges faced by female founders, that the first challenge that launches in February was going to be open to all entrepreneurs. But after that, we're going to start developing the specialized challenges, whether one of those for female founders. We're also working on one that is specific for youth founders. There will be at some point in time a climate tech specific challenge, probably also a Web3 specific challenge. And just in the last few days, several people have started talking about a healthcare specific challenge. So again, all of these are going to be eligible to participate in the general challenge. But we do recognize that, for particular industries or particular groups, there's extra challenges that they face. There will even be a challenge that is only eligible to nonprofits. So helping nonprofits to create their own for-profit business arm. So anybody that is interested in that should definitely get in touch with us, because that's a special skill set, is taking people who don't have a lot of business experience and are not already immersed in the entrepreneurial thinking and helping them to ideate what resources they actually have as an organization. And the reason that I'm telling everybody this is that we are looking for local incubator partners all over the world. And what we're going to be able to do is not only give you access to global challenges so that they can go beyond the scope of what you can do as a small independent operation, we're also going to let you broaden your reach so that your target audience is no longer limited just to entrepreneurs. Sure, if you want to focus just on entrepreneurs, that's fine. But we're also going to give you the capacity to offer your services to nonprofits. There will be another challenge that's for people working in a corporation that want to make that corporation more impactful. Again, Spirit of the Game was designed to be a whole life framework that finally ties together all of these different areas of society which are required. We're not going to solve any major societal problems without most of the major sectors of society getting involved. But I did mention that I wanted to turn the floor back over to Julius in just a minute. So I'll quickly go through these two, and then we'll circle back and talk about the centers and the summits. So the second element is the Centers for Creative Impact. Third element is a global tour of impact summits. And then we have the coaching element of the coalition, which is impact certifications. So Julius is going to talk in a little bit of depth about the specific certification process that we've already developed for businesses. So businesses have an option. They can sign up for the certification process and go through it in conjunction with the challenge, which will help them out with the challenge. But they can also sign up for certification or individual coaching completely outside of the challenge. Again, we are trying to be a full service agency to help any type of business with whatever their needs are to become more impactful, whether it's from that ideation stage all the way up to going from a good company to a great company to an industry leader to a global luminary. But I'm stealing a little bit of Julius's thunder here, so I'm going to turn the floor over to him now.
Thanks. Yeah, Trent over there hit the last point on the certification, so we're gonna be building up to that. But I think I can share my screen. Yes, that's should be something. Just yeah. Now no presentation on my side. I just want to show you the badges and everything and talk on them as it is. So the impact certification drives from the beginning, from the incipient phase of a company, impact at their core principle, or impact as their skeleton. If you build on this, and if you build it properly, and you have the coaching and you have the necessary network, that will drive you forward and not compete with the mainstream capitalist companies that are there, or startups, or we all know what's going on in the world and how many companies are opened each day. And 90+% of those are just money getters from people. So we said this, instead of building a company just to get the money, like the traditional investment comes in, you have a process, you go through that process, and then you get some investment, but you have a huge return of that investment today. Wait a second, sorry. And this will place you at the forefront of actually succeeding on the long term of the company. Because right now, from the actual, let's call it A series or B series funding, nobody expects a company to last over 5 years. This is the reason that that funding is so hard to get itself, but it's also the reason that nobody's building good businesses anymore. Nobody's building a Microsoft, nobody's building an Apple. These are not, in today's society, something that they see as feasible. So this is the reason that today we don't get any more giants. We just get temporary companies that move money around, do some product, and they close after 5 years or less. So we decided that if we are going to do this, we're going to do it in a good way and the proper way, where we aim this certification not only at current companies, but at startups. And my preference for this were actually startups that come in and evaluate their business plan, evaluate everything. The system is based on tiers. You will see here also the leaders badge, because we're developing on the side an impact for leaders certification that will come hand in hand with exactly the business certification itself. So process is quite simple at the beginning. You submit a form, you submit the details we need for the evaluation. Initial evaluation is always free. So in this situation, we do the work that brings you awareness of where you stand and where you can be better with no charge. But we do expect you to transition to other phases. And this is where it comes that you move up in tiers. The secret of the certification is actually in the transition phases. You get certified for tier 1 or 2 or 3, and you immediately get placed in a program that will help you achieve the next tier. It will enhance every aspect of either you as a leader or a company or your startup to achieve in this market. And this, again, goes in hand with what Trent was talking before on the Impact Coaching Coalition and the experts that we are putting up for the process itself, or for building this to the place where it needs to be. The actual top badge of the certification is the Luminary one. And when I created this, I used a lot of AI in the process. It maybe can be seen a bit in my designs, but I asked the artificial intelligence, give me 5, I think I requested examples of what our top tier should be. And all of them were like this, were related to light, enrichment, every single one of them. So then it related to what I was talking in my previous introduction, where I said, we need to have enlightenment in people, and we need to have this as a backbone of our society in order to advance our next step as a civilization, as humans. So this is needed. It's not something that somebody can opt in or out. This is not in my view. I don't agree with somebody that says, okay, but I don't want to be an impactful business. You should not be in business in this situation. It's really not something that we should be negotiating as a society. And all the tools are already there for everything that we need to achieve it. Questions? I can't take questions from audience, yes? Or in the chat. So that's my presentation on the impact of certification. I'm not going to disclose anymore because it's something that we are building towards, and it's going to be available on our website pretty soon as the full process.
Yes, but any business wanting to try the impact certification process right now can contact Julius. I've just put his email in the chat. And
thank you. One mention here, that would be actually a great entry point for this conference. If any business wants to run the certification and see how it goes, we will do it for free for the first 10 businesses. And this will also serve as we already have a couple of businesses that went through the process, and we are still onboarding more. When we reach 10 or 12, we're going to be rolling it out on the price tag. It's not going to be free anymore. But this will serve as the backbone of the evolution of the certification with those companies. And those are probably going to be the companies that we evolve further down the line in the years to come. Thanks, Trent.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, so that's the first step of the impact certification process. But we're also developing that same process for coaches. You ask a typical coach, are you impactful? And they will say, yes, of course I am. I wouldn't do what I did if I didn't have an impact. And we're like, yeah, okay, that's what we thought you'd say. Now, let's talk about the next question of what it really means. Do your clients have a greater positive impact on society after you work with them? Or did you primarily help them achieve more financial success, happiness, work-life balance, etc.? This applies to both individual coaches and business coaches. So this is again, a big part of the problems that we have. The reason why impactful businesses are still the minority is far too many coaches have abdicated their responsibility by saying, it's not my job to tell my clients what to do. I'm, as a coach, just supposed to help them find their own solutions. Wrong. Sorry. You're there, you're a guide, you're an influence, you're supposed to be that outside set of eyes that looks at the big picture. And the big picture is a life lived with no purpose other than making money will be a shallow life. It will be a life with that midlife crisis, or at that retirement of the grandkids saying, hey, daddy, where were you when the planet was going to hell? Like, what were you? Yeah, avoid that conversation. Make your 30 years from now yourself your client rather than right now, because right now you want money, you want to save up for that retirement, but at the end of the day you have this opportunity to make a difference. You can abdicate that responsibility and say no, make excuses, but at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to, is we all need to do better. We all need to be more aggressive in pushing the people around us to be more impactful. We need to start withholding our support from anybody who isn't on this same page. We need to create a future where it is just as hard in that future to run a bad business as it has been to run a great business up until now. And up until now, up until you heard these words, you were safe. You could pat yourself on the back because you were supporting entrepreneurs and somebody had told you that that was a good thing. From this moment on, you're basically in denial if you continue to support non-impactful entrepreneurs. That's just the reality. The world needs you. We need you. And I'm not just talking about the entrepreneurs. I'm talking about everybody else who is trying to do everything we can to support the impactful entrepreneurs. Because every time you go out there and you support a non-impactful one, you make our lives harder. You make our lives more challenging. You make the market conditions for impact entrepreneurs harder as well. Okay, so impact certification for coaches, but also for incubators and accelerators. Up until now, you probably had that excuse. You didn't really know how impactful you really were. You didn't know how to get better. You didn't have a concrete set of action steps and a checklist that you can go back to year after year to continually get better. Because again, we're not pretending that anybody's going to be able to suddenly flip the switch and go from being a normal incubator to an impact incubator. It takes time. You have to learn new systems. You might be amazing at helping people make money and attract funders. And if you are, odds are you're not very good at the other side of it. So, maybe you are. Like, there are a handful of really good people that have figured out both sides of that. And if that's the case, please join our coalition. We want you to help us reach more people. We want to empower you, the work you're doing locally in your community, in your country, in your region. We want to spread that work. So please, if you have heard everything we've said and you're still patting yourselves on the back that you're one of those few people that knows how to help a company have an impact and make more money, please get in touch. We would love to add you to our coaching roster. That impact certification process, we're developing the same thing for investors, because a typical non-impact investor up until now has been able to use the following excuse. I don't know enough impact to know whether or not an entrepreneur is actually blowing smoke up my butt about what they're trying to do, or if it's genuine. So greenwashing or real impact. I can't tell the difference because I'm an expert in finance and market flow and all of those other things. Okay, great. Up until now, that was a legitimate excuse. No more. We're willing to give you that impact certification process in limited cases to try it out on the businesses that are coming to you. Long term, we're happy to license it to you and sign a partnership agreement. Or we'll handle that for you. We'd rather train you so you actually know how to tell the difference. But if you don't want to be bothered, just make us your partner and we'll go ahead and verify companies for you. Because we need every investor to get to that point that they regularly say to businesses, your business plan is great, you're ready for market, we would love to invest in you. However, our conscience won't allow us to invest in a company that doesn't have social impact. So you're going to have to get that part figured out. Is that unrealistic? Is anybody listening to this thinking like, yeah, no way, I would never, ever say that to a company? Okay. If that's you and that's you're saying that to you would never say that to a company, well, maybe it's because you're not that good at that particular aspect that you'd be afraid of chasing away potential companies, or maybe your priorities have just been off. But if that sounds like you, again, we want you as a member of this coalition. So it might sound like I'm like preaching to people and saying, hey, no. If everything I'm saying is resonating, please join us. If you have some pushback, if you think anything that we've said so far is wrong, please post that in the chat. We're not here to like talk over anybody and say, yeah, this is that. We'd love to hear some feedback. We'd love to hear some people make a case that businesses should not be involved in impact. So pause just a second. I see there is one comment in the chat. So we are going to be back here for the next 2 days, bringing on some of our other global leaders. We're bringing representatives from the US, from Africa, from the Caribbean, from Asia. So please tune in for those other two as we go take a deeper dive. We're going to show you the GIE Challenge website and explain the exact details of the first challenge. so you can see if there's a way for you to get involved. But I'm going, and again, anybody with comments or questions, love to hear them. I'm going to continue now, and I'm going to talk a little bit, or actually, I'm going to turn the floor back over to Julius, who has started working on our first impact village in Romania, as well as back in January, he established the first Center for Creative Impact. Now there's a second one in Nigeria, and soon a third one also in Nigeria. Our goal there is to establish a regional center for creative impact for every region of the world in the next 2 years. But we also have a proposal for a local center for creative impact that, again, just gives you the training that you can broaden your target audience, that you can help turn your current organization and make it more impactful. I'd recommend first taking the impact certification process for your co-working space or your incubator or whatever it is that you run. See how good you're doing. Maybe you're doing better than you thought. What do you have to lose? The first 10 people who sign up after coming out of this conference get it for free. But Julius, please talk a little bit more about the first Impact Village.
So how we came at Impact Villages, because it's a very interesting story, and we were thinking in many ways to establish a local network, let's call it like that, of global people. So the directive here would be to actually get out of the system and get out of the day-and-day grind and hustle and be able to focus on what you want to develop. And this was always an issue, even in the incubators that I was attending, or even in other entrepreneurs that were talking to me and telling me that they cannot detach enough from their daily hustle and life to be able to come up with the best ideas. And this creates compromises. It always does. So the impact villages are designed specifically to be a safe haven for impact. In this situation, the process itself will output families, will output societies, communities, not just in a way, but that what Trent is showing you right now, it's a bit of me working with AI on permaculture integration of a food forest. So we are seeing this as fully integrated in nature, but in a very technological way of doing things. And that gives us an advantage, because right now people, if they are moving into nature, they are cutting off technology like it's something from hell come to earth, but it's not. And it should not be treated as such, because technology will help us and has helped us become better as humans and enrich our lives, and it's always going to be there. So the fact that some people think that just to be able to have clarity, they need to detach from everything, including technology in the society, is, from my point of view, having done that in my past myself, a waste of time. I literally wasted 2 years of my life retreating in some village that I was alone, no community, nothing. And I realized that you cannot tackle the challenges and you will never be satisfied with yourself and your mission on earth as long as you hide in some village, cut off from everything. So in this situation, one of the things on the previous slide that Trent was showing was the impact universities. That's what it's leading up to. The vision here is that these villages create cities, these cities create needs. Those needs should be fulfilled in a way of a new way of living in Earth, quite simply. This will output the best schools, the best kindergarten, the best schools, the best high schools, the best universities. And this at one point will probably replace our current cities, which are I studied it a lot from architectural point of view, engineering point of view, social, everything. The cities are not savable. This is the reality that we are facing. The large metropolis are no longer savable and will be safe for humans to live in. And that will output abandonment of large settlements pretty soon. As soon as things get worse, and it's not going to come in 100 years, it's going to be maybe 10, everybody's going to realize this. So let's prepare for this better, and let's start building now instead of going for the great reset and having everything wiped and starting then. Let's start now. We have this ability that we can plan better, we can build better, and we can be better from this point forward.
Yeah, this is part of our message to urban planners. Why build affordable housing on expensive urban land when you can build amazing first-class housing on affordable rural land? The tendency has been mass migration into urban centers, resulting in massive amounts of problems and sprawl. Yeah, let's reverse that. It used to be you had to go to the city because that was where the economic opportunity is now. We are becoming a digital remote world where if you have the right skills and you develop those skills, you can work from anywhere, particularly if you're an entrepreneur. And this is something else that we want to challenge both entrepreneurs and investors. If you're living in an expensive city right now, and you have the opportunity to relocate to a rural setting, which is much more affordable, in many cases, you can multiply your runway by up to 5 times. And if you're an investor, why would you invest in a startup whose founders insist on being in an expensive city where they need that expensive salary just to cover their basic needs if there's no actual need for them to be there? Make that part of your thinking. Start talking to the companies that you're investing in and saying, look, this is a great idea, but I think your odds of success are going to go way up if you can reduce your cost of living for the next 2 years. Give yourself and the company the time to evolve and to figure this out by minimizing your burn rate. Stop wasting money on rent in the expensive city. Get out there, reconnect with nature. And just FYI, these are designed to be year-round communities, but there's also going to be a lot of opportunities to come spend a season, such as the summer. I know we have a lot of people here from Southwest Asia, so escape the heat next summer, direct flight to Romania, spend 3 months with no loss of internet connectivity. 67% of Europe's remaining pristine forests are located in Romania. So you have great access to nature without sacrificing your internet connectivity. Your kids are going to have a blast too. But I want to pause for another second. I know that we're just about 10 minutes left. We do have some other ground to cover, but like I said, we're going to be back here the next 2 days talking a little bit more about a lot more about the challenge specifically that we are launching, but also some of these other elements. We haven't really covered what a Center for Creative Impact is going to look like. Before we start to sign off, I want to just give Sana a chance to talk a little bit further about what she's passionate about and what she's working on.
Yeah, thank you. So as I explained, perhaps I took more time at the beginning to explain why underrepresented communities should, be a big component of this initiative of global entrepreneurship and global impact coalition. I explained also, I made an introduction to women-led ventures and women-led and women founders as an important component of these underrepresented communities. Now I want to work on 2 main, we are working in order to operationalize this inclusion of underrepresented communities under the Impact for Women Network. We are working on 2 main initiatives. The first initiative is the Gens Impact Investing, Gender Impact Investing, or the Gender-Focused Global Impact Investing Coalition. It's a coalition actually that has as a purpose to enhance the inclusion of women in impact investing, be it from the sides of investors, the sides of policy making, or the sides of funded ventures and funded businesses. that are including women working on impact. So it's composed of three main, actions or strategic pillars we are working on. We are working on partnerships with impact investors, a kind of coalition between impact investors that will commit to include women or to promote women inclusion or gender inclusion in their impact investing strategies. The second strategic pillar will be in policy making, including in impact investing requirements, the inclusion of women-led ventures and women-led businesses, or women within organization working on impactful initiatives. The third one is actually working with directly with women founding impactful ventures or working on impactful initiatives within institutions already established. This will go into, business initiative, working by a membership mechanism in order to gather them in coaching initiative, training, what is impact. Perhaps we will work on certifications in further or in later stage, which is really exclusive for women, including the gender component to certification or impact certification with institutions. And working on charts with institutions and governments in order to enhance impact investing. So that is for the first initiative of gender-focused impact investing global coalition. The second initiative is actually part of the Global Founders Challenge or Global Entrepreneurship Challenge. As I explained, we will start by a global entrepreneurship challenge, but as we have a vision of impactful entrepreneurship, a vision of, and one of the, the main components of impact is actually the inclusion component, including underrepresented communities. When we see statistics, we can see that one of the main fields that are not very, characterized by an important diversification, inclusion, and the presence of underrepresented communities when it comes to access to capital, to training, mentorship, is the entrepreneurship. We see that women are not as equal as other communities to access to capital, to mainly the early stage capital, because it's the most difficult to raise. It's not the same thing when it comes to networking, to having access to clients in some exclusive networks, and having access to opportunities to pitch their businesses and to present their products to potential clients. So here we want to really build a space in this global entrepreneurship challenge for specific communities, like to practice a kind of positive discrimination in order to enhance the inclusion and their quotas in the global entrepreneurship landscape. As an impactful women network CEO and chair, we will focus on women as one of categories that are underrepresented communities in the entrepreneurship landscape. But the global challenge will also target some other underrepresented communities. We can talk about the Global South. We can talk about entrepreneurs with disabilities. These are all mechanisms to enhance equity and justice in the entrepreneurship landscape. So the founders, the female founder coalition, will be launched after the global entrepreneurship challenge. That's why we are here focusing on the partnership side. And we are, by the way, if you are interested, you can reach out. We are working on the task force. We are composing the task force in order to launch the committees, the project committees, to start building the impact, gender-focused impact global coalition. After the Global Entrepreneurship Challenge, the Female Founders Coalition will be launched. It is actually, it will be actually composed of national, country-focused and regional female founders coalition, working with local accelerators, local incubators, as well as local potential funders, but also global funders, in order to target female founders that are working on impactful solutions. Yeah, Trent, it seems you want to say something.
Yep. Yeah, we have 2 minutes left, so I just wanted to give everybody a very quick preview of what's coming up in the next 2 days. So again, this is the exact same time slot from 1500 to 1600 GMT, or 9 a.m. till 10 a.m. Eastern time. We'll be talking about the next phases of the Entrepreneur Coalition, how you can get involved as an entrepreneur, as a coach, as an incubator, accelerator, as an investor, or even as a co-working space. Phase 3 is going to address the local and national entrepreneurial support agencies, with phase 4 being the international agencies. But we might be skipping ahead to phase 4 as early as December, where we're meeting at the UN in Geneva with a couple of national ministries of finance and a few other VIPs that I can't actually say who's going to be there for security reasons. But this is where we're heading, and we're inviting everybody to join us in this coalition. Help us move the needle. Take whatever you're doing and improve it. Take whatever we're doing and improve it. We are one of the very few coaching companies in the world that will tell you that our stuff is not very good. It's better than anything else that's out there right now, as far as we've been able to tell, and it's still not very good. There's still a long ways to go. What we have for you a year from now is going to be significantly better than what we have right now. We are not pretending to have all of the answers. We have a lot of the questions. We know a lot of the questions that haven't been asked for the last couple hundred years. We don't have all the answers yet. We want you to join us, help us figure this out, because there's always a creative way to leverage some underutilized resources. And we want to hear your success stories so we can share them with others. If you're great, again, if you're amazing, we want you as part of our team to help other people become amazing, because that is the true definition of impact. It's not what you do, it's who you inspire. It's who you help to really up their game. So get out there, up your game, in partner with us or on your own. If you're doing great on your own, we applaud you. We thank you. You are helping to make the world a better place. If you can't say that at the end of every day, let's talk. We'd love to help you get to that point where you can be a hero. Going back to the actual title of this segment, from inventor to hero. Are you a hero? Are
Yes,
you
of course.
that person
Yes, of
that your
course.
grandkids is going to tell everybody, my grandma invented that thing that made the world a better place? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Thank you so much, Trent, for this discussion sessions. I like it so much.
Thank you also.
Great.
It was great.
You can closing out the Trent?
Yeah, it's all yours. We'll be back tomorrow with a fresh set of panelists. So enjoy the rest of your day, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for all the speakers. Now we will start the next sessions. The next sessions will be building the bridge, fostering the startup ecosystem. We will start with Dr. Abdullah Shikeli.
Dr.
Go ahead.
It seems I'm always promoted as a panelist. If you can just know me.
Yes. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Hanadi, you can hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
Yeah, okay then. So good evening to everyone, and you are most welcome to this session, which is about building the bridge, fostering a thriving startup ecosystem. And in this 1 hour,
we have three speakers. Dr. Ayman Shikri, he's an executive member of the Entrepreneurship Center at University of Nizwa and Sultanate of Oman. And he's a specialist in strategic marketing for the startups. We have also Dr. Michael, Vice President for Academic Affairs at Stockton University. We have also Dr. Abrar Al-Alawi. She is also a faculty at the Management Department, and she is also a researcher at Entrepreneurship Center, University of Nizwa. So I would like Import to welcome all of you today in this 1 hour session. And first of all, we will start now with Dr. Ayman Al-Shikri. So Dr. Ayman, you can please start your presentation. You have 10 minutes, then we can summarize some points and discussion in the remaining 5 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to everybody and good evening also. I know somebody is from away from our regions, our Gulf region. So thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for introducing me. My name is Ayman Shikri. I'm a executive member of Entrepreneur Center in Nizwa University. So my presentation today examining how to adapting an ecosystem strategy. Let me share my screen with you. So let me go for the presentation. So where I get this, because I'm dealing with Google Meet, another, I think this one, let me share, yes.
Yes,
yes,
you can share.
Yes, it is now shared with you. Okay, this one, okay. I think it is visible now.
Yes, yes,
so,
it's visible. You can please start.
So I will, let me minimize this one. So I will talk today about the importance of the ecosystem strategy to startup sustainability. All you know that we, in today's dynamic business landscape, startup face numerous challenges, including the resources limitation and market instability, and also concentrated competition. This is the outline. I will start the background and ending to the conclusion. So, as I said before, we have in startup facing numerous challenges, including resources limitation or market instability, also concentrated competition. And ecosystem strategies offers a valuable pathway for sustainability by fostering collaboration among the stakeholders. So startups play a crucial role in driving innovation and economic growth. However, many of these startups fail due to various factors, including inadequate funding and lack of marketing knowledge and ability for scales of operation, and many reasons, which that I mentioned earlier, and other many reasons. So as a response of the concept of the ecosystem strategies has gained traction, these strategies emphasize the importance of the interdependence among various entities, including suppliers and customers, and also even the competitors. We can conclude, we can consider them as stakeholders also. So the ecosystem theory suggests that the business are not isolated. Instead, they exist within the network of interconnected entities. These perspectives emphasize the collaboration over competition, where values are co-created among the partners. Therefore, the successful business flourish within the ecosystem that promote innovation, knowledge sharing, and resource optimization. Moving to the slide number two, about some statistics. So I get some statistics about recent data of ICD countries show the average survival rate at startups 3 years after founding 60%, while corresponding percent for 5 and 7 years, and are 50% to 40%. Here also in Oman, we have also failure after 3 years for the startups, and we can find this data in the Global Monetary Report, which is issued by Nizwa universities. So the business ecosystem effectively address sustainability challenges, integrating complementary solution for the various business in coordinate manners. So we know that sustainability for startups means maintaining operation while adapting environment, social, and economic change. We have here some examples about some of the companies that develop strong ecosystems. For example, you can see here Apple's, they deliver apps and software partners centered around the iOS and also the Visa and also the Amazon. We have to determine whether the business ecosystem effective approach to tackle sustainability issues. Startup should be first identify the main barriers that hindering these progress. This is the role of the ecosystem strategy. We have resource optimization, enhanced innovation, and market access and scalability, and risk mitigation, and social environmental impact. Due to the lack of time, I'll go through the slide number, the next slide. So this is how to adapt ecosystem strategy. Firstly, we have to identify the stakeholders, which is going through mapping our ecosystem and identifying our potential partnership, including suppliers, customers, regulators, competitors, and other stakeholders. Building relationship, define value proposition, and leveraging technology, fostering collaboration, and establish governance structure, implementing pilot project, which is very important for the startups, and also measure the success, and also adapting and evaluate, and also engaging the community, which is the last stage of the adapting strategy of the ecosystem strategy for startups. This is the element of startup ecosystems. Maybe it is not a comprehensive one, but it is consist of the most of the. This is based in my study in my PhD about the elements, most elements. For example, we have education, universities, government policies, programs, accelerator and incubator, and also startup itself, physical infrastructure and visitors, social culture norms, and research and development. And if we look for these elements, it is maybe they are very complex and ever evolving network and individual organization business to come together in order to create a value or outcome for the society, for the people, for the startup itself. For example, we have the outcome is about the customer experience, maybe more capital for the startups. We will increase innovation, quality in life, sustainable growth, and also social and environmental impact. This is a good example for leading startup ecosystem around the world through the Genome Startup Genome website. You can look at that, and this is I compare between 5 cities around the world, between Beijing and Boston, and Amsterdam and Dubai and Laos. So this is about ecosystem value. It gives us the rate here and early stage founding and exit value. Also, we have a good example or role model for startup ecosystem for the countries, Estonia, and we can also discuss about Estonia later. So my conclusion is the adoption of ecosystem strategy is vital for sustainability for the startups, and also by fostering cooperation, optimization, resourcing, enhancing innovation, and mitigation risk, startup can be built a resilient business model that serves the competitive environments. Moreover, aligning with the partners, share similar values, can amplify the social and environmental impact, contributing more sustainable futures. As the business landscape continues to evolve, a startup must be embrace strategies or embrace ecosystem strategies to navigate challenges and capitalize the opportunities for growth and sustainability. And thank you so much for your listening. Sorry, I was too fast. I hope my presentation is be crispy and good. Thank you so much. I'm sorry to my voice because I was
Thank you.
under the weather.
Yes, thank you, and we consider your health issue, Dr. Ayman, and thank you so much. So, Ayman, he tried to explain the relationship between the ecosystem of startup and its impact on the startup's outcomes. And one of these good impact is about the sustainability of the startups and how can the startups exactly they will take a benefit from a good ecosystem. So that means we need to foster how we can foster. Ayman, he said that how we can foster the collaboration between different stakeholders in this ecosystem. Okay, then so I think now we'll move to Dr. Michael. Dr. Michael, you are with us now.
I am.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Good afternoon, good evening to our colleagues around the world, particularly to our hosting colleagues in Kuwait. I'm Michael Palladino, the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs at Stockton University in New Jersey. It's a little bit after 10 a.m. on the East Coast of the United States for us.
Yes.
Here.
So we about these time differences between the different world, but it's very thanks to Dr. Hanadi that she joined us under one conference network. So welcome, Dr. Michael.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So really, my pleasure to spend a few minutes with you in this session. I also want to take a moment to thank my Stockton University colleagues involved in this conference, particularly Dr. Michael Buzler, our professor and chair of our finance program, and again, our hosting colleagues in Kuwait and around the world. My thoughts for this morning, for this evening, for all of you is really to share some thoughts more from a perspective than a formalized presentation with slides, as I understand this conference. And for a little bit of context, I would share that I'm a molecular biologist and geneticist by background, and former dean of science and engineering. And I mention that because I've done a great deal of work on international collaborations, quite a bit of work in China, India, and in the Middle East. And I share that because I appreciate virtual conferences such as this one, because ultimately, whether you're a scientist, an engineer, or an economist, we're talking the same language, right? We face many of the same challenges in our societies, and innovation and technology will help us meet those challenges with creative solutions. So sessions such as these are very important for sharing and for learning from each other and fostering collaboration. And again, I appreciate this as an opportunity and appreciate the broad range of topics that will be discussed over the next 2 days. So I want to spend a few minutes talking about some themes in higher education that I think are relevant to the conference. And I'm going to touch briefly on 4 trends in higher education that certainly impact us significantly here in the United States, but I know this is true around the world. And the first one is what I would describe as predictive analytics, particularly with respect to student success. So traditionally here in the States, we've collected a lot of information about students once they enter the university, undergraduate and graduate students, from simple information such as demographic information about them personally, to things such as their major and their grade point average. Right? But in the States, this traditional approach has largely led to reactive uses to help those students. So if a student GPA is low at middle of the term or the end of the term, we'll do some things to attempt to intervene. But this approach is of limited value and success because identifying the problem once the student is far into the problem may not enable us to be able to help that student. And particularly as the demographic of students we serve is changing. For many institutions in the United States, and this is true of Stockton, the demographic is changing in a variety of ways. We're seeing more students of color. We're seeing more students of financial need. We're seeing more students who are first generation college students, that is the first in their family to go to college. Students are working more than in prior generations. Students who have experienced the COVID pandemic, which has affected them emotionally, socially, in the ways they learn, such as virtual classes, right? Something they never had before. In fact, here in the States, this fall is the first time we have undergraduate students who've not experienced disruptions from the pandemic. So the needs of these students are very different. So when I talk about the predictive analytic wave here in the United States, increasingly a variety of metrics and demographic information on students that we can now consider as predictors of difficulty or predictors of success, and then be proactive to offer interventions to those students. So for example, we know that if you're a first generation male student in a certain major and you're commuting and you're working more than, let's say, 20 hours a week, we can know fairly clearly that you're likely to have difficulty in a particular course. And we can use that in predictive ways now to prepare in advance and offer required tutoring or study sessions. We can do the same thing for attendance tracking, right? So increasingly, schools that are becoming much more sophisticated in their use of these predictive analytic tools are going to be much more successful at retaining students. And many institutions are doing this very well. That's the primary goal, right? Retaining students for their success so they finish in as short a time as possible with the least amount of debt as possible, which is ultimately good for the financial bottom line of the institution. The second theme, which I know is very much being discussed a lot during this conference, of course, is artificial intelligence. And as I'm sure many of my colleagues on the call know, when ChatGPT and generative AI emerged, I was at a university similar to many others, and faculty approached me about creating legislation or policy to ban ChatGPT, right? We've got to ban this for our students. We've got to ban this for our faculty. And in many ways, it reminded me of the same reactions that occurred when the graphing calculator came out. Mathematics faculty wanted the graphing calculator banned because they were convinced students would not learn how to do manual calculations with the advent of a graphing calculator. Well, in many ways, as you know, we've had AI with us for quite some time in many different everyday applications. But as generative AI has become more widespread, we're now seeing it become a plug-in for many common software applications such as Microsoft Office Suite. And that's only going to continue in the future, right? So in fact, we know that the best approach is not to ban AI. That's not to say we don't need plenty of guidelines and procedures for students and faculty and staff, but to teach students, faculty, and staff about appropriate applications of AI as a tool, and emphasizing that it is only a tool, right? It has many appropriate applications. It has many limitations. One example that I would share is things such as developing a rubric for grading an assignment. As an early stage faculty member, if I didn't have a sample rubric from a colleague, it might be trial and error to create a rubric, right? It might take me 3 or 4 times of teaching the course to refine that. But now with AI, you can generate a pretty good rubric, depending on the quality of the queries and prompts you use, that might get you about 75% of the way there, but it still advances your learning curve and your ability to be able to refine that than taking 3 or 4 rounds of teaching the course, for example, right? So again, the point of this part of the conversation is, as a tool, the sophistication of the prompts, how to create those prompts, is part of what we need to be able to teach students, right? And students also need to know appropriate and inappropriate uses, and we need to provide those guardrails. I'll give you another example from a lot of my work around the world, where in India, for example, we would encounter cultural differences all the time, where students doing group work in computer science, the group work norm there would be to share code and to write a program together, right? But those same students, when they come to the United States, could encounter potential plagiarism challenges because of the way faculty would consider that type of group work as being inappropriate. It's not right or wrong. It's a cultural difference in how we view that work. The final part of the reality is that students need to learn AI. Most employer data shows that AI is not going to replace employees, but employees who know how to use AI will replace those who don't know how to use AI, and we know that very clearly. The third theme, very much related to the second, which should be no surprise to this group, is really the incorporation of AI into business practices for universities. For example, in graduate admissions and enrollment management, we know that if a student expresses interest in a program and an AI-enhanced chatbot can respond to them and answer their question within minutes or an hour, we have a much better chance of engaging them further and potentially enrolling them at the university. That's just one simple example. And some universities have been very aggressive about incorporating AI, helping them become more efficient, helping them increase productivity, and decreasing staffing and resources in some cases. And I would say at my current university, Stockton, we're really just at the beginning of this process in terms of robust integration of AI into business practices. The last theme that I wanted to share that I thought this group may be interested in, particularly because you're working on the intersection of technology with so many disciplines, is that of telehealth. And I mentioned telehealth because in some ways the COVID pandemic here really demonstrated the value and utility of telehealth measures in different ways. Much like people were skeptical about online teaching to various degrees, there's a certain range of skepticism about telehealth. But in the United States, as is many cases around the world, we continue to experience tremendous increases in the number of students reporting serious mental health issues. And some of this is an increased awareness and acknowledgement that mental health deserves just as much attention as one physical health. It's also destigmatizing mental health challenges. But across the United States, most colleges and universities simply do not have enough staff to support the demand in mental health services that our students are experiencing. So many states, including here in New Jersey, have put several initiatives in place to provide remote telehealth services 24/7 to students that provide significant support. And I would share to not underestimate the impact this technology is having on mental health support, just-in-time support for students, faculty, and staff. It's not a full replacement for in-person help, but when someone is in crisis, having some level of engagement and support to help them through the next step versus no support, if an office is only open certain hours, is much, much better. So this is a significant impact of technology in terms of support of the mental health and well-being of our students. So in the few minutes that we had together, I wanted to share these four themes from my perspective as a university administrator, in part because I'm sure these are themes related to challenges you're encountering wherever you may be around the world. And again, I thank you for the opportunity to share these few thoughts and to see some of our international colleagues here in this gathering. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael. Thank you for sharing with us your thoughts and your experience at your university regarding how to foster the technology in the university business operation. And as mentioned by Dr. Ayman about the stakeholder who is working in the ecosystem of startups, and you have mentioned exactly now about your experience at the university, because the university is one of the key elements of this stakeholder. So I think you have a good you have started a good way of how to enhance this innovation and the talent people at your university. But do you think that the impact has been started with your students, and you have a good practice from the students who are using the innovation like this way?
Well, it's interesting. I don't know that we have a good handle on that yet. I can also tell you that faculty have expressed a lot of concerns about potential plagiarism, but I think it's confusing for students, especially with AI, right? If AI tools are now part of Word and you're creating a document, right? And then you take advantage of those tools as a plugin, and then you run that same document through a plagiarism detector and its use of AI, it becomes a slippery slope, right? In terms of to what degree generative AI has contributed to that document. And a lot of it depends on the guide rails that a faculty member gives in terms of their expectation.
Yeah. Okay, then, Doctor, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us in these few minutes. And let me now move to Dr. Abrar Al-Alawi. Dr. Abrar, you are with us?
Yes, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Yes, please.
So I'm going to share my screen first.
Yeah. So Dr. Abrar is one of the research team member for the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor in Oman, and she is also a faculty in the management department. So please, you can start your presentation now.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah, for introducing me. So I'm Abrar Al-Alawi. I'm one of the faculty member in the College of Economics, Management and Information System. I'm also a member in the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Consortium and a researcher working in different areas related to entrepreneurship, motivation, and human behavior. So today we'll be presenting such a comparative analysis or comparative debate on GEM expert ratings for government policy, taxes, and bureaucracy across 5 Gulf countries from 2020 to 2023. So this is going to help us actually to understand how government support, how the regulation impact entrepreneurship in Oman or in the other Gulf countries. So in this presentation, we're going to start with the background, then I'm going just to talk about the role of government policy in entrepreneurship, and an overview of the data that I used in this presentation. Then we're going to debate the expert ratings of the entrepreneurial framework conditions for Gulf region countries over the past 4 years, and the key insight out of this discussion and also policy implications. So the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, or which is called GEM, is actually one of the prominent global body providing annual insights into entrepreneurship by studying like aspects or characteristics like entrepreneurial activities, motivation, innovation, and other aspects, and also through the NES data or National Expert Survey. It shows the entrepreneurial framework condition assessment. So the focus today is on GEM ratings regarding government policies, taxes, and bureaucracy, and their impact on the business environment. So specifically, this presentation going to examine the scores of Gulf nations from 2020 to 23, and we're going to understand how each country is facilitating or, for example, maybe hindering the entrepreneurial growth. So the previous literature actually regarding the supportive government policies and simplified bureaucracies processes are widely recognized in literature.
For you and for your president or vice president, what was it? Their thoughts?
So there might be some interruption, but anyhow, let us continue. So it is widely, as we say, these supportive government policies are recognized in the literature as a catalyst for entrepreneurship. So, for example, the accessible tax incentive and efficient regulation processes can for sure reduce the limitations or let's say barriers that enable entrepreneurs to start up their businesses or grow their venture. Particularly in the Gulf region, government initiatives such as in Oman, we're having Oman Vision 2040, and in Saudi Arabia, they're having the Vision of 2030, and the UAE's National Innovation Strategy, all help in shaping a business landscape. So today we're going to see how these strategies are translated into GEM ratings. So the data used here is to assess the entrepreneurial framework condition, and we're going to focus on the scores given for government policy, taxes, and bureaucracy, whether in Oman, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, and UAE. So this data going to be presented from 2020 to 2023. And so here, as per the government policies out here, you can see that the higher country related to government policies, relevance, and support in GEM MENA countries, UAE followed by Saudi Arabia, and then Oman and Qatar and Morocco. While related to taxes and bureaucracy in GEM MENA, UAE was the highest or recorded the highest scores, followed by Saudi Arabia, and then Oman and Qatar. So, related to Oman, GEM scores for Oman, as you can see here, it varies from year to another. So for 2020, it started at 4.3. Then in Q1, actually, it dropped to 3.7, which indicates challenging year, possibly due to the pandemic-related maybe adjustment of policies and so on. And the following year, which is 2022, shows a significant recovery because they reached to 4.2 in that exact year and increased to 5.1 in 2023. So these improvements might also reflect how Oman made adjustments on policies to adapt to the overall entrepreneurial environment. Then moving to United Arab Emirates. Here, as we can see that United Arab Emirates has a consistent increase in their scores, where there is a notable peak in 2021 at 7.5, and there is also a slight dropping in 2022, where it reached to 6.9. So this stability and high performance shows that the United Arab Emirates committed to provide entrepreneurial environment with low tax burdens on minimal bureaucratic challenges, which also promise good environments for the entrepreneurial activities. Then moving to Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, as we can see, that related to the government policies related to taxes and bureaucracy, there is a steady and consistent increase in the scores as it starts from 5.3 in 2020 to 6.4 in 2023. This progressive improvement actually aligns with the ongoing reforms under the Vision 2030. So this emphasizes the diversification of the economy and encouraging entrepreneurial venture. So for sure, this reflects Saudi Arabia's commitment to make regulatory environment and more friendly environment for businesses to start up. Then moving to Qatar and the situation in Qatar, as the ratings have fluctuated across the 4 years. The scores in 2020 started with 5.8, then dropped to 5.3 in 2021, with slight improvement in the next year, 2022, and 6.3 in 2023. So the pattern of improvement and the declining reflects Qatar evolving regulations and the continuous adjustment on policies. And might be the efforts to support the entrepreneurship environment and also finding the suitable regulation framework to foster entrepreneurship. The last country, which is Kuwait. Kuwait participated in the GEM survey only in 2020, which scores 4.5 as ranked 15th out of 45 participating countries that year, which suggests moderate performance with for sure room for policy enhancement. So here, as discussed, the results that we already discussed. So just to conclude that looking at these trends, as we see that countries with consistent government support, such as UAE, Saudi Arabia, tend to have stronger scores. And this is highlights the importance of consistency in policies making and how to support the businesses. While countries with fluctuating scores like Oman and Qatar may impact the policy change or external challenges that can have on entrepreneurship. So, policymakers across the region might benefit from examining these differences to find areas for improvement in their entrepreneurial frameworks. So, policymakers uh, as I say, policymakers in Gulf countries can draw from the UAE's regulation as a model, which, while Oman and Qatar might work towards policy stability to increase their entrepreneurial support. Also, the tax incentives and reduced bureaucracy could help in boosting the scores in countries for improvement.
Okay, Abra, because the
Uh,
time is up. You have 1 minute, please to conclude.
Okay, just to conclude, like the GEM ratings from 2020 to 2023 revealed as the UAE, Saudi Arabia stand out with the strong scores due to well-planned policies and reforms. So these findings underline the streamlined government policies, the tax incentives, and the bureaucracy in each of these countries. So thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Dr. Abrar, for this interesting presentation, which you compare about the ecosystem among some GCC countries based on the expert rating on the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, and you have compared in 4 years. So thank you so much. And as we have seen today in the discussion, so Ayman, he was started to talk about the stakeholder and who are working in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem has an impact in the outcome of the startups. Then Dr. Michael, he tried to share with us his experience and knowledge about how the university there, they're also adapting some technology which can also help to enhance the ecosystems of startups through increasing the awareness of the students about the technology. Then we have seen Abrar, she has also discussed about the impact of the government policy and the government tax and bureaucracy in the in the startup ecosystems. I would like to share with you also some thoughts today about the role exactly of higher education or the role of universities uh, in fostering these startups ecosystems. So, as we know that there is a transfer nowadays for the universities from just a traditional way of delivering the knowledge to what is called today entrepreneurial universities, or what is called the fourth generation of the university. So those university, their main role is how to commercialize the knowledge and transfer the knowledge to the market. So universities should work now on how to support these startups, which is coming from the knowledge or coming from the innovation, or maybe it's coming from the research output, and how to transfer and commercialize this knowledge to the market. So entrepreneurial university is one of the mechanism nowadays is used for the regional development, and this is they can help to accelerate and enhance the economic and the social growth. So the process of turning any idea into an innovation and then to the commercial products, it is not an easy, it is an complex, and it needs a sufficient effort from both from the academic, from the ecosystem, and also from the entrepreneurs. So most of the universities nowadays, they try to enhance the mindset of the entrepreneurships, and this is, it can be through different way, and it can be through creativity and innovation. It can be through different 21st century skills like the leadership. It can be through encourage the students to take a risk and about how to recognize the opportunity. So as we know, this is the ecosystem which is working nowadays, and they adapted by many of the contexts, and we can see how can the university it's playing a vital role in this ecosystem. And we can see that the academia, through the researcher students and research project, through the knowledge creations, how they can be transferred to the business or to the industry. And this is, it can be through different kinds of things. So maybe this is through technology transfer office, through the scientific incubators, through the prototyping services. And when we would like to analyze the entrepreneurial ecosystems for the university, we have to look to different aspects. We can look to about the leadership strategy at the universities, about what kinds of programs and support activities, about how can the university they encourage the marketing of the students and how to link them to the market, about the policies and the guidelines like the IP policy and the knowledge transfer policy, the R&D transfer, how the university they can also help the students to access to finance, and also one of the most important things is about through the education and capability building. So the role of university in order to foster these thriving startup ecosystems is by preparing those students to be an entrepreneurs in the future once they graduate, and also to have a role in order for the economic growth and economic development. And this is, it can be through different things, and maybe it can be started from enhancing the personal traits and the intention of the students to be an entrepreneurs in the future. And this is, it can be through different activities like the university curriculum, like the activities which is can be done inside the university camp. So university they can provide these things through different activities, and which can enhance the innovation and entrepreneurships ecosystems through, for instance, novel science, through technical and scientific training, through the education, and many other facilities which can be enhanced inside the universities. So this is exactly, and we are at University of Nizwa. We have also an entrepreneurship center, which also working with the university management in order to enhance like this kind of what of entrepreneurial activities. So by this, I think we have discussed different entrepreneurial ecosystem startups. Um, we can also, I can, in the remaining time, we can discuss with the panelist about different topics. And let me start with Dr. Ayman Al-Shikri. So, Ayman, you have mentioned about the impact of the ecosystem on the sustainability of the startups. So, what do you think about nowadays? We have this for the digital transfer. How can the ecosystems they can support and develop this kind of transfer?
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. So nowadays, if you can see that the ecosystem elements, maybe we can say that the ecosystem, the AI and the other stuff of technology is one of the players, and they have the great effect in the ecosystem. So we can consider them as a critical successful factors that affect the ecosystem. So I think we need more studies about the effect of the technology in the ecosystem. I think we have studies, but we don't have enough comprehensive studies about the technology. Implementing technology, maybe fostering the businesses and the and ecosystem strategies will be using technology, enable startups to align with the other partners and share similar values and promoting social responsibilities. So we need the technology actually in order to collaborate and lead initiatives to address social challenges and enhancing startup reputation. We need this technology in order to understand the stakeholders, also to understand what is happening in the world. I think the new generation or the fifth industrial revolution will be about the AI and the other things.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Dr. Ayman, for sharing your feedback and comments on this point. And Dr. Michael. Dr.
If you
Michael.
allow me, Doctor, if you allow me to ask, because Dr. Michael is present an interesting topic about the using AI. I would like to ask him about the regulation around the world. So I think maybe he has quite information about the regulation around universities, how they are dealing with the AI and technology in their university. To me, I was studying in UTM University in Malaysia. They allow students to use at least 20% in their dissertation. Using AI. So, Doctor,
Yes,
can you share experience?
Yeah, it can be nowadays. The AI is coming, as we call it, a new source of competitiveness in higher education. So, how can this artificial intelligence application has an impact in higher education institutions, and how can the AI also they can direct the future of higher education institutions, and but as Dr. Michael he's mentioned is about the limitation about the AI, and he's also mentioned that the AI they cannot replace the human, especially in the higher education institution. But as you mentioned, Dr. Ayman, maybe we need some policy regulation for this AI inside the ecosystem, and we will see how can the impact of the AI in the startup ecosystems. So we hope that Dr. Michael will return to the panelists for the discussions, but we can move now to Dr. Abrar, and we can see also about the digital transformation policies. So this developing these digital transformation policies can enhance the startup ecosystems. So what do you think? How can the government they can develop these kind of policies?
Thank you, Dr. Abdullah, for this interesting question. For sure, nowadays, entrepreneurial activities are more oriented towards digital era, using either artificial intelligence or the other technologies like Internet of Things and so on. So having actually clear and supportive policies for those startups will help them to start up smoothly, will help them to establish their businesses with the clarity and consistency. Because I think these are new areas somehow, especially to the Gulf region, and adapting the government adaptation to such entrepreneurial activities will help support the businesses to start up. Because also nowadays we're seeing that the AI might intervene with such security issues or such problems that a startup might lose like such data or something related to their financial records or something. So having some, I think, or adaptive policies for sure going to boost this digital based entrepreneurial activities.
Yes, thank you, Abraham. Because see, as you mentioned, that the transformation policies and especially those which is related to the digital, it has a rule for the government in this global digital transformation is to ensure that the digital infrastructures is exactly as efficient and they can guarantee an entrepreneurial ecosystem for investment in innovation and startups. So, if you would like to enhance the entrepreneurial ecosystem, we can see how can the government they can build an infrastructures which can affect the digital transformation trend. Maybe also we can discuss with you, Dr. Ayman. This is related the sustainability and how can the successful entrepreneurs they can influence the sustainability entrepreneurial ecosystems, because you have mentioned about the failure and the exit rate. So, what do you think? What is the impact of these successful entrepreneurs on the successful of the sustainability of entrepreneurial ecosystem?
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. Actually, sustainability extends beyond economic factors. It is encompass social environment dimension. Ecosystem strategies enable startups to align with the partners that they have a similar values, and this is one of the treasures. And also promoting social responsibilities and environmental sustainabilities. So this collaboration, Doctor, together, all stakeholders or all players, as they said in the ecosystems, can lead to innovative to address these challenges, and also to avoid the risk. So this startup landscape is working now in uncertainties, because Doctor, nowadays we have uncertainties like what happened before the oil crisis and COVID-19, and who knows what happened in the future. Nobody can predict what happened in the future. So ecosystem strategies allow startup to share risks with the partners. So if you have a good ecosystem strategies, we can share the risk with the partners. By collaborating in a project and entering joint venture startup, we can mitigate the individual risk and environmental risk and enhance resilience in market fluctuation. Of course, we have also other good points. We can also access the market, and we have market access and stabilities, and we can provide a border market through partnership, collaboration, established players, and can accelerate market entry and enhance credibilities. So many things. Just so maybe we don't have enough time to explain about it. Even innovation, we can enhance it, because innovation is a critical for startup sustainabilities and also economic strategy, foster environment and facilitate knowledge exchange, collaboration. And this is one of the biggest points we had to address it in the future, in our research future. Innovation does not mean only product innovation and process innovation. Also, it is technological innovation and other kind of innovation. Who knows what will comes else in the future about the innovation. This is a dictator from my side. That's from my side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ayman. And we can say that how can the policymakers can exactly give enhance and support this by giving access to extra resources and opportunities for those successful entrepreneurs, because we know in any ecosystem there is a successful entrepreneurs who are taking a benefit from the ecosystems. So the policymakers, they can strengthen this by exactly giving more access and for the opportunities and showing their cases. Okay, then I think now we have completed these sessions, and we can summarize that we try in this session exactly to highlight about how can the ecosystems, how we can building the bridge of the ecosystems which can enhance and support the development of startups. And we have discussed from different perspectives. We have discussed it from the general perspective, from the ecosystems. We discuss it from the technology aspects, and we discuss it also from the point of the government policy, and also we discuss it in point of the academic role in the entrepreneurial ecosystems. So thank you so much for your insight, feedback, and contribution to these sessions. And I hope that we already have a good time together today and to share our thought and knowledge with the worldwide. Dr. Hanadi?
Yes.
Okay.
A great thanks for the speaker. I don't know the lighting. Is the lighting is okay? A great thanks for all the speaker during the sessions. We would like to transfer to the next sessions, which Professor Sandy taking care about running this track. Go ahead, Professor Sandy.
Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you.
It's Imra there.
Nice meeting you here.
Yes. Let me check. There are two speakers.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here. Nice to meeting you here, Dr. Hanadi. And then thank you, Professor Basler. It's nice meeting you here. And for our session, so good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. And for our session, the topic is fueling the innovation, accessing finance and the investment for growth. So for our session, we have two speakers. So the first speaker is Dr. Emerald Safan. He is the founder and the president of Chor Aviation. Is Dr. Emerald Safan our first speaker here? Dr. Hardani, can you see our first presenter?
Yes, I've been in contact with Hamid. He will come now, and Mr. Imra is there.
Okay, great.
Joining.
Okay,
I know. Hi, Professor Imra. He is one of the specialists in Innovation 360.
Yes, definitely. So he will be our first presenter, and our first presenter is Mr. Hamad Afton. He is the head of Inventors Affairs Organization at SACGC. SACGC is the Saban Hamad Center for the Giftedness and the Creativity.
I think Sandy, if Mr. Imra starts, because Mr. Hamad, he need a few minutes to join. I think Mr. Imra have already half an hour to presenting their topics. Go ahead.
Okay, let me share some. Hello, Dr. Hanade. It's nice to see you. Let me just share my screen 1 minute. Okay. So, can you see my screen?
Yes, we do. We can see your screen. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so I'll be able to do one presentation today, but it might, it might take. So I know that we have two set up, but a quick introduction. I think we've been doing these presentations with Dr. Hanadi for a few years. It's AI, innovation, and so on. So today we have a more practical topic. Troynet is one of my companies, and we have a contract with Istanbul Airport for 10 years. This is digitizing, air cargo operations nationwide. So it's a very, very big project. And the platform has elements of AI, and of course, it's all about collaboration. So I will cover this topic today because we've been working on this for now 4 years. And, I think the main issue is change management when you talk about AI. So that may be surprising to everyone, but we will see through. I think this whole thing, started with, as you know, the logistics industry, cargo industry, unlike passenger industry, is very, very fragmented. You have many, many different players. You have freight forwarders, tracking companies, airlines, customs breakers. Everybody has got systems and everybody has got digital, but somehow in every country you see a lot of paper. So this is because although companies, they are digitized themselves, there is no platform that enables collaboration and digital flows between them. So it always turns to paper. And over the past 40 years, the lead time reduced from 6.1 days to 5.8 days. And for instance, lead time means if you are shipping an e-commerce from Hong Kong to New York, overall, it drops only from 6.1 to 5.8. But today, companies like Alibaba, companies like Amazon, they deliver 1 day within US, within China, 3 days worldwide. And companies like FedEx, they deliver within a day or two because they have integrated operations. So this topic that we will discuss today is creating that across the industry. So it's a very important topic. But there are many challenges because when you speak to companies, the first thing everybody says, we are already digitized, we have computers, we have lots of digitization, but they can't figure out why is that overall the industry working together, improvement is not very easy. And so I think these references we find very important in opening people's minds, okay? So I think then this started with a national level project. And I think one important finding is finding the common ground around burning platforms, around problems that people are experiencing, albeit this is point of exports at the airports, the shipments, the trucking. So once different parties, they start talking about common problems, that's then becomes the glue, where everyone starts talking the same language. And I think people start then appreciating it's not just my problems and my issues, but what's my impact to other parties down the stream. So we find that very, very important. And also you need to talk differently to ownership and the management, because if you're a freight forwarder, the fear you have, you'll be replaced by digital platform, AI, my job is going to go away, I'm jobless. Okay. So first you need to tell them that these technologies are helping you. They are not there to replace you. Okay. Second, show them they're going to make your life a lot easier. Today you have biometrics, you put your finger, you do all your banking in an instant. 100% secure, very easy compared to a few years back. So imagine that, because if you are a freight forwarder, you're talking to 10 different airlines, 10 different trucking companies, you are coordinating everything, you are looking at 20 different screens. It's very stressful. So all that is getting, so that means when you are talking to the folks who will be directly using technology, first, it's not a threat to you. Second, it's going to make your life easy. But when you are talking to general directors and the ownership is different, you tell them you have an executive, he's handling 10 cases a day. With these tools, he or she going to handle 20, 30 cases a day. So with the same staff numbers, you can increase the volume of your business 200, 300 times. So that message they understand. So I think the second thing we find very useful is visualization, because people are afraid of platforms, AI, and so on. So when you start producing the sequence of what happens, so you show them, you have a shipper, you are using your iPad, you are using your phone, and you are actually sending messages, and then it's all secure, it's blockchain, you have AI, and you take them through step by step. Don't talk about what happens in the algorithms and the platforms. Focus on their interactions. Through that, they will realize that their jobs are not changing. Their jobs are getting a lot more easier and more exciting. So they can spend more time thinking and less time boring document processing. So we found that very, very useful. Okay, so that's a good learning. The other one, of course, at some point you need to develop the entire model, and what you're looking at here is actually a summary of a national model. You have learnings from like working with 40 companies over 3-4 months. You have shipper, freight forwarder, shipping company, trucking company, warehouse. You have paper documents, and you have, you have soft documents. So people think if I have a PDF document and if I'm emailing to my colleagues, I'm digitized. No, you are not digitized. You are reprocessing PDF over and over again. So this is a misconception. But what's very important is two things. One, get the pain points agreement around with everyone. What is the pain point and what's the impact to everyone? Quantify and get agreement so people can see, so many delays in ground handling, so many delays in airway bill preparation. And once we introduce an AI-powered platform, how much savings everybody is getting collectively. So this is very important. This is first very important point. Second pretty important point, when you prepare before and after, you see that the structure of workflow doesn't change a lot. It's almost same, very minor changes. So that gives people a lot of confidence and relaxation. They say, my job is safe. Nothing much will change in execution. Instead of us calling each other, sending each other emails and chasing our tails, everything is running through smoothly in a collaboration platform. So these are like mental blocks when you are dealing with hundreds of people in a national scale change. So these things we find very useful. So these are some useful learnings. So, okay, I think then once we develop these learnings, then we've been approached by Istanbul Airport, which is the largest airport in Europe right now and best digital airport globally and best airport preferred by customers this year ahead of Changi, so in the world. So they are doing really well. So they said we want to implement this. We're interested in this. So we spent a couple of years, like we have three partners. One is Istanbul Airport, one us, another is our platform provider, Kale Logistics. They are the global leader in this field. So we've done like a couple of years, due diligence. So as Troynet, we are the contracting executing party. So we do processes, change management, commercial, the customer service management. And then our partners provide the technology. So then after signing the contract, which was in August 2023, we've done the same thing, but this time is much more precise with, again, another 25 companies from different disciplines, freight forwarders, airlines, ground handling companies, customs. And we developed very detailed process of imports and exports. This is when you print this, it's like 5 meters. It's very, very comprehensive, and it represents the consensus view, how things operates today and it should operate in future. And then from that, the key issues that needs to be resolved in the entire value chain of imports and exports are identified in very precise terms. You don't need to solve every single thing. You need to solve maybe 10 things that's driving 90% of inefficiency. That's good enough, okay? So, and then those are identified. You see the summary of the, improvements to future processes driven from the detail. Then, the platform, of course, it has different uses. It provides advanced shipment information. I used to run cargo airlines. So, often the cargo shows up and there is no paperwork. You don't know what's in it, security problem, complete mess in terms of handling. So advanced shipment info and visibility is very important, because then handlers, they see information that's coming. All payments are digitized. The trucks that are coming to the airport, there are slots. So the whole operation runs very smoothly. And what's very important in this kind of community projects is self-interest. At the end, everybody is interested in their own improvement. They want the whole system to improve. But what's important is, don't tell me the benefits to forwarders. I'm a ground handling company. Talk to me about benefits for me. So you need to be very precise in overall benefits and the benefits to each party. This is extremely important, okay? So we found that very, very useful. And then people start appreciating the benefits comes through digitization and AI and collaboration. So it becomes a lot easier after that. The other thing we find is visualization. So people are visual. They want to experience it. They want to see it. So a lot of things that they will see once the platform is implemented, you need to show them before. Once this is implemented, this is how it's going to look like. This is how it's going to make your life easy. The drivers, you don't need to go around with paper in your pockets anymore. You don't need to receive phone calls. Everything is in your mobile phone. What time you are picking up the loads, where are you going, where are you dropping, and everything is coordinated at a platform level. And when the truck is approaching airport knows, everybody knows. It's a very streamlined operation. So then, of course, when you talk about community platform, first you need to build the community. So people need to agree that they're gonna operate in this platform. So people always worry about fear. There's a lot of fear. What if people find out my information? They're going to learn about my customers. They're going to contact my customers. So you need to differentiate between what information has to be common across players and what information is private. And you need to do legal contracts to give assurance to players that, you know, the legal, the private things will remain private. So then you start creating the community. It's workshops, it's coming together, people getting to know each other. So it's just like everything else, just like doing a project in a company, but in a much bigger scale. And you need to do a lot of, documentation, brochures, digital media to communicate. If 5% is technology, 95% is actually engagement with people. So I think where we are right now, it's been a journey. Now we are into 4th year overall. So you start with building awareness, 2 years due diligence contracting, 9 months develop the platform, training. Now we are integrating all different companies to the platform. And then it's going to be 10-year operation ahead, you know, and maybe more. So this should really make a big contribution to the national efficiencies in logistics index, and ultimately help trade, imports and exports. So this is what we have on our presentation. If you have any questions, we can take them. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Hanadi.
Thank you, Dr. Emerald Stefan. Thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you, Professor Chen. Sorry.
Nice to meeting you here. And thank you very much for introducing your business model, how you engage with your clients, okay, and introduce about your operations, business operation. So I have a question here is that regarding the finance side, regarding accessing finance, what are the challenges you have experienced for your business regarding when you try to access the finance?
When you say finance, you mean financing this program?
Financing your business, like
Yes. Okay, I think, well, it's a good question. So honestly, I think to be able to do something like this, you need to have revenues from other businesses to fund something like this. So because it's all about investment, it's creating the platform, it's years of engaging with people, doing interfaces. So it's almost like you are designing a prototype, something very complex, but you are not doing it in a laboratory. You are talking in discussions with hundreds of people and dozens of different companies. So you need a lot of patience. So it's very difficult to do something like this if you don't have other revenue sources. So you need to be working with other clients, make money, and to fund this. And then, of course, once the usage becomes spread, because, you know, the users, let's just say if they are going to save $150 per transaction, there are millions of transactions. It's a very small percentage, then it becomes the platform user fee. But then that will then fund the future developments of the company. I don't know if I answered your question.
Yes, definitely. And who are your clients? Like most of them, they are in Europe or in, like, what are the?
They are global, but, you know, clearly Istanbul Airport, by definition, it serves Turkey as a nation. So they will be concentrated across nationwide in Turkey, the freight forwarders, primarily ground handling companies, customs brokers. So these are the commercial side, airlines. But the main beneficiaries are freight forwarders, and freight forwarders are the entities, they orchestrate the import and export end to end. They are like program managers. They liaise with shippers, importers, exporters. They liaise with trucking companies, airlines, ground handling companies, customs, and they orchestrate the whole thing. They do all the paperwork, documents. So they are the main beneficiaries.
Thank you very much. We will have more discussion after our second presenter, and we will see if we have more questions from the audience later. Thank you, Dr. Emma.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Our second presenter is Mr. Hamad Efren. He is the head of Inventors Affairs Organization at SACGC.
Hello, everyone. Is it clear? Is it clear?
Yes, Mr. Hammer, you can start your presentation.
Thank you. First of all, just thank you all for this opportunity. And I just would like to thank you, the people who's just finished ahead of me and the people who's coming for all the fruitful information that they are sharing. I think sharing information is the best thing anyone can do. As discussed with Dr. Hanadi, today I would like to share with you some of our journey and some of our experience in the point of view of the invention and inventor. Now I would like to share my screen. Is it shared? No. Okay, now I think it's. So, first of all, I am Hamad Al-Aftan, Head of Inventors Affairs at SACGC, Sabah Al-Ahmed Center for Giftedness and Creativity. This center is fully owned by KFAS, Kuwait Foundation of Advancement of Science, one of the biggest NGOs in the Kuwait and the area that just specialize in support the science. So we are part of the innovation and giftedness arm. I would like to share some data and some scoops from our journey in patent innovation and what are the challenges that we face and how we change vice versa. As you can see that the center started accepting idea from 2010. During this journey, we registered 500 plus unique patents. Now we are talking about up to date, we have 530 patents, 90% mostly registered in as you can see in the USPTO. And we can, as you can see, also we have in the European Patent Office and also GCC and others between China and Asia, all over the world, just to protect our innovations idea. If you can see here, also the demographic graph about the patent per year as we started and how we gain our knowledge and how now it's coming till now. Invention classification, we can see that medical and human necessity are dominating our patent categories. Now, during this journey, we face a lot of challenges, and just we want to be frankly speaking with ourselves to assess our work and to start again. So one of the challenges that we are facing, that time from patent to the market, it was too long. If we are speaking about 18 up to 30 months to grant the patent, then he will go to the development stage. It will take maybe from 3 months up to 2 years, depending on the prototype complexity, and then he will move to the commercialization stage, which is the market stage. Now, I think he wastes more than 4 years from idea to the market. And also how we determine the market and to check which market we shall register the idea, which market we should focus on. And also we want something with low cost structure. So before we were going to register the patent non-provisional from the beginning, which has cost us a big amount of money, which is affect our sustainability. Also, challenges is very hard to understand the concept of patent for some people. Also, there is a problem with sometime making prototype, it can take a longer time. So now we changed our structure. Before it was idea registration, then development, then commercial phase. So it was arranged timeline as a timeline. Now it was changed now. So this change also reflect to our training and our recruitment and everything. So now we have a section for ideation, helping people to trim their idea and to bring their idea, and implementation. We are helping people to implement their idea, and the market access. We would like to mind the bridge between the inventor and the market. So now our new journey, instead to go directly to the provisional patent. So now we are going to the start with the provisional patent, which is, as you may know, that will cost less than 10% of the provision for the non-provisional. So then we can have 12 months for the inventor to work on his idea and to improve his idea regarding the technicality and financiality. So now we will start with first with the provisional patent. After he can approve his idea, and is it commercial feasible, we will go to the non-provisional patent. And also now we are focusing on the ideation program and also acceleration program. As you may know that we have a medical ideation program last June with the IE University. Next week we will have 2 weeks acceleration program in Silicon Valley with Mind the Bridge. So now we are focusing more on the people before applying for the patent. So now also 100% of our registration idea is virtual. So now about the mechanism of registration, now we reached now 100% virtual registrations. That means that the inventor can apply the idea, he can write it, he can divide it, all by a website, by e-gate now, and this e-gate linked to the legal office so that you can make it faster and more effective and more convenient to the inventor. So I am here. I'm happy to answer any question or to have any comment. Please, thank you all, and I am here if you have any question.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you very much for introducing your business. I saw you have a lot of like the patent. Can you give us some example for what type of the patent do you have? I saw like you have a lot of in the medical industry. Yeah, so can you just introduce more about?
I think thank you for this question. Actually, nice question, Professor Jane. I think the main focus area that we have is medical, and I think medical is well structured regarding patent and well structured markets. So we are proud to announce that we have now some effort with some of medical doctors in Kuwait to work on their commercial their idea and to have it approved by EU and FDA now. So I can't talk about it, but I can say that we have good news soon, inshallah.
Thank you. And one more question is how you connect your business with the education, with higher education, for example, how you engage your community and the impact your community.
Yes, thank you. We are a national center and as NGO working, so we are focusing on our national Kuwaitis here in Kuwait. So we are just focusing in the youth sector from 16 to 35 years old. That's our main focusing area. And now we would like to see ourselves as a catalyst for the society. We like to trigger their idea and to trigger them by this kind of program, otherwise in ideation or acceleration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Dr. Hanadi, Can we see if
Yeah.
we have some questions from the
No, we
conference?
don't have a question from outside. Maybe Professor Postler, Professor Michael can contribute on the sessions. We don't have a Q&A in our conference, while our conference is supporting by Hoover platform. Hoover platform, it's a platform with AI connecting all over the world together, the attendee with the speakers. Okay, not only using the chat box here, no, they can connect and ask and discuss and introduce and doing networking. Based on that, I declined the Q&A, but we will make an open discussion between the speaker together in the same session. Professor Mike, if you have any contribution, specifically in the previous session, your vice president discussing about their thoughts about the futures for the innovation and AI and technology using in the educations.
Yeah, so what I can say is it's still up in the air a lot as to how AI is used. I was at a conference last week in the US, and one of the professors presented a paper that said he uses AI to do the literature search when he's writing articles. Now, you have to look at everything that AI says because some of them are not accurate. But I was just thinking how much time that can save when someone is writing an article. I remember, 25, 30 years ago when I was going for my PhD, in order to find some articles, there was a book published every quarter that had all the articles that could be of interest to me in what I was doing in economics. I'd have to spend hours going through there to try to find an article that made sense. And then I would have to go to the library to see whether our library had that article. And then if it didn't, I would have to go to University of Pennsylvania's library, which is nearby, and they pretty much had everything. But the point is, to get one or two references, I could end up spending a week in trying to do that. Using artificial intelligence for literature search, AI comes back with a list of possible articles that could be relevant. And then we don't have to go to libraries anymore. I just go online and pull copies of the articles and see what's relevant. So AI will consider all of the areas where it's going to save everybody a lot of time. But here's one I found somewhat unique in that it'll help professors when trying to come up with references for articles. Dr. Palladino also mentioned that we're in kind of a learning phase to try to determine where AI will be beneficial and where it may actually hurt students. A lot of times I give problems to my students. Some I give as homework and they come back, and I often wonder, are they actually doing the problems or are they just copying it, putting into it in AI and see what kind of an answer comes up? If it's used for that, it really is going to hurt the students because the problems I assign for a purpose. And students are supposed to, when they solve the problem, go through the learning experience and try to figure out exactly what the answer is supposed to be. If AI is just spitting out the answers for them, that's going to be an area where we're going to have some concern. I also, I noticed when I give even case studies, and there's certain areas that have to be covered, I noticed 2 or 3 or 4 of the papers have answers that are very, very similarly worded. So I'm wondering whether they got that from AI and everybody went to the same place and they come up with some solution. So I think AI, and some of the speakers have talked about this, I think AI will be a very valuable tool in the future. It will make every worker, every student more productive. And when you're making people more productive, that's a very good thing. It allows your economy to grow. It allows you to keep some problems down, like inflation. So AI ultimately will be very productive. Now, how we rein in on it to make sure that it's all positive outcomes rather than some negative outcomes, I think as Dr. Palladino pointed out, I think we're still a ways away from trying to figure that out. We're going through a learning curve here. 2 years ago, the AI we had back then is much different than we have today. And I would venture to say 2 years into the future, we're going to see AI much more sophisticated. I was writing a paper the other day, and I needed to know the GDP growth rate by quarter for the US for the last 5 years. So I just asked the AI, and within seconds it came back with all of the data. Now it didn't cite a source, which got me a little bit nervous. So I tried checking a few of them, and they were accurate. So instead of me spending a whole lot of time coming up with the data that I need, AI can provide it. Again, somehow we're going to have to be able to determine whether the information AI is providing is indeed factual or are there some problems with it?
I will contribute in Professor Mike. Great, thanks, Professor Mike, to make a comparison between before and after, specifically for the literature review and research. But put in your consideration, while the AI is emerging and extending, and also there are people from the other side, from the education side, keep working and securing their situation specifically for the student, same as the program of the plagiarism. Before the plagiarism, there are people from different countries, they copying you and without mentioning your name, but the plagiarism, they catching all the people over the world. That even though the AI tool, it's really a powerful tool for the student, and also the professor having their own tool, a new tool, also supporting by AI, whether the student is copying from AI or they learning from AI. But at the end of the day, the AI is a very powerful tool, saving time and saving money, whether for introducing a new economy or introducing new sectors. As I mentioned today in my speech, the new sector is coming to our economy, and this is a value for all over the world from economic perspective and also from social perspective.
What's really good about this conference? I think this is the 5th year we've done this. What I find very fascinating and a good learning experience for me, there's not just academics here, but there are people from the real world who are actually applying this and doing things. And as an academic, you don't get to see as much of that as you'd really like to see. Look, I know I'm teaching my students and I'm hoping they're learning. I don't really get to see what they do years later. So here's a good example of how not just in academia, artificial intelligence is being used, but how in the real world it's being used too. And it's being used to solve a lot of problems that previously were unsolvable.
I would like to draw the attention for the other audience. Professor Mike, it is my PhD advisor. We're starting more than 22 or 25 years. He is support me to get my PhD, and he is following all my career. And we continue together after post PhD as a close friend working together. I'm really proud from you, Professor Mike, after all years working together in publications and PhD, and now organizing this conference. And also my conference, we call it's a practitioner conference, not academic conference. It's mixed up between the practitioners to sharing their knowledge, experience, their thought, their vision, and it's the most important things based on my conference to be different than the other. And also I'm focusing about a very critical issue. It's the economic diversifications in all over the world. For our countries, Arab countries or GCC, we're focusing in the oil. in our economy, but we need now to focusing in the smart programs such as innovation program, entrepreneurship program, and commercialization program, technology transfer, and AI program. Those programs, it's a great investment and a great added value for all the economy all over the world. I think we have still some time. What is your opinion, Sandy?
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hanari. And Dr. Basler is also my mentor. He is very good. He is very nice. He is always my best support since I joined our Stockton University. When I saw this conference is about the innovation, I think, wow, I should join this conference. I can learn a lot. And regarding the innovation in the higher education, I think it's also super important to incorporate innovation in our finance education because, for example, the student, like the engagement is very important. So that's why we try to bring the knowledge, we try to bring the technology into our class when we teach our students. So that's the reason, for example, we will teach the students how to use those online databases, such as use the Yahoo Finance or the US Treasury website to download the stock price, to download the bonds price, the bonds YouTube material, this information. So, and also we try to teach the students how to use those platform, how to use the Excel in financial modeling, how to calculate the new investment projects, net profit. Okay, so we try to provide these hands-on experience to our students. So besides like bring the technology into our class, we when we teach the students in our classroom, we will also try to bring the case study. Dr. Basler just mentioned the case studies, and we try to bring the more recent events, real world finance problem into our class, into the class project for the students to work on. So this is also one type of the innovation I think we can bring into our class, into the higher education. For example, we can bring some case study to the students to discuss, hey, if you graduate from Stockton, are you considering to continue your graduate studies such as the MBA study? What is the benefit? The benefit will be like you will get a high salary from after you graduate from the MBA, and the cost will be your time cost as well as the tuition. So what will be the net benefit? So they can do this type of comparison. Also we like regarding innovation, we try to bring these like we joined this practitioner conference. Similarly, we will try to bring the industry leaders to our campus. So for our Stockton, for our School of Business, our dean invite those guest speakers, entrepreneurs to our campus to give some speech to the students, so the students can so for those entrepreneurs, they can share their experience with our students, and our students really benefit from this talk a lot. Besides that, I think another part of the innovation is that we continuously update our curriculum. We continuously try to use the more recent textbook, the more recent course materials for our education. So this is how we infuse the innovation in our curriculum and in our education. Yeah, this is just some kind of how we incorporate the innovation in our classroom, in our education. Thank you.
Any thought? Is Hamid there or he leaving? It's Hamid there? Imra? I think it's Imra. It's leaving because he have another conference. Let's. What is Professor Mike? What is your thought or vision for the coming decade about the innovation, entrepreneurships, and AI?
Yeah. So
how we're shaping the future for the 21st century, specifically all the country working about the economic diversifications in their plan and in their vision?
So I'm extremely optimistic, really, for the future. Once all of this technology gets blended into the classroom and, more importantly, into the workplace, I think we're going to see some giant leaps and giant advancements in the way many things are done. I always find it interesting when I listen to both academics and practitioners from countries outside of the US. I'm always interested to find how it's working out in some of these other countries. I don't know if some cultural differences may exist that impact the way technology is implemented into the world. But recall, Hanadi and I, we went to a World Association for Sustainable Development conferences for years. And that group, the primary goal was to transfer knowledge from the developed countries to the less than developed countries. I think the same thing is going to occur here with AI. That look, the developed countries have figured out or are figuring out how to implement all this, but it really will be of huge help to the less than developed countries too. So if we can transfer some of that knowledge to those countries, I think it will help tremendously with their development. I mean, look, if you take a look at what's really the difference between a less than developed country and a developed country. I mean, there are a lot of differences, but primarily it's knowledge. The developed countries know how to do things that the less than developed countries don't know how to do yet. So I think it's very important that we're able to transfer knowledge so that those countries can develop and grow. And I think with the use of technology in general and artificial intelligence in particular, I think that will help with transferring this knowledge. So I see economies of the world continuing to grow and develop, and I think the less than developed countries too will be able to move up a little faster in their development, and that will end a lot of problems that are very basic, even food issues and quality of life issues. I think AI is going to be able to help with a lot of those things. So I'd like to see this spread all over the world. It looks like it'll be beneficial to virtually everybody in what they're doing. And I'm very optimistic about the advancements that world economies can make through the use of AI.
Great opinion. Did you have any opinion, Sandy, before we closing the session? Still, we have a few minutes to closing the session. We have 10 minutes more. First of all, Professor Mike, we're learning a lot from developed country, and the diversifications. Let's say my conference is focusing in economic diversification based on the SMART program. This is from the first day I published my initiative in 2020, and from this initiative we pop up this conference, and I make it 2 times per year, one for developing countries sharing their knowledge together in Arabic language, and one for developed and developing countries sharing their knowledge together and learning from each others. And for our countries, if it's less developed, or we call it developing country, we learning a lot from other countries. We seeing the outcomes, and we seeing the indicators in your countries is very high, and we keep attracting the good program to establish it in our country. Now you will see plenty of innovation centers. You will see plenty of entrepreneurs, ecosystem, and a program supporting the societies to graduate a lot of entrepreneurs. You will see many startups, companies in our countries, and it's a good indicator mention that we learning from you, we establishing the program, and we getting the value, and our impact will becoming a high impact. Sometime when we checking the innovations indicator, you will see one or two from GCC countries, Gulf countries. It's taking the high ranking, let's say number 6 and number 7, and this has been they implement and invest a lot of money in their countries, and they working hard to attract all the most important things, can develop the new generation. And really, we learning a lot from each others, and we implementing several programs in our country. Sandy, if any thing. Let me see who will next.
So I also strongly agree that we will benefit a lot from the AI, and in the meanwhile, I think always get some advice from your friends. For example, I always try to get some advice from Dr. Basler. For example, like he is. I think he is really a good model for the technology innovation, because when we try to talk about our curriculum, they think then he's talks about, hey, why we don't have a new class like the strategic financial management, those like the capstone course. So in this case, we can bring some like the new thinking, new different courses provide to our students to try to follow the trends of our finance field. So I think this is a very good idea. So that's why I think always try to communicate and talk with your friend and talk with your mentor. And also as an educator, I think we can also learn a lot from our students because they are the new generation. They are the future. So yeah, these are just my feeling.
Yeah. You know, Hanadi, for some demographic reasons and some other reasons in the US, and I would assume this is happening worldwide, college enrollments are tending to go down. And I think in the long run, that's going to be have a negative impact on how society progresses. Education, I'm an educator, so obviously I'm biased, but education is very, very valuable, and it will take somebody or some country that isn't doing very well, if they get provided a lot of education, they'll be able to progress. And even the students, I tell my students that even when you graduate here, education should be a lifelong process. So I try to learn something new every day if I can. And with technology and AI the way it is, there's so much opportunity to learn more. In the US, we're having a problem that many students don't see the value of a college education. For whatever reason, it's now very expensive in the US. In most universities, to actually go to colleges. Now, the ones sponsored by the state are a little more reasonably priced. But there's an argument that student says, look, the average student graduates with a significant amount of debt. And the debt takes you 10 years to pay it off. The government tries to keep the payments as reasonable as possible, but it usually takes about 10 years to pay this off. And people are starting to wonder, well, I invested 4 years of my life, and there's an opportunity cost with that. I could have been working and earning money. And then when I graduate, I'm still in debt. And many students don't take degrees that are marketable in the real world. They have a lot of interests in a lot of things. I think that's wonderful. But if you're looking for something that you can market, there's certain degrees that are going to have very limited opportunities. So I think we have to educate the younger people about the value of higher education. And even though it's a little bit costly, we used to say education may be costly, but not having education turns out to be very costly. So we have to let students know of the value here. And colleges and universities have an obligation to come up with programs that fit the needs of the marketplace. Stockton University is a wonderful university. It was started originally as a liberal arts college, and it still has a lot of the liberal arts influence to it. On the good side, I think that's great. A business student with a good liberal arts background, I think, is wonderful. But some of the programs that concentrate on some of these liberal arts areas, that the students are going to have a very difficult time getting a job. So I think the universities have to work on that and make sure that the public in general understands the value of education.
Great, thanks, Professor Mike, my special friend and my PhD advisor, and also great thanks for Professor Sandy to joining us. Sandy, this is not last year, this is the first year for you, and you will join every year with Professor Mike. Professor Mike, you will have a special message from Professor Tom O'Neill. You will chairing the next session. The first presenter, Dr. Amal, is there. If you take place. You have the agenda?
I do have it. Let me just pull the agenda up here.
Dr. Amal Al-Jodar, she is the first keynote speaker. She will have a half an hour to present their thoughts and their presentations.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
Can you see it?
Yes. More
Okay.
than welcome, Dr. Amal. Professor Mike, Dr. Amal, it's a consultant with the UNIDO since a long time ago. She is international consultant. She is international speakers, and it's more than welcome to joining us with their experiences. Go ahead, Dr. Amal.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Believe it or not, usually this time I get ready to sleep. For me, though it is only 8 p.m., but I am, the morning personality. 4 a.m. I am up, so I need to have full 8 hour. But anyhow, today I am little bit late, so it's okay. So what I'm talking to, because I am family physician in origin, and I am also certified positive psychology practitioner. So I'm talking about mental health. So talking about little bit introduction, then some statistic and definition of mental health, component of mental health and what is important, and then summary for the whole talk. An entrepreneur is a human being. He's not a productive machine. Therefore, he or she has a body, has a mind, heart, soul, and each with it is own need to be fulfilled. And human beings are emotional by default. So we affect by our emotion. We think we are thinking, but we are emotional more than thinker. So simply being an entrepreneur, that you are at risk for some serious problem with psychological and top of list. The more time entrepreneur spend on his job, the greater chance to being diagnosed with heart disease. This according to Journal of Occupational and Environmental Medicine. Also, and because we live today in a dynamic world where nothing is certain, constant political, economic, environmental, and health change arise and emerge. Therefore, we need more than ever mental health that can withstand with these changes and challenges and to be more resilient. A recent study by University of San Francisco has shown that startup founders are twice as likely to suffer from depression. 6 times more likely to suffer from attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, 10 times more likely to suffer from bipolar disorder, depression and euphoria, twice as likely to have psychiatric hospitalization. So this shows how much entrepreneur and starter up business, because they have to face all the things, they have to think about their project and their business maybe 24 hours a day. Even if they sleep, they dream about it. If you have a job, then okay, we'll start at a certain time and we'll end at certain time, then it is okay. But with your own business, it has different story. So definition of mental health. Mental health, according to World Health Organization, it is a state of mental well-being that enable people to cope with the stress of life, realize their abilities, learn well and work well, and contribute to their community. So therefore, in order to be fit in mental health, you need to cope with the stress, you need to realize your abilities, you need to work and study well, and then you need to contribute with your communities as social responsibility. So let us talk about coping with stress first. So investing on conscious effort to solve a personal and interpersonal problem, to master and minimize or tolerate stress and conflict. So in order to cope with the stress, you need to let your mind work and to solve this problem and to tolerate stress and conflict. So definition of stress, everyone has demand and we have resources. What I meant by resources is internal resources, how much you are patient, how much you are flexible, how much you are confident, how much whatever you have about your inner resources. What about your thought? Are you optimistic? Are you negative thinker or positive thinker? So on. And demand, okay, you will start your business. There's a lot of demand, you have to do it. You have to write business plan, you have to get CR, you have to make financial, you have to find somebody, investor maybe to believe you, you need to have marketing plan. So there's a lot of demand in order to start your business. And there's resources. If both are equal, then it is okay, it's fine. It will be, this is positive stress. It will be challenging. You will reach your objective, your goals, because both the demand and the resources are equal. But if your demand more than your resource, demand is heavier than your resources, then you will get stress. If your resources even more than or heavier than your demand, you feel even frustrated. And also, I said about resources, internal resources, also their external resources. External resources, how much time you have, how much support from social, friend, family, your team who's working with you, how much money you have. So these kind of external resources. So stress is a relational concept that reflect an imbalance between environmental demand and individual social resources to cope with these demand. So now how to cope? How you can cope with the stress? First of all, you need to keep stress journal. What causes your stress? Make a guess if you are unsure, and then see if what you guess, is it true or not? How you felt, both physically and emotionally. When you felt this stress, okay, what do you felt? Do you felt body ache? Do you felt headache? Do you feel shoulder? Did you feel frightened? Do you feel anger? Did you feel fear? So what was your emotion? And how you act in response to this stress. What you did to make yourself feel better. By keeping this stress journal, then you will know, you will be aware of yourself, And because, stress isn't even from like old man when he has to fight with the animal, with the lion or with this for his food. And he will either fight or flight. But now we don't have tiger or lion, but we have deadline, we have traffic, we have things which can cause us to be stressful. So how to do also, this is first of all, you kept stress journal. Second thing, you can practice 4A. First A, which means avoid it. If something worry you and stress you, but you can avoid it, just simply avoid it. Is it you can alter it? Can you do something about it? Can you change, do any alteration for this, what it is worrying you? Then okay, do it. The third A, okay, can you adapt it? Can you find a way or another to adapt on this way? Okay, if this again you cannot, then you don't have other choice than accept it. So what even stress you, if you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can alter it, you can if even you can change the perspective and you give the new meaning. For example, if you are in traffic and someone want to crash you, oh, he want to kill me. Then think, oh, maybe he have sick patient, maybe he's in hurry, his boss tell him if you didn't come on time, you will be fired. So give him, reframe the think, what you think about it. And if you cannot avoid it or alter it or adapt it, and then you accept it because if it is out of your control. The third thing you can do, let it go. I mean, don't be like you want to be like perfectionism. Something, you just let it go. Just don't let him to stand and be with you. Just ignore it and let it go. And by the time it will go. And the fourth thing, which is very, very important, it's manage your lifestyle. Fulfill your body, eat well, eat balanced food, meditate, pray, have your good connection and relation and support. As you know, this Harvard study about this, which started from mid-70, the most important thing, it was the social impact and social relationship. And there's some quick way to reduce stress. You can breathe, you can listen to music, you can take a quick walk, you can stretch, you can squeeze a stress ball, and you can find your way also, because there's no universal way or one fit all size. You have to find your way and explore all these things till you find what is good for you. And remember, you are always having a freedom of choice. Maybe we cannot choose what will happen to us. What is meant for us, it will happen, whether we want it or not. But we can choose our reaction, our response to what's happening to us, even if we like it or we don't like it. So even if we cannot change the what happened, especially if it is out of our control, then we have the choice to choose what response we want to this. So we finished the first component of mental health, which is coping with the stress. Second component, which is realize their abilities. So you have to have self-efficacy, which is your perception of your own ability. If I am starting a new business and I am confident that I will be able to do all the demand, then it is okay, I will do it. But if I am underestimating myself, then of course I will be stressful. And also don't also overestimate yourself. Try to bet yourself and objectively. You know you are okay, you are good in finance or accounting, but you are very poor in marketing, or the opposite. So know where your weakness, where your strength, so you can focus on your strength and find solution. I found somebody who compensate you in your weakness. Self-efficacy is one of the major components in healthy self-esteem. It is the immunity when you have self-efficacy. You can say no at the right time. It is the immune system for your mental health, like white blood cell or lymphatic is immune for your physical health. Self-esteem is the immune system for your mental health, because with self-esteem, high self-esteem, you can say no at the right place and the right time. So how to boost your self-esteem? If you think, first of all, you have to get out of your comfort zone. Many people, especially they used to where they are happy where they are, doing the same thing, meeting the same people, doing the whole thing, continue the same. In this case, you will never grow up. So try to get out from your comfort zone, and naturally you will find fear zone, because something it is unknown for you, and it is normal to be afraid from unknown. And even if we think about COVID, we were all afraid of what to do, how to cope, where to go, how to work online, how to study online, and this. But later on, we go, because after the fear zone is the learning zone. So in this learning zone, you will learn, and then you will practice whatever you know, and you will grow up. It will be growth zone. But again, after a time, this growth zone will be your new comfort zone. And you have to start again also to try new skills, try new information, try new experience, so you can grow and evolve like forever. Be aware of your self-talk. Unfortunately, by default, we are a negative thinker, because this is to keep our self-survival. This is to keep, because if we think everything it's okay and fine and positive, then we will not be careful, we will not protect ourselves. So be aware of your self-talk. When you find yourself talking negatively, just think about it. Is it logic? Is it I am exaggerated? Can I reframe it? Can be another, what is the fact I have? Is it I am using, it should, it could, why it not, it should? So is it like a fixed idea? So we have to see our perception and work of it. Is it white or black? Is it like we are exaggerating, we are generalizing, so we have to find out what is our thinking, and try to see this negative and try to make it in a positive way. Then avoid to label yourself and make yourself behavior is different than your identity. You are a teacher, or you are working as a teacher. So see the difference between these. So when you have this liability, then you will see you differentiate between behavior and yourself. Then you have to identify your core belief. What do you believe in? What is your ethnicity, integrity, whatever, creativity? So you have to find your value. And of course, you have to choose a hobby or interest, so you can take time and break time and renew your life. And develop an optimistic attitude. And also, I want to emphasize, optimistic attitude or positive attitude doesn't mean that the life is, it is pink and everything is smooth and there's no obstacle. No, it is not seeing just half the every classic example. You see the half full or the half empty. No, you should see the whole cup. There is empty and there is the full. So you see, there's a tunnel. There's obstacle you have to overcome, but you can see at the end of this tunnel, there's a light, there's a hope. So you go and find this way and overcome. And accept compliment gracefully. Think other and accept when they compliment you. don't feel shy or you don't like deserve it. Create support system of a friend and family. And then the third one, learn and work productively. Efficiency is about how effective is person convert input into useful output. And it doesn't mean it is like a dance between effort and outcome. It doesn't mean you have to work harder. You have to work smarter. And as you are now talking about the artificial intelligence and how can help in working and improvement. So, okay, use whatever tools you can use it to be more productive. So it is learning about working hard, smarter, knowing all the tools which can help you in your business, identify your priorities, which is the first, second, so you can do it, focus in what you want to reach in your goals, and contribute to your community. It could be by your time, by your effort, by your money, by your knowledge, whatever. Then the importance of mental health. Mental health is a basic human right. It is crucial to personal and community and socio-economic development. We cannot develop, we cannot improve, we cannot without mental health. It is an integral component of health and well-being, that and collective abilities to make a decision, build relationship, and shape our future. Important. Good mental health also leads to wise decision making. If you are upset, if you are depressed, you cannot take a right decision or a wise decision. It even make you more morale because you will have like a positive energy. You are ready to do, so you are not down, looking down to yourself. And of course, when you have mental health, you become more productive, and more productive mean more profit, and you will have better relationship with others. And also would reflect in the whole organization, and you will have positive organization. So to summarize the things, entrepreneurs are a human being, which means they have body, mind, heart, and soul. Simply being an entrepreneur raises the risk of some serious health problem. Mental health, as defined by World Health Organization, is a state of well-being that enable people to cope with stress, realize their abilities, learn and work well, and contribute to their community. Also, coping with stress by applying 4A, avoid, alter, adapt, and accept. In addition to that, let it go and manage your lifestyle. To boost your self-esteem, get out of your comfort zone, be aware of your self-talk, turn negative statement to positive, learn and work smarter, not harder, identify your priorities and focus, contribute to your community through your time and effort, and mental health, crucial to personal and community and socio-economic development. And let me give you this wisdom of happiness. If you want happiness for an hour, what do you think you should do? Happiness for 1 hour only. What do you think you can do? Take a nap. Okay, if you want it for a day, what you can do? Go to picnic. If you want it for a week, go on vacation. If you want it for a month, get married. If you want it for a year, inherit wealth. But if you want it for a lifetime, learn to love what you do for your living. Also, I am sure, like I'm not expert in artificial intelligence, but I am quite sure that artificial intelligence can help in mental health. I think can analyze like feeling by like following like a comment and social account and seeing what these people writing. They can analyze maybe the risk also of having this thing. But I should learn about artificial intelligence and relation to mental health. But I'm sure it can help some way or another. And by the way, today only my Instagram was hacker. Today only, this morning, they hacker my Instagram. Anyhow, I am welcoming any question and comment. I tried to finish earlier so I can listen to you and we can discuss the topic.
If I could add something, Dr. Amal, I think this was wonderful because entrepreneurs, when they're starting their business, all the things they have to get done, they don't think about their own mental health and their own conditions. Nor do they, I think, realize how many hours they're going to have to work when they first get started. The thing with an entrepreneur is that there's always something more you can do. So while I'm doing everything I can, the entrepreneur says, but how about this and how about that? And suddenly you're working 10, 12, 15 hours a day trying to get your business to be successful. Now that brings on a lot of stress. And I think with anybody in business, the stress is mostly brought about by uncertainty. You really don't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
Entrepreneur, I think, has even more uncertainty because you're not even sure whether you're going to make it.
Exactly.
So with all that, I think you're right on that they have to take care of their mental health, physical health, and mental health too. So you should be able to get some exercise. You should eat properly, and also your mental health. You need to make sure that's in line. Sometimes I tell some of the entrepreneurs that I work with, I say, look, sometimes you just have to step away and just forget about it. Even if it's only for a couple of hours, just step away from it. Think about something else. When you come back,
it will bob on him. Yes.
Yeah, you'll be fresher and you'll be able to tackle some problems better. There's a couple things in there that really caught my eye. I've always said to people, look, you can't do anything about the events that happen. I mean, just things happen, you can't do anything about them. But as you said, you can do something about the way it affects you.
Yeah.
So even if something is what you believe is disastrous, you can't look at it like that. You just look at it like it's a problem. I'll get through it. I have a good educational background. I know a lot about my business. So whatever comes out, I'll work it out and I'll come up with the best solution that I can. And if it turns out you made the right choice, great. If it turns out you made the wrong choice, and entrepreneurs are going to make a lot of wrong choices.
Absolutely.
I tell them each of those wrong choices have to be turned into a learning experience. What is it that led you to the wrong conclusion? Think about it, make it a learning experience, and it'll make things easier. A couple other things you said I thought were very important. Try to turn a negative into a positive. So if something bad happens, well, how can I make this so it's not so bad? And maybe it's even something that's positive.
What can I learn from it?
Exactly. You can learn from it. Entrepreneurs have to be very creative because things aren't going to happen exactly the way that you plan. Look, I made this big business plan. As soon as I got started, things are different than what I thought they were going to be. And there's some things that happen I just never expected. So there's those negatives. Try to turn them, as you mentioned, into a learning experience and turn them into something positive. And the last thing you said, which caught my eye, you have to maintain an optimistic attitude. So no matter how bad things look or how they're getting, I think they're getting down, I didn't reach my goal, I wanted to do this, you have to be optimistic. I didn't get quite where I wanted to get last time. Here's some things I'm going to change, and I'm going to look to the future to do things positively. So I think your whole paper was really spot on with what entrepreneurs have to feel and the way that they have to look at things. Very good.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments?
Yes, please.
If I might, thank you for
Sure.
the presentation, and thank you also for that question. I just wanted to comment. One of the things that I tell entrepreneurs that are in an unhappy state or depressed because of these experiences that didn't go according to their plan is that as you've said it, but I used to have a Chinese fortune cookie. The fortune was on my refrigerator, and it said a quote by a famous silent film star named Mary Pickford from Canada, and it said this thing about failure, it's not about falling down, it's about staying down. And I think that's one of the biggest lessons that entrepreneurs sometimes resist, and to their detriment. It's all about how do I manage my cycle times, right? Whether it's in my services and product delivery and quality or whatever, it's about how soon do I learn as the leader, as a founder, co-founder of this startup, how do I learn faster and change my direction appropriately? And the answer is even the next decision might not get everything you hoped it would, but it's a continuous loop of learning and innovation.
Absolutely. It is, and always try to reframe whatever happened to you, just give it a new frame. And the things, once you give a different meaning, it will change your feeling.
I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Okay, very well presented, some great points, and it stimulated discussion. I always like to stimulate discussion with some of these things. You end up adding to the value of the paper and to the learning experience of everyone else.
Maybe I don't know anyone because you are expert in artificial intelligence. What do you think about artificial intelligence and mental health? I mean, we can apply any application of artificial intelligence for mental health?
I'm not an expert in this area. I can see the positives and I can also see the negatives. It's like with how people use their cell phones. Well, it's very positive that we can communicate with virtually anybody in the world relatively easy. It's a negative because people are just communicating on their cell phones and they're not speaking to other people. So they're not real personal communication. So I think with everything, my mother always used to say to me, you have to take the good with the bad. So there's going to be some good that has to be done. And we have to look at some of the negative aspects and try to minimize the negative impacts of some of those things. We're all learning here. The more information that is presented in conferences like this, the more people will get to know what they should do, and then maybe they can implement it and make their life a lot easier.
That's good.
All right. I'm just about on time, I think, for the next paper. Patrick made a comment here, and now that you're commenting, Patrick, we're going to let you lead that into your paper. You're Director of Entrepreneurial Development. Is that Collab Pensacola?
That's correct.
Okay.
Collab Pensacola.
Oh, Collaborate Pensacola. I got it. Okay. Patrick, fire when ready.
Okay, thank you all for being here today. And thank you, Dr. Hanade, for once again inviting me to this great forum with some very creative individuals and participants, both as speakers, panelists, and attendees. So today, what I thought I'd follow up on is something I'd maybe touched upon in another one of the annual events. Our local organization here has been around, as you can see, for almost 17 years. And this is a venture that was begun to do exactly what this conference's title speaks to, which is economic growth and development from technology and innovation and entrepreneurship. In traditional economic development activities in this area, what we found is people were traveling, they were recruiting large businesses to relocate or add a branch or a factory here from another place. We've attracted industries from all over the planet to the area and continue to do that. But it was thought that we should also spend time and energy and invest in growing our own entrepreneurial ventures. Now, I'm going to date myself, but my first startup was 1996. And so, as a part of now, this is before the internet bubble, right? The dot-com bust bubble back in 1999. They wanted to grow the technology sector, so they invited several entrepreneurs who had technology companies to join a committee to just learn more about who was here, what industries were representative, what were they about, and to engage them to help develop strategies to attract and grow and retain other technology firms. So I was willingly a participant to help grow that sector along with my fellow entrepreneurs. That led to a report. The report was gathering dust, so the entrepreneurs and I decided to start a nonprofit called IT Gulf Coast. And the purpose of that group was to basically host lunch and learns. And those lunch and learns were tech talks for a small lunch fee to cover the costs. That grew into an annual event. And that Dr. Crowder was speaking to mental health and AI. One of my clients here in CoLab, one of the startups, is a company called Well in 5, and they are a mental health and wellness technology startup. They actually started in Canada. They went to Silicon Valley, and then they moved to San Diego, and they decided they would like to move to a little bit more business-friendly area. And so they focused on looking into places in Florida, and they were going to move to the Tampa, Florida area, and decided this was a very pretty area. It was not as busy or crowded, and they ended up here. So his technology experience has been very interesting with AI because not every AI is the best suited for the applications and the use cases that he's trying to deliver on. It's also another, and he presented this at our annual tech conference in October. It's also true in his experience that if you all have read about the large language learning models, the machine learning and AI, the humans are still in the loop in training the machine. And unfortunately, it's just the nature of humans that they bring to that training process their own filters, if you will, their own biases. And so you have to be very savvy in terms of developing applications with AI and these large language models because of the potential for humans being in the loop, and they might create some outcomes not anticipated. Again, not failures, but learning opportunities to grow and expand how we do the assimilation and aggregation of large databases. All right, so that's that. A little bit about what we did here. We've been looking for some leadership in Ed Morrison's program of strategic doing. Recently, one of the several people that I gifted his book Strategic Doing to over the last several years, one of them went up to North Alabama and they received certification as a facilitator. So they came back and they decided that we would work under the Chamber's organization on their innovation and entrepreneurship committee. We would try to utilize strategic doing methodologies to have a discussion group, just a core group, a few people, I mean, maybe 3 or 4 initially, in terms of, well, what could we do? What should we do? And what will we do? And so we sorted through some ideas in the process with her facilitation and guidance. And that's what this little presentation is about. How to actually take from the grounds up the strategic doing method for the entrepreneurial communities. I thought maybe you'd find this informative. So we started a group, a new brand called Startup Source Pensacola. There is no identifiable leader. It is a true collaboration of multiple entities. It was hosted by the Greater Pensacola Chamber of Commerce with several other organizations, including my own here at CoLab, including the Kukua Institute, which is a nonprofit that does mentoring globally, especially for founders of color, using the running lean methodology and the lean stack technology platform. I spoke about that last year's event. So what we were trying to do is support and empower our local entrepreneurs by improving accessibility and awareness of the resources and to try to get them into networking events. For example, last night we had our second Startup Source Pensacola social hour, and it was very well attended. So our first event was something we call the Resource Expo. There is kind of, I would call it an urban blighted area of the west side of Pensacola. A lot of older businesses, some closed, some of the buildings not in good shape, and some new renewal, some new businesses. So it's a mixture of the old and the new, as this area has seen great growth during COVID and following years. So we brought over 120 people to the room at this Brownsville Community Center, and we brought over 20 entrepreneur support organizations. It was very well received, and really both the attendees and the support organizations felt like it was a great success. We hoped we might get to half of that number of attendees, to be honest. So that was important to make the connections. Part of the community building that is core part of strategic doing is lacking. I don't know about your communities globally, but it seems to us that post-COVID, that it seems to be very difficult to get people to come out and actually participate, except in a virtual platform such as Zoom or one of the many others. So we're trying to reconnect the people in the community in order to build relationships and to bring more value from those relationships in meaningful ways. So goals, we wanted to bridge the resource gaps and connect them with the mentors, the funding options, and other resource providers. We wanted to reinvigorate collaboration in person through the event. So we're well represented with our university here, the University of West Florida, with Pensacola State College, also that school, and the variety of other support groups and economic development groups. The other thing is trying to promote sustainability in the ecosystem is a big challenge. I think that's common to multiple ecosystems. Sometimes different providers are very defensive because of the limited funding resources and the apparent overlap of services being provided. And that's a challenge which is acknowledged in the strategic doing methodologies and how you manage those relationships in an ongoing basis. So we saw a true spirit of working together there. Some of the people that maybe weren't so collaborative did not choose to attend. The framework of strategic doing is very action oriented. We set forth a list, I'll show you on the next page, of possible things to do and settle on this one as the lowest risk with highest touch points into the community of entrepreneurs and service organizations. We really wanted to engage more people in terms of learning what they do as support organizations to work together more effectively, and then to set some measurability goals in terms of what were the outcomes, and then how does that feed us in terms of our next decision in terms of, well, what are we going to do next? Do you have this deck up, Dr. Hernati? I thought I'd send it to you to present from. I guess that's not up. Pardon me while I look and see if I need to do that here. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that was being shared elsewise. I apologize.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I misunderstood. But anyway, so now that we have this deck up, let's take a look at it. These are the points I just discussed. So if you don't mind, then we'll go over to this next page and we'll see what we have over there. So now if I can just get this slideshow to work for me. Ah, there we go. All right, good. So the next page then is kind of the overview of the nitty gritty. And it was the facilitator was Carolyn Fries. She's also a serial entrepreneur, an alum of our collab operation. She is a mechanical engineer who, with her husband, who is a research scientist here, had built a company using advanced 3D printing technologies that they have patented. And so she's very familiar with the entrepreneurial ecosystem and the potential for collaboration and its value, and also just spent the time to get trained. So these were the ideas we had. We thought, how about a panel where we'd have some entrepreneurs talk to a group? And then we thought about this resource fair. And then we thought about a clearinghouse of some sort, a website that needed to be built. And then we thought about what's called a founder speed dating event, where we'd get multiple entrepreneurs who are looking for co-founders together in a room. And then finally, we thought we'd provide a menu of training for entrepreneurial topics. And we went through each one of these carefully with, what could we deliver in terms of a quality experience, timely, and to meet our very limited resources. And that's why we picked the resource fair. The community center was donated by the county government. The support organizations were volunteering their staff and their materials. So basically, it's a very low cost, no cost event for us with great success. So that's the word here is just simply we came up with an idea, we put it together rather quickly. These other ideas on this deck, they're actually on the 4th floor of the building I'm in, which is not our property, but it's a part of the chamber. And it's on the wall for the group to reconvene in order to go through a redo of this list and then a resetting of the priorities for the next event or whatever we choose to do. Any questions or comments so far from the folks here on Zoom? I don't see any hands raised. Okay, super. Then I will keep going. Okay, so here's the makeup of the group that put this event on using strategic doing. Obviously, Collab Pensacola. There is a nonprofit in town that's another key partner in the entrepreneurial support role at the Studer Community Institute. And then we also have a chapter of the Kauffman Foundation's 1 Million Cups program here. And also the University of West Florida and several other business development groups, including the Workforce Development Agency. And so we had quite a cross section of partners to come and share with the entrepreneurs. We felt like it was a good diversity of people to meet entrepreneurs and make them aware of things that they just were not aware of. Even with the internet and Google, we regularly hear from entrepreneurs, we didn't know that 1 Million Cups was in Pensacola. In the case of Studer Community Institute, they offer mentorship through the Venture Mentor Service program from MIT in Boston, Massachusetts. That's a great program. It's multiple mentors meeting with entrepreneurs to assist them in their growth and their development. So that is a unique asset here in this ecosystem there aren't that many cities in the country that actually have a trained group of people that run that mentor program based upon MITs. We also have another program here in the area called SCORE, which used to be a group of retired executives. Now they no longer have those words, just SCORE, North Florida. We have one of the most active regions in the entire US here in North Florida. And we find great value with their training webinars and also their in-person events. We also, of course, have the university's Small Business Development Center. They also offer quite a few webinars and in-person small fee based events for training entrepreneurs and how to start a business, how to do social media marketing, tax planning, just a whole variety of skills and areas that some entrepreneurs are not well educated or experienced in. So again, the highlights really are that this was an effort of the Innovation Entrepreneurship Committee of the Chamber of Commerce here, which, because they've been very active in a long-standing entrepreneurial ecosystem group that we facilitated since 2015, they've taken on this committee to try to bring in even more attendance and awareness. They have a very powerful marketing engine. Our organization really has not had that resource or capacity, is not like they do, because they have 1,000 or 2,000 members that they can command eyeballs to their marketing lists and their website and social media and their other event calendars. As far as funding, we are very involved with some local investor networks. There's a venture capital fund here in this region, along with a few angel investor groups also. This is a way for some entrepreneurs seeking funding to become more aware of what options exist regionally that might be good for their funding needs to build their products and launch them. As far as event series, we're really working to try to create more events. You saw my the little handwritten note list of possible projects for us to pursue. We're looking to try to reconvene our planning committee soon. This season here, and apparently even in the world, is full of events. Fall seems to be just full of events. And so we're kind of waiting till the events die down, because most of these groups and the volunteers are very involved. We have an event this week starting tonight called EntreCon. EntreCon is an entrepreneurship conference that runs for 3 days every fall. That October event that I mentioned is called I-10 Wired, and that is referred to as innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and networking. And it hosts a variety of topical speakers and presenters, along with keynote speakers of note. So we are really full up with the major annual events here. And I just think it's lovely that I can attend by Zoom a global event like this one and listen to all the good people and see my friend Dr. Hanadi, who I met through INVIA many years ago in one of their virtual events globally. Okay, so the impact and longer term vision of this effort that we're trying to do is, how do we build a resilient, self-sustaining ecosystem? Number one really is by building awareness, building a sense of community by person to person meeting, by also learning together, and then building together entrepreneurial innovative ventures. We are trying to advance the economy here locally by creating jobs and hopefully higher wage jobs. Florida, as you all know, is thought of a lot as a tourist destination from all over the world. We are not Disney. They are 6 hours or 8 hours east of here. We're at the very western edge of Florida. And I always say that to people because we're in Central Time, not Eastern. We're in the part of Florida that one of our former governors forgot to put on the state map. I thought it was interesting. It stopped at the time zone. So I just refer to that part of Florida as East Florida. It's a great part of Florida. Don't get me wrong. This part of Florida has mostly been the timber industry, forestry products, and chemical plants. We do have military presence here quite a bit with different bases and different agencies. But it has been a great area to grow up in from New York by way of San Diego. I grew up here. I left for years, but came back. Lived in large cities, Chicago, Omaha, Nebraska, Jacksonville, Tokyo. So I've really been around the world and this is a nice community, but it has grown significantly. And we do have quite a few hub organizations in innovation that are really contributing to that growth. We're just trying to hope to connect the engineering talent, the research people with entrepreneurs and the skills they need. Finally, we're looking at tracking metrics because I think that's very important. In the strategic doing language, it would be what's your 30-30. So that's instilling this notion of accountability. And I would add visibility into what the collaborative efforts are doing in alignment with their goals and their mission purposes. And then finally, I'd like to say thank you and open it up for questions and just say it's been a pleasure. Anything I can answer or further discussion topics, please let me know.
Does anybody have any questions for Patrick? Let me just say a couple things I noticed, Patrick. Entrepreneurs really need mentoring. They're usually good at the product or they're making or the service that they're offering, but when it comes to business skills, oftentimes they come up a little bit short. Also, when they run into some problems, they think, this is the first time an entrepreneur has ever run into a problem like this. How am I ever going to get any help? You mentioned SCORE. That was the organization of retired entrepreneurs at one time, right?
Yes.
So yeah, what I've found with them is successful entrepreneurs who may have retired, they're very willing, maybe even a little bit anxious to try to help other entrepreneurs succeed. And when an entrepreneur says, I run into a problem, no one's ever seen this before, somebody who's seasoned is going to say, this happens to entrepreneurs. It happened to me when I was in business. Here's how hot I handled it. So getting that kind of information to entrepreneurs, I think, will vastly increase their probability of success. I've also found usually after about the second year, things start out well, and then you sort of hit a few snags. And I see entrepreneurs, the ones that I've talked to, I see them starting to question themselves after probably about the second or third year, and it's kind of a little rut that they have to get through. And once they do, then they're usually on to success. So having resources to help those younger entrepreneurs get through those problems, I think is an invaluable resource really to all of them. What you're doing here, I think, is wonderful. It's going to help entrepreneurs in the Florida region where you are. And, I always, when I teach entrepreneurship, I always tell everybody, think big, not just you're doing something here, but how big can you make this? Some of them have a little trouble seeing that, particularly early on. But again, these people from SCORE can help them, and it turns out to be very, very valuable.
I fully agree. We were blessed that a new gentleman took over the state level operation of the small business development centers. His predecessors, their policy was really to focus on growth stage companies. And so they did not really have a heart, passion, or focus on the ideation phase and the very early stage of a startup. The new director, actually, funny story, he ran a machining company in an area just about an hour east of here that is really quite dense industrial, but primarily in support of the Air Force operations, because they have a large budget for research and development. While Pensacola is a Navy organization largely here, they're a training operation. So they manage curriculum development, web-based training, things like that, and career path planning and support. But they don't really do research here. The Air Force has a huge research operation over there, and therefore more budget. And then they need the entrepreneurial community. So he ran that. So he's an entrepreneur. I don't think he was an owner, but it's very much supporting research engineering, which means everything's new every day, right? And so he grew out of that world. And when he took the state level SBDC job, he left a nonprofit that was the Regional Manufacturing Council. So he really does understand the entrepreneurship side, primarily from the whole tangible making of things. And what I've told people, because I had a lot of manufacturing experience myself in finance, is that making software, it's the same, it's just a factory. Okay, it really is a factory. There's different departments. They do different parts that then you have to put them all together, and they have to do something, and they have to do something that people will pay for that's valuable to them. And you have to be able to deliver that at a cost that allows you some margin, right? To pay the bills. And so I just like to tell people that, look, manufacturing is great. It's a great opportunity for people, for jobs and wealth. But we also have this technology revolution. And now, as you know, in America, at least, it's kind of coming full circle with, well, maybe not everybody needs a 4-year degree. Maybe we need more folks with technical skills that can go back into the reshoring of manufacturing industries to our communities around the US. So we'll see how that works. Cycles come and cycles go. I just, Michael, you seem to know quite a bit, and I know I've seen you in these calls over the years, and maybe on the NBIA calls. Remind me, where are you? I don't have the app up. Where is your home base?
I'm at Stockton University. It's in New Jersey, just outside of Atlantic City and Galloway, although we have an Atlantic City campus now too. So it's a greater South Jersey Shore area.
My wife's from South Jersey, Wall Township, Seagirt, that area.
A Jersey girl.
Yes, and yes, and a mixed heritage from Europe, Italians, Polish, Czech, Russian.
Perfect.
Yeah, she married me and keeps me on mine. Well, thank you, Michael. Any other questions, comments?
Well, one last thing I was going to say, are they making something or some offering a service too?
I'm sorry, say again, the sound broke up a second.
Yeah. So are they mostly in producing product, or do you have some that offer a service as well?
Well, you mean our clientele, our tenants in the program?
Yeah.
So we've had a variety of folks in the program over the years. Some of them are making tangible things, or sometimes integrating tangible physical property into products. For example, our facilitator, Carolyn Free's company, it was called Guided Particle Systems. So they were producing and manufacturing goods with the 3D printing. They actually turned that into a semiconductor fabrication training tool through an articulated robotic arm to train community college students back to the 2-year programs as we reshore the semiconductor industry production here in the US. So then also we have some people that are building robotics in the building. They're using the robotics dog and some AI, and they're also building a new onboard chip technologies. The lead engineer and CEO is from Qualcomm. So they do a lot of embedded software development in circuit cards and chipsets and the technologies that like that. So, but then a lot of them are service people that, they're developing software or delivering business services, or we have a lot of cybersecurity services in this area too.
Excellent. Very good. I'm interested in the next person is going to come on in a couple minutes. I think I have 2 minutes left. I was interested when you said in the area of robotics, because I think in the next, 6, 8, 10 years, there's going to be a big push to bring manufacturing back to the US. And I think if we do that, the reason it left the US in the first place was that labor's wage rate is so much lower in some of these countries than it is in the US. So if we're going to bring this back, it'll come back as capital intensive rather than labor intensive operations, which means you're going to have a lot of robots and automation and artificial intelligence in the manufacturing process. So I was very interested when you said the robotics part.
Right. And there's actually a prospective tenant who worked for a research institute here And they competed in a global DARPA competition and took second place with the Research Institute a few years ago. He's been in 2 different startups. He's looking to raise funds now. One of his key target areas is robotics assisted humanoid manufacturing. He's looking at the shipbuilding industry.
Excellent. Very good.
Welding applications. I thought that was fascinating. So there you go.
Very good.
Thank you all again.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was very informative, and I have a feeling I'll see you back here next year with something else. You're doing very good.
Right, and I'll be trying to jump into the webinars and the speakers today.
Excellent.
Tomorrow and Thursday, it's pretty much 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. in that other event, but I'll pick and choose and jump out of some of those and jump back in here, okay?
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you all again. And Dr. Anati, it's always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you. You are strategic partner to our conference. See you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hanadi, I think we're right on time at 1 o'clock. I think I'm looking for Christopher Harrison.
Hello, good day. How are you?
I see him. Okay. All right. Do you go by Chris or Christopher?
Chris, please.
Okay, Chris.
Let
All right,
me-
Chris, you may fire when ready.
Thank you. Let me. So hopefully you can all see my slides.
Perfect.
Let me jump back to the start. Okay, so hello everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to join you today and to present some work from the World Intellectual Property Organization at this event. My name is Chris Harrison. I'm a patent analytics manager here at WIPO. Now, for those of you who do not know who the World Intellectual Property Organization are, we are a specialized agency of the United Nations, and we're based in Geneva in Switzerland. We have 193 member states that's all around providing intellectual property services and leading the development of an effective IP system for the innovation and creativity of everyone. Today I'm going to talk about patent analytics, about IP analytics, and some of the work that we do in this space at WIPO. And so WIPO's support for innovation services spans the entirety of the innovation life cycle, from ideas to product development to commercialization or utilization of technologies. And this is not only by accessing and searching technology found in patent and scientific technical databases, but also by analyzing this data to show useful technological and business trends. And this is where patent analytics or IP analytics more broadly comes in. So what we do is we leverage the wealth of the knowledge that's contained in public patent data to provide added value information and to support informed decision making or informed policy making. So why do we do this type of work? Well, there is a wealth of patent data that's publicly available in patent registers around the world. So there's over 100 million published patents that exist worldwide, and that's growing by over 3 million a year. Patent data is very standardized in its format, which makes it a good indicator for tracking science and technology outputs and for innovation tracking more broadly. Ultimately, it is a unique source of information. Studies now several years old, but suggest that approximately 80% of all information that's made publicly available from a technology perspective is contained in patents and not held elsewhere. So it's a rich source of data to be able to mine and uncover insights about inventions, innovation, and technological developments. And very quickly, the IP analytics section at WIPO, we're responsible for developing WIPO's leadership role in using this type of work to help our member states develop their IP and innovation ecosystems, which is ultimately to drive economic growth, to support researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs. And we've been preparing patent landscape reports and other IP analytics publications since about 2010. And these cover many different technology areas. And a patent landscape report does provide a snapshot of a technology area at a particular point in time, and that can be very insightful and to be used to inform policy discussions, strategic planning, or tech transfer. And that's just a small part of wider work that we do within the team at WIPO. But I'm here today to talk around a recent report that we published a few months ago on generative artificial intelligence, or Gen AI. And Gen AI is obviously a cutting edge technology that's poised to disrupt many different economic, social, and cultural sectors. And it certainly extends far beyond simple human-like text generation in ChatGPT and other similar tools. And the report, which we published in July of this year, it looks at the latest patent trends in Gen AI globally and provides a comprehensive and up-to-date understanding of the global patent landscape within Gen AI. But it also looks at insights into some of its future application areas and potential impact. And this is what I found really interesting about the research that we undertook, because before we started this work, I was quite naive, I think, about how Gen AI could really revolutionize many different sectors, and I just used it very much as a tool to support some of the work that we do through tools like ChatGPT and other chatbots, or to help with my children's homework. But it's certainly an awful lot more than that in terms of what we see in the patent data in terms of real world applications using Gen AI. Now, our research shows, as you may expect, that patenting in Gen AI is booming, and we looked at scientific publications as well as looking at patent data, because that gives us quite a bit of context in terms of technology evolution from research through to commercial real-world applications in patent data. And we found that there are over 54,000 patent families or inventions related to Gen AI, and about 75,000 scientific publications around the world. And this is between the last 10 years, so looking from 2014 up until 2023. But what's interesting is that this area is really growing and growing fast, which you probably would expect given what we've seen in the growth and deployment of ChatGPT and other tools in the last 2-3 years. And in 2023 alone, so last year, over 25% of all of the Gen AI patents globally, so that's over 14,000 inventions, were published in last year alone. And out of the 75,000 scientific publications since 2014, over 45% of these were published in 2023. That's over 34,000 scientific publications related to Gen AI published last year. And so that just shows how much this area is booming and growing at increasing speed. Now, the challenge with undertaking this piece of work was in how do we actually identify Gen AI patents? And that's not straightforward. It's not straightforward because Gen AI is such a modern concept and there's no clear technical definition of the area, and there's certainly no fully established patent classification schemes to help us use more traditional search approaches to identify many of the patents. And so as such, our methodology was a combination of using traditional patent search approaches, but also using about 100 prompts for various concepts of Gen AI. And we used an advanced AI search algorithm to help us find Gen AI patents themselves. And so it was a combined approach. And so we basically then took these two different approaches to conducting a patent search, one traditional and one AI based, and then we fused the data sets together, which we then transferred to an AI classifier to help increase accuracy and identify the real patents that are related to Gen AI. And this was actually quite a novel approach for us at WIPO. It was the first time that we'd undertaken such an exercise, but it was critical given how fast growing and new Gen AI is in the area, because the traditional search approach was not going to be fit for purpose. So now we dive into a bit of the data. So what does it tell us about the patenting and general research activities around Gen AI? Well, since the introduction of the transformer in 2017, so that's the deep neural network architecture behind large language models that have become synonymous with Gen AI, the number of patents have increased by over 800%. And you can see the level of growth here, and you can really see from what I showed in my previous slide around the huge volume of scientific publications that were published in last year alone. And you can see how following the release of ChatGPT in 2022, that really then spurred on many different researchers to start looking at other potential research in the Gen AI field. And this new WIPO report on Gen AI builds on a groundbreaking study that WIPO published as part of our Technology Trends series on artificial intelligence more broadly, and that was in 2019. And Gen AI is a subset of wider AI. So we looked at the share of Gen AI patent publications amongst all AI patents. And although this has shown a slight uptick since 2017, where it was about 4.2% of all AI patents were related to Gen AI. This has only increased to just over 6% now at 6.1%. Now, this will increase in the future, but I think it just shows, as much as we're seeing rapid growth in patenting and research in Gen AI, certainly within the patent space, it's still only a very small part of the overall levels of patenting that are going on within AI technologies more broadly. Looking at some of the data in more detail, who are the companies, who are the players, the actors with the most patents related to Gen AI, and we see that 17 out of the top 20 come from companies, and universities or public research organizations account for the remaining 3. The top applicants are Tencent and Ping An Insurance Group and Baidu from China. And Chinese organizations represent 13 out of the top 20 Gen AI patent applicants. The remaining 7 come from the US, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. And the development at a country level is also interesting to explore, because by looking at where inventions originate using the information from the location of inventors, we get a good idea around where the innovative and research activities are taking place within a field. And so you can see from this plot that numbers are increasing across the world, but China, the US, Republic of Korea, and also Japan and India lead the way. But you can see the dominance of China in patenting within Gen AI areas. And so there's a 70% market share of patents coming from China. But what's interesting is actually the highest growth over the last few years is coming from India. So although they have a very small share, only 3% of Gen AI patents are coming from India, they've got a large growth rate. And that's interesting because it shows that there is a country that patents less, but they are growing at a rapid rate compared to some of the other countries involved. Now, when it comes to trying to categorize Gen AI, it's very broad. There's some blurred boundaries in terms of where things can be subdivided very easily. But the way we approach is was to look at the different models, the different modes, and the different applications. So the different models, these are loosely the Gen AI algorithms that are used to run the input data and then generate the outputs. So these are things that you're probably familiar with or have heard with, like GANs, generative adversarial networks, or large language models, or variational autoencoders. These are different models of Gen AI algorithms. We then have the modes, which are basically the different types of input or output data. So you might be quite familiar with talking with a tool like ChatGPT of using text data, but there's many other different inputs and outputs of Gen AI, whether that be image, video, speech, but then increasingly, and we'll come on to see this, other inputs and outputs like molecules and genes. And then applications, we'll come on to this shortly, but there's many different applications that we grouped where Gen AI is having an input. Very quickly, looking at some of the models involved. So these are the different algorithms that are used. You can see that patenting is largely been involved with the growth since 2018 in GANs, in generative adversarial networks. And this is mainly used for image generation. Large language models are used primarily for text generation. Variational autoencoders are used for both text and images. But in the report, we have many further details looking at who has patented who has patents in relation to these different models for working on these different algorithms. And we break that up and drill down in many different dimensions as well. Sorry, skip one forward, too many. If we then look at the different modes, so the different types of input and output data, most interesting here is in the bottom right, which is showing that the largest growth since 2018 has come in the molecules, genes, and proteins area, and that's seen almost 80% growth in patent publications in recent years. And this is, I think, also seems to be reflected in things that we hear from different companies that we speak to, that many people are familiar with some of the more conversational aspects of Gen AI using text and images or videos. But some of the advantages of some of these tools for completely changing the way industry goes about some of its processes is potentially revolutionary. And when we've spoken to companies who generate protein structures, they're now telling us that some of the Gen AI tools that they're using allows protein structures to, the generation of those to reduce what previously was several months or even years of research into the matter of a day or less. And that completely changes the way that they approach their research that they can undertake. If we look at some of the applications of Gen AI, we identified and categorized Gen AI patenting into 21 different application domains. It's perhaps not surprising to see that software-related applications dominate the patent filings, but it's actually in some of the areas lower down from there with some of these applications that are potentially really interesting. So life sciences touches on what I was just saying around the use of genes and molecules and proteins for Gen AI development, but also some of the solutions that exist in some of the other areas like document management or transportation or telecoms. These are areas that have been growing also at pace, with many different interesting applications using Gen AI. And our report takes a number of case studies looking at specific examples from these areas. We then look in more detail at some of the companies with the proportion of their portfolio which relates to these different applications. And although software is the largest, which we've removed from here just for brevity, we can see some of the companies that are specializing in certain areas. And so you could see in particular some of the life science and document management areas where some of the top applicants are involved, and similarly in the life science space within the academic sector as well. We can then also have a quick look at, well, how do these different inputs affect the different applications and who's using what in different areas? And the report features many of these interactive visualizations that allow you to drill down into the data and uncover insights for yourself and in the way that you want to interrogate it. So for the purposes of a presentation, this is just a static overview, but charts like this in our digital first report on the WIPO website are all fully interactive. So you can see the number of different patents in, for example, the transportation area that are using different types of inputs in the different modes. And then you can actually see what those patents are, who they come from, and what they relate to. So it allows you as the user to have the power to say, well, I'm interested in a certain area. What do I want to drill down and uncover? And ultimately, reports like this that we produce at WIPO, they're here to present the numbers and the facts. They're here to say, well, here's a line in the sand that says this is what a particular technology looks like at this point in time and its development. And this can be used as a useful evidence base to support further decision making that might take place at different levels. And there's obviously, as everyone knows, been a lot of news and hype related to Gen AI. And this report only ultimately does provide a start. It provides some of these solid facts. We do see that, obviously, as you saw from an earlier chart, the scientific publications lead patent publications, and that's not surprising. This is seen across other areas as well. But certainly we expect, because of that, because generally you have a lag in patents of a couple of years over scientific publications, that huge growth that we've seen in the last calendar year, and we're seeing similar growth when we look at the incomplete 2024 year data as well, with what we're looking at right now, similar levels of continued growth in both scientific publications and patents. And so this is expected to continue to grow, and this is ultimately, I think, just the start. What we're trying to do, though, ultimately, is say this is what the technology landscape looks like, and then we leave it to others to help decide, well, what does this mean, and how this can support the decisions that we take. Because as a UN agency of the UN, we have many different member states that have many different interests in these areas. So our role is to present the evidence base and allow others to use that for their own individual needs. And that's why some of the interactive visualizations and access and being transparent with the data is really important, because it allows different parties and different member states of WIPO to uncover their relevant insights to them. So if, for example, you are based in India, you might have a very different perspective and interest in how you want to cut and analyze the data than you might do if you were based in the US. And so the tools that we have now with from both a data visualization and data access point of views allows us to present a report like this at a point in time, but then allow you to use it to uncover your own insights depending on your needs. And the QR code here on this page will take you straight to the WIPO report, where you can access the report, interact with the data in many different ways. But if anyone has any specific questions or specific follow-ups, please either reach out to me directly or through our generic email account for the team. But of course, I'm very happy to take any questions now if we've got a little bit of time. So thank you all. Michael, I think you're on mute.
Well, in that case, let's try it again. We do have a few minutes left before the next paper. If anybody has any questions, comments. If I could ask something, I'm not real knowledgeable about patents, but I saw the word world in there. So are people getting worldwide patents? Because normally, doesn't a patent go through a country?
Yeah, so patents are jurisdictional rights, so they only take effect in the country in where they've been filed and prosecuted. So to have a patent in the US, you have to file for a patent in the US. There are, however, a route to protection which is administered by WIPO, which is what people refer to as an international patent. It's through the Patent Cooperation Treaty, which essentially means that at WIPO, we administer the initial processing of a single application at the first stage of a patent process. Now, I won't go into the exact specifics of how this is processed, but imagine if you have an invention that has got potentially global reach, you want to protect it in many different markets. So if you say we're interested in protection in the US, across many different European nations, across Japan, Korea, China, instead of filing 10 or 12 or whatever you might consider different applications in each of those countries, you can file a single application with WIPO that goes through the first stage of the patent prosecution process, which is the search stage, through WIPO, and then it is examined according to national law when it spawns these different applications in each country. So instead of filing 12 applications through both search and examination in every country, you can file a single application, which is published at the first stage of a patent process by WIPO, and then it spawns national patents as it goes through the substantive examination process. So that's the reason for that.
Do you see any, or you anticipate any patent infringements? Because if these are in just certain countries, somebody from another country may try to copy it. These are essentially some kind of a process that somebody has patented, I'm assuming.
Yeah, so there's obviously patent infringement is an important topic, and many different people track different patents so that they're aware of what their competitors are doing and whether they're potentially infringing on anything. But ultimately, because patents are jurisdictional rights, if there is no patent protection in the country in which you are operating, then there would be no infringement. So, for example, if there was a French patent that exists and it's only been published within France or Europe more widely, you in the US could do whatever you wanted if there was no protection in the US. You wouldn't be infringing on those patents unless you did any importing of that or selling of that within the territories that it was protected in France and Europe, etc. So infringement only becomes an issue if as a company or an actor that's developing technologies, there has been patents that are in the country in which you are active, so to speak, or have a market.
Okay. I could just see that this infringement could be an issue, especially in some smaller countries that don't have the resources to develop something and say, hey, it's already developed, not patented here, so we have a right to use it, I guess, or at least copy it.
In those situations, if there wasn't protection in those smaller countries, then anyone in those countries with the means could do anything they want without infringing that patent in that country. It's only if this is where you then see when you look at patent data, depending on the different technologies and where the main markets are, you see different strategies that companies employ. So, for example, in the automotive sector, you'll see many of the big automotive manufacturers that are patenting only in the larger automotive countries where they are manufactured. So in the US, in Germany, in China, in Japan, in Korea, and you don't get patents published in like Australia or many parts of Africa or South America. Whereas, say, for example, vaccines that are applicable to all humans wherever they are in the planet, your big pharmaceutical companies want protection in pretty much every country around the world, because they are selling their product in all those countries, so they don't want people to infringe or use it. Whereas so you do, when you analyze patents, see different trends in different sectors that you look at.
Very interesting, Chris. Thank you so much. It was very informative. I didn't know a whole lot about this area, and I feel like I know a little bit more about it now. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, according to my schedule here, who am I looking for? Tom O'Neill, was it? Where am I here? Day 2. I'm on the wrong day. Okay, so is Tom O'Neill, I think it's the next one. He's an associate vice president at the University of Central Florida. And he's got the last half hour.
Hi, Mike. Unfortunately, Tom having some unforeseen activities in their families, and he running to home. And he speak with me. He is unable to do it.
Okay.
We can. Yes, we can. Let me see if there are. We can make it an open discussion. If Chris want to leave, no problem at all. Me and you, and I think it's Professor Macro. Where are you? Professor Macro, it's, and who will be here? Let me check.
It says he's here.
No, just I speak in the phone.
Oh.
He will be unable to do it because he is in the way to the home.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a half hour roughly until the next session starts.
Yes.
What do we do here?
Yes, no problem. Let me manage this. I will present Mike from my side. My presentation today, I need to discuss specifically, we are focusing about the innovation. And the innovation, it is a powerful tool to solving the problem and solving the crisis from different perspectives. Today, I will share my knowledge about crisis management from a 360 growth wheel perspective. In fact, the team of growth wheel will be coming maybe after an hour. He will discuss also about the growth wheel. The growth wheel, first of all, we need to define what is the crisis management. We will discuss about the startup success via crisis management. We know that the entrepreneurs and the startup always looking to be success. And to be success, it's important to using some tool that can help them to be success. We need to, first of all, defining what is the crisis and what is the crisis agenda. I should put my own agenda for the crisis. Then I need to check what is the crisis causes. And also I need to check the crisis financial options and the crisis credit agreement and the crisis cost budget. and profit review, and IT innovation and IT optimization. This is the topic. Now I will present it by using a decision sheet for the strategy of 360 growth wheel development. First of all, for the success via crisis management, I need to define my methodology. I should have clear methodology for the crisis. Then I will define my own tools for this crisis. And then I will finalize by action plan. To solve the crisis, we need to have a clear action plan and also clear methodology, which lead to using clear tools. It's the growth wheel from 360 growth wheel. It consists from 4 challenges, and the challenges for any company, everybody is looking for, or the startups or the companies or the institutions or university, whatever about the organization, looking to have an attractive business concept. And then we need to building customer relationship, and we have maintained portfolio operation. How I will do my operation, and then I will establish strong organization. The framework of a 360 model. First of all, we need to list the big challenges. Then I will select my teams. Skills teams, then I will select or choose my advisory to this crisis. The crisis management need quick decision and take action. It's the concept or the strategy of 360 growth wheel. Then I need to take the decision and take the action within using some tools. We call it decision tools. When we go closers, we have some indicators for the business concept, for customer relationship and operation and organization. And then I will have to focus in 20 focus area in the growth wheel, or we can call it 20 indicators. If we divided our circle to upper part and lower part, then we can call it internal and external indicators. Now we need to see what is the outcomes from the growth wheel. Growth wheel helping us to get a new idea, and this is what they looking for. The startups looking to have a new idea or leading idea, which lead to success their work. The growth wheel strategy, this is for the growth wheel strategy. We apply it for the crisis management. It's applicable for any industry, any size of the project, any stage of the project. It's not important from early stage, any stage of the life stage for your project or your organization. You can apply the 360 model growth wheel. When I start to do my methodology to success, first of all, I need to define my methodology, and I put indicator to measure my methodology. Then I will do analyze, and then we improve the situation till we reaching the final destination. The mission for the 360 growth wheel, we listing the organization purpose and missions. This is what we call it this is what we call it as a decision sheet. The 360 growth wheel offering for the client, for the organization, for the startup. This sheet, this is applicable sheet. In this sheet, you can write your mission. Okay, and you can start to writing some information about your mission, and then you filtering your mission till you reach the final destinations for your own mission. Then what about if I want to create my vision? To create your vision for solving a problem, then again, you will use some decision sheet about the vision. Those tools is already available and constructed from the strategy of 360 growth wheel, while AMBI advisory in 360 growth wheel, international advisory. And we use those tools with our entrepreneurs. We use it for the academic institutions. We use it for the organization, large companies, small companies, startup, entrepreneurs, inventor, for any person having their own idea or their business. Then in the vision, we create the vision, we present our opportunity or how we're solving the problems. Then we use another tool, what we call it 360 90 days plan. This is the tool you listing your focus area, where you want to focus, and you write your decision, and you write some appropriate date or let's say date or weeks when you can done this job. Then we call it 30, 60, 90 days plan. The new plan for your business. It's not important to make strategic plan for 5 years or for 1 year. It's okay to make it for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. From this one, you can building your strategic plan from 90 days plan. The decision and action checklist, it will be helping you to focusing about your focus area and your decision and action. The tool for success through the crisis. First of all, I directly will be jumping on the tools. First of all, I will describe the crisis, make the honest description for your crisis. You will be a such person who will be having a right decision to write your crisis or to define your crisis. Then you will following some few steps. You create best solution, and you focusing in important aspects, and you meeting the key people. Then you will select the best people to solving your situations. Then you will identify the solution which take urgent action. This is the steps for how you describing your crisis. The aspects first to the situation, you will define the situation, you will identify the important client, you will prepare your bank action plan, the resources, the economy action plan, and the emergency plan, and the most important operation suppliers. This is the crisis description decision sheet. You list all your information inside this sheet, and this sheet will be changing from time to time. And we have here the checklist, what you needed for your decision sheet. When we're going for the crisis agenda, you select the best decision you need and action for your crisis. And this is the crisis agenda. We have here the 4 challenging area, and in each challenging area, we have a focus area, around 5 focus area, and then you will write this one by your hand by evaluating your situations about your crisis agenda. The crisis causes, you find the root of who causing your problem or a crisis for your company or for the country crisis. The steps: make deep analysis for this crisis, choosing best solution, and making action plan for the future. And this is why I'm choosing this topic for our conference, because we're talking about today about the inventors and about the innovations, and those need to listing their situation or their journey when they starting from their inventions to going to the market. And to going to the market, they need to set up their startups or their companies, and the company need different type of skills. Maybe they are unable to have this skills to starting their own company. And also in the previous keynote speaker, they discussing about the situations about the each startup depending about the depressions, or depending about they make a plan for the company, and the company is collapse within let's say 1 year or 2 years because have a shortage of experience in some skills and knowledge. The crisis accuses you using the decision sheet again. You put all your information and you will see how you reach the root of the crisis. The crisis challenges, we will identify the crisis from a personal perspective. You need to reflect the perspective about your personality. What is the strength from your personality? What is the weaknesses? And you can apply the SWOT analysis as a strategy about your own self. First of all, the steps you will meeting the key personnel, and you will take actions to overcome all challenges, and you will consider the positive future after the crisis is over. The personal challenges, you put yourself here and you try to listing or identifying all the personal challenges. The crisis financial options. Now we need to select the financial investment. Maybe the problem or the crisis for the company or for startup or inventors or for the university or organization or foundations having a crisis, maybe for financial options. Then we need to select the financial investment. The steps is we check the financing sources, and we making action plan how to comply with the requirement, and we contact the financing sources. Then we searching for the sources, and we checking with those sources how they can support your organization or support your crisis. And this is the financial options. We have a list of financial options to be used. Then you don't need to go for the financial advisory. 360 growth wheel strategy, helping you by using decision sheet to listing all your information. The crisis credit agreement, also you decide what type of negotiation with the investors. Then the crisis cost budget, we calculate the cost and we reduce the expenses. Sometimes with the entrepreneurs or startups or inventors, they keep paying the cost for the company, but you need to reduce the expenses. Maybe the expenses is all the time keep the company in a very weak situations from the cost-wise. Then we need to reduce the expenses. Use the spreadsheet. We will provide you with the spreadsheet. This spreadsheet, then check the number are realistic. You will need to check all the number for your expenses. For example, the simply example now, it's coming in, let's say in 5 to 6 years, the marketing, the social media marketing, or the emails marketing, or the marketing, it's taking a lot of money from the startup, and the startup maybe is not a freestanding position in the cost-wise to paying for those marketing. Then maybe he need to pay for the marketing to let their company to be well known, but they unfortunately the cost will be so costly for the company. Then we need to check the number are realistic or reducing their prices or expenses. Then we make an action plan for best idea to reduce your cost. For example, if you're selling a product or services and you see your services is not manageable, but your friends and others, it's really they selling more, and you need to take care about your pricing list, and you need to pricing strategy, and you checking your prices. Maybe you need to reduce your prices in comparing with the other competitor. And this is the cost budget to listing all your prices and how you reduce these prices in comparing with the market or in comparing with your competitor. The profit review, you need to calculate how you increase your profit. Then you will find the sources of the profit to control the crisis. And this is the profit decision sheet. You can listing all the criteria or the indicators from where you can get profit for your company or organization. IT innovation, you find innovative approach for IT. I will give you a small example. Now, the most of the company now having their system for paying the payment through some platform, and they connect their platform with some big companies, and this is reducing their expenses by using some employee using for paying the payment. Then by using the technology, the latest technology, this will reduce the pricing, and we can use the IT innovations. Use IT system, accelerate the process and select relevant IT system. Then you choose your best way to running your company or running your inventions by using the best relevant system for your crisis. And this is IT innovation. You listing all the innovative tools to be used for your crisis. We do IT optimization. Maybe you want to convert your organization streamline to reach digitalization. Then you need to make all your services, all your product to be digitalized, converted to be online. And using, for example, freelancers and using online advisory instead using in-person. The step, you identify the effective IT system to controlling your crisis and select the relevant IT system. Then you select the best IT for your crisis to be relevant for your company. And this is it's the decision sheet again about IT optimizations. Action plan. To success through crisis management, you need to have clear action plan. After all what we discussed, this is the scoreboard, or set your ambitions based on your crisis and the solutions of crisis after the journey, what I take you before about define the crisis and the best agenda and the relevant and the root of the crisis till you reaching your action plan. Thank you so much about this presentation about 360 innovation. Sorry, Mike.
Okay, so this 360 is a way to manage a crisis no matter in what area in the company it is. And you've laid out a nice framework here on how to do that. there is, I think, a little bit of a question in that what exactly is a crisis? So a crisis is something that came up that was unexpected, and usually there's a sense of urgency to solve the crisis. So I think some of these things you laid out here, you probably want to do ahead of time in anticipation of a crisis developing. And whatever area it develops, you'll have some kind of a plan to go ahead and solve it. Because with new entrepreneurs, you just don't know what crises are going to pop up, and how quickly you're going to have to solve them. Many of the crises, I think, have to do with financial aspects. So if you lay out something like this ahead of time, you'll say, well, if a financial crisis exists in this area, I've already thought about how I'm going to get through this. I'll go to the work that I've done, and I'll follow the agenda that I've set. So I think for new entrepreneurs, oftentimes they don't have enough time to do things. But if you can take some time and set up this 360 kind of a crisis management system, I think it'll help when further, as you go along and further problems develop.
Exactly, Professor Mike. It is important for the entrepreneur. This is the reason why we call it a startup success via crisis management. I mean, the crisis is not mean a collapsing of the company, but the crisis he need to define. He need to teach himself about those tools. Those tool is ready. Okay, it is available in the market, and he can subscribe and buying these tools. Okay, then when he buying those tools, he can reflecting in their crisis or their problem, because unfortunately the startup, maybe they don't have knowledge about, for example, the 360 tools, or they don't know about what do you mean by strategy, or how we can building their own strategy for the company. He is passionate for such a product or such inventions, and then he start to selling this one without a knowledge. Those tools, when he stuck in let's say after a year, then he need to do some revision about the mission and vision and setting agenda, or they using what we call it this plan, a methodology plan. It is 30, 60, 90 days plan. It's not important to have their own strategy. He can start within 30 days plan for selling or setting up their services or their product, and then he can extend, and he can be also more survive in the market.
Yeah, for any entrepreneur, planning is very important. Now, you can't plan for a crisis because you just don't know when it's going to happen and in what area of your business it will occur. But you've laid out here different areas where crises will occur, and if you have a plan to deal with them, then as they do pop up, you can just go to your plan and say, look, here's how we're gonna handle this. For a small
Exactly,
entrepreneur,
because this one, Professor Mike, I give you just a little portion about the crisis management in reflection of 360 growth wheel strategy. It is a very big strategy. We have a 20 focus area. Each focus area will taking from us 5-6 hours. But just now I draw attention about the people. Look, entrepreneur, large company, small company, institutions, foundation. If you have a crisis, you can break down the crisis in this way. Using this strategy will help you to find the roots of the crisis and to solve this crisis, from your opinion, by using those tools.
Exactly. And this seems to be very comprehensive, and it looks like it covers all the areas where a crisis could pop up. And I know particularly for small new entrepreneurs, oftentimes a crisis seems catastrophic. You know, something came up, I
Exactly.
didn't take
This
down
is not comprehensive, Professor Mike. This is a practical tool. This tool is an active tool. For example, as I mentioned for you before, I show you this is available tool. And you see here, it's empty spaces that easy for each entrepreneurs or company. They write what they looking for about their mission. What is, who, how, they asking themselves, this is ready. Instead of buying or hiring a company, build your a strategy. And this is the main problem. Based on the study, they proven that the small businesses or the startup after 2 years is collapse and disappear from the market. 99% is not only 90% of those survive in the market. The problem is they need to review their situation about the vision, about the mission, about their financial situations, and then they need to be using some tools to help them. And in the coming day, there are several strategy, what call it agile strategy. It will be created by Ed Morris. Maybe tomorrow he will present this strategy. After an hour, David Mood, he will present also some strategy about the soft skill it should be required for the entrepreneurs, inventors, companies, and others. We don't need to take, I think, more time. I hope Beverly is there.
Yeah, I think that was done very well. I believe I'm going to turn this over to my dear friend, Beverly Anderson.
Well, hello there. Hello,
Well, hello,
Hanani.
Beverly.
Hello, Michael. It's good
It's
to
always a
see
pleasure to
both.
see you.
Hi, Professor Beverly. Really, we love each other. You and me and Professor Mike.
That's right.
Go ahead. I hope your presenter will be there.
I was going to say, I don't see is Mohammed here?
Muhammad Farouki, I don't know.
I
Muhammad?
don't see him. Well, we will hope that some of the presenters come.
The David and the Kristen. I think the Kristen from early morning, he's there.
Well, Paul, isn't he supposed to be on here?
Instead of Paul, there are David Moots.
Oh, okay.
Yes, let me see. Let me give me some time to give him a call.
Okay.
You can start by general discussions with the Professor Mike till I see where is the speaker.
Okay. I will start. I will go on sort of tail what you said. I was thinking when your comments that you can't plan for a crisis is I've talked to many companies that they say they planned for all these different crises, but what happened was something they didn't plan for.
Exactly.
And I was thinking that you always need a plan B for everything, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. And it's just one of those things that is why I say you always have to be adaptable and really flexible in your approach to anything, and be prepared for the unexpected is, I think, one of the best things you can be as an entrepreneur.
And I hope we're
Anybody
prepared
else
for
like to chime in on this discussion we're having?
Yeah. So the session before this, we did a lot of talking with artificial intelligence and how that's going to be incorporated both into the business world and into the classroom. And I think academia, I know, is kind of grappling with how the best way to do this. As I mentioned, I was at a conference last weekend, and one of the professors gave a paper on how he used artificial intelligence to develop his literature search for his paper. Now you have to obviously go through each one of those and make sure that they're accurate. But nonetheless, I mean, in a matter of seconds, he comes up with a whole list of potential references for an article. And I just think back 30 years ago or so when I was going for my PhD, and how it took me weeks to find an article because everything wasn't computerized, and I had to go look through this big book, and I found something, and then I had to see if my library had it, and if they didn't have it, I have to go to the University of Pennsylvania's library. They tended to have everything. Today, if AI can generate a reference list, the literature search, does that in a matter of seconds. And then I don't have to go to the library to get the articles anymore. I can get those online too. And it just makes things much more efficient. And I think that's what the whole purpose of this artificial intelligence is. It will make people much more efficient and much more productive.
Yes, I wonder what impact it's going to have on education overall, though. When you talk about research, yes, I know. I teach Bible studies at my church, adult Bible studies, and it's so easy to get references. When did Jesus say this in the Bible? and it comes up and it tells me all these things that I don't have to look up.
Yeah, I think that's marvelous. Marvelous.
I mean, it's amazing from that point of view. But I'm looking at it from an educational viewpoint, from a student who's going to school. I don't understand because they can look up anything so quickly.
Yeah.
And how are we going to use it to develop what I call critical thinking skills?
Exactly. That's exactly the problem I have. If I give some homework problems or even a case study, the students just copy it, they put it into AI, ask what the answer is, and AI comes out with the answer. If that occurs predominantly, then you're not going to be able to teach critical thinking skills, and students will come out just learning how to go find answers on the internet and not being able to figure out things for themselves. And I agree with you. Look, people go to college to learn some specific skills. But you're also there to learn critical thinking skills so you can figure things out for yourself. If we take away some of that, I think it's going to ultimately hurt the students going forward.
Well, I am older than you. And when I, of course, learned my statistics, I had to do it with a calculator or that kind of thing. We didn't have computers to do the statistics. And so I knew the underlying aspects of how to do an analysis of variance because I did it by hand. I knew how to do regression because I did it by hand.
Wow.
And then when the computer came in, they just punched a button and ran them, which made such a difference. And I kept thinking, but they don't understand what this is really doing. They don't understand.
Exactly.
And I think that AI is just one more step on top of that.
Yeah, and they really don't care how it's done. They said, look, I want to run a regression. You tell me that's the proper thing so I can get all the coefficients for these variables. Why do I have to calculate it? I'll just ask AI. It'll come out with the whole thing. And now I have the answer to the problem. I can count. I've argued this with students before. They say, look, now we can concentrate more on the application rather than crunching the numbers.
It's a challenge. I see David is here. David, you are taking Paul's place. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. Yes, and good to see you, Beverly.
Well, I'm Beverly
Russell as well.
Anderson, and you're the only speaker of the three that are here right now. Would you
All right.
like to go ahead? And I assume that you are going to be talking about efficient buildings.
About?
Efficient buildings, building efficiency?
Actually, no.
You
I'm
are.
not. I am going to talk about interpersonal skills for business advisors in the age of AI. So that's one of the joy of this conference that we've been to for very many years. Many of us that it's always flexible and there's opportunities to switch the program around a little bit when needed.
I'm sorry for making the assumption, but I just do what Paul has talked about before in past sessions when I
Yes.
had chaired them. And I
Of
just
course. Yes, I was rescheduled here last minute, so very
Okay.
happy to be here. So yeah, let me go ahead and Beverly, Professor Anderson, you can give me a little hint when the time is up. I believe
I'll
that
tell you, I'm going going to set it for 15 minutes, which is what you've got, but if other people don't show up, I'm not going to cut you off.
That's fine. So we can extend a little bit there. Very well. So let me get started. And first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Hanadi, for once again hosting this very international conference. It is certainly a tradition. I don't know if it's the third or fourth year, or maybe fifth. Beverly, you would know.
Fourth.
It is the fourth year, right? So we've certainly had the pleasure of attending every single conference, and I'm happy today to also launch some news from our side in Growth Wheel. And the topic of my presentation is how to become a trusted advisor in the age of AI. I know that there are many participants in the conference who are business advisors in the ecosystem or are center managers responsible for other advisors, and probably many have experienced that all of a sudden clients, entrepreneurs, small businesses are able to find a lot of answers themselves, or even write complete business plans with simply a one-line prompt. So how do we stay or become trusted advisors in the age of AI? A few words about Growth Wheel. We have been around for 16 years. We are all about making business advisors the best they can be. And recently we have launched this new certificate, the Business Advisor Certificate, that I'm going to talk about. And we have a partnership now with Ecosystem Consultants. In fact, we had our first joint session as a pre-conference on Monday, yesterday, where we had participants from the conference who were giving a special opportunity to participate a session about this. But about Growth Wheel, we have certified 5,000 advisors since 2008. We certify now around 400 a year. We have clients in 68 countries, including Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, Lebanon, Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Morocco, and other countries in MENA. We offer a certification program. We have a business tool library of visual tools. We have a CRM system that have an API to OpenAI, and we also offer an e-learning platform for advisors. But I won't talk about that today. I'll talk about our training programs, and in particular, the new training program, the new Business Advisor Certificate that we launched in 2023 and have had over 250, I'm going to say 350 now, 350 participants as part of that. We do not offer this alone. We partner with prominent organizations in the ecosystem in the US, in North America overall, but also in Europe. Just to mention a few, America's SBDCs, the Association of Women Business Centers. In the Middle East, we offer these programs with United Nations ESQA. In Europe with EBN, the European Business Incubation Network. In Denmark with the Danish Network of Business Advisory Associations, NBIA, and now also in Canada with the Community Futures and the Small Business Centers, and now also with our own Dr. Hanadi's Ecosystem Consultants. And a few words about this new certificate and the training program. It is a professional development program for small business advisors that's focused on the interpersonal skills to become a trusted advisor. Of course, to be a trusted advisor, you also need technical skills. To advise a business, you need to know about financing and marketing and business models and recruitment and human resources and all those kinds of things. But you also need interpersonal skills, and many times we take them for granted. We assume that advisors show up with these skills, and for good reason. Advisors can be trusted, and many of them have these qualifications for sure, but no one ever took informal training in. And that's why we now have launched this certificate program so that advisors can document that they've had the trainings in how to be an advisor, not just what to advise on. That was just a few words about that. I'll say a little bit more later. But the question I think comes to mind is what AI-generated advice is doing to the role of the advisor. And I think one way to look at this is to consider what is it that an advisor does that AI cannot do. So one of the things that AI can hardly do is to facilitate the process. Facilitating a process is sitting out with a person and guiding them to the steps. AI can certainly produce a list of things to do, but to facilitate a process with a team where you see different points of view, or even with an individual, where you figure out how they're going to move forward, even by using AI for some of the things they have to do, doing research, networking, and so on, is one of the things that advisors need to do. They also need to challenge assumptions, both what comes from the AI, but even the entrepreneur's own assumptions. An entrepreneur may think that they have a great business idea, that the market is attractive, that they found the right business model, and so on. And it's a role of the advisor to challenge that. Even when AI comes up with a suggestion for a strategy or an action plan and all the nice things that AI can do, we need the judgment of the advisor to challenge these assumptions. Another role is to think out of the box. AI doesn't really think out of the box. It feels like AI thinks out of the box because it thinks more than we can do. So we always get great ideas when we're using AI. When we ask it to define things, or we ask it for, I like to use AI for cooking recipes, and ask for additional ingredients, and it always comes up with something I haven't thought of. But it's not really out of the box. These are things that has been written before. These are things that are collected from existing materials, in the case of cooking, from existing recipes. Every time you ask for something, it will now, of course, refer to sources. So it's not really thinking out of the box. And that's why the advisor comes in, to play that role of coming up based on that information that is at the table, from understanding the client and where they're at, come up with solutions that the AI wouldn't think of. Another role for the advisor, again, is to use their judgment. We can talk about motivating the client as well. So giving the client inspiration, understanding when you need to talk about the client's passion, build on what the client is saying, and things like that. And of course, lastly, one thing that AI can hardly do is to keep the client accountable. Follow up on the action plans, see how things, even with work of AI, are being implemented, and so on. So these are some of the roles that business advisors can play that AI cannot. And I think when it comes to trust in this world where AI can answer any question, is that it's no longer about what is said, or rather what is written by the AI or anyone else. It's also by who said it. So for an entrepreneur, if AI and an advisor gives exactly the same answer to a question, or the same suggestion, or the same guidance, it may just make a big difference that it comes from a person instead of the AI. And that's why AI has increased the importance of having a trusted advisor, and why we need to look at what skills are required for us in this industry to be trusted advisors in this age. If we ask the question here, what difference does it make if you are a trusted advisor? I think that we know that if a client trusts you as an advisor, what happens is that they engage. They will come back, and they will talk to you about also the more difficult conversations that you might have. So we need to become trusted advisors. And how can we do that? We try to figure that out by designing this business advisor certificate. And we have come up with 6 modules that we are now conducting every single month. It's live online. And I'm going to speak a little about these different modules as a way to show the program, but also really to talk about what kind of skills are required for the trusted advisor. And the first module, which we ran yesterday for participants in this conference, is a module about the client journey. It's called The Job to Be Done, and it's about mastering the customer journey from onboarding to impact. So as an advisor, you would certainly tell your clients that they should design a customer journey and think about all the touch points and what kind of client experience they're giving. And wouldn't that be the same if you're a business advisor? Your clients also go through a process. You are onboarding them. You are defining the scope of work. You are certainly sharing resources with them. You are coaching and guiding them, and you're taking them to a point where they can report impact or maybe present a pitch to an investor or whatever the conclusion is. And in this course, we are focused on how you can create trust throughout every single touch point of the client journey. So advisors themselves can design how the advisory process is more consciously. And this is by very practical things. What information is giving in the intake form? What information is giving when you receive the client? What are the resources you're sharing? What's the practice for your coaching, including follow-up? What are the metrics you're tracking for clients and remind them of results and things like that? The second module is called Making Advice Work. And this is about client empowerment. And experienced advisors already know what makes advice work. Advice works when the client takes ownership. And we talk about in this workshop how it is that advisors can empower clients so they do the work instead of having the advisor do the work. We talk about in this workshop triage of clients because no, sorry, this is the next one actually. We talk about here in empowering clients about decision-making processes, because if we want the clients, if you're an advisor, if you want the client to be making decisions on their own and not rely on your advice and recommendation, then you need to give them a process for making decisions. In other words, you don't give them a fish, you teach them how to fish, obviously. And when it comes to empowering clients, this very much has to do with empowering them to make decisions on their own. So you can inspire them and facilitate a process, but at the end of the day, it's their business and they're going to make the decision. The third module is occupied with mindsets. And as an advisor, you want your client to have a growth mindset. You don't want them to have a fixed mindset. A fixed mindset is when clients say, that's not possible, I tried that before, it won't work, I don't believe this or that, and it's hard to work with. In our industry, we sometimes use the term of whether clients are coachable. It's a known phenomenon for advisors that they feel some clients are not coachable, and that is because they have a fixed mindset. Now, in this workshop, what we're looking at is how, as an advisor, you can influence clients' mindset with your own mindset. So as an advisor, are you showing up with a growth mindset? And how does that look on the advisor side? So in this workshop, we go through 6 different growth mindsets. And just to mention a few, one growth mindset is the open mindset. Let's look at the facts. Let's look at opportunities. Are you an advisor who actually looks and explores? Or are you an advisor who shows up with a predetermined idea about whether this business has potential or not? So even for the advisor, this counts. Another example of a growth mindset is the positive mindset. The positive mindset says, let's see how this could be easier. Let's see how this could be done. Rather than saying, this is going to be very hard, it's difficult, there's going to be too many challenges. There may be challenges, but the positive mindset will say, can we make it easier? Can we find a path? How would it look like if this was possible? And there are another 4 mindsets that I won't go into right now that we train advisors in learning and manifesting by the simple practice of asking particular questions. For example, a third mindset would be the action mindset. Instead of talking about things that are not possible, a very simple question that can manifest an action mindset is, what's the first thing we can do? And with just that question, you manifest the growth, the action mindset. Workshop number 4 is about client engagement.
You have done 15 minutes, but I'm going to let you go ahead and finish your 6.
That's fine. And we were a little unsure about how many speakers were going to be here.
I don't know. Christian's here. He's the next speaker.
Excellent. So let me wrap up and just talk about quickly the last 3 workshops and themes to become a trusted advisor. You want clients to not only come back for the long haul so you can make an impact, you want them to be engaged. And this is about not only speaking to their minds, but also speaking to their hearts. So we talk about in this workshop how we engage client by understanding their passions. Number 5 is how to be likable. Most advisors are already likable, but this is also an opportunity to further develop in creating connection with clients or rapport if we are more aware about verbal communication and nonverbal communication. So this workshop is going to outline and talk about all those different ways that we already as human beings communicate verbally and nonverbally, and how we can emphasize some of those to create more trust. Lastly, we have the workshop called Ethics and Inclusion. Obviously, it's a foundation that advisors can be trusted on their ethics, their confidentiality, their respect of privacy, but also that they have clients' first interest and a number of other ethical principles. And in this workshop, we look at 8 foundations for high ethics for an advisor and make sure that advisors walk away with a way to communicate that they abide by these standards. So this was a quick introduction to this program that we are now offering in partnership with Dr. Hanadi and Ecosystem Consultants. We hope to do this every year at the conference. And this is our contribution to make advisors trusted and stay relevant in the age of AI, where it's not just about the information that we can get in unlimited amounts, but it's also about who is delivering this information and make advisors trusted so that clients will keep coming back.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that Christian's here. And let's see, you're on the East Coast. And I will give you 15 minutes. It'll ring at 15 minutes, but we'll see if the third speaker arrives, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so, but my phone will go off in 15 minutes, assuming my Apple phone works correctly.
So
okay?
I'm supposed to start now, Professor Anderson?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sharing first. My 15 minutes have not started until I start sharing, please.
Okay.
Let me see how to share. Yeah.
Okay, now you can start.
Okay. I'm still not done with my sharing. Okay. Slideshow. Share. All right. Now I can start. Professor Anderson, good afternoon from United States and good day from wherever you are. I have picked on a very simple topic, which is a reality, but with the curiosity to research on this because there is very scanty literature on this area. And the few that are in existence, I believe, are either politically biased or has other motives that are not very scholarly. So for the first time, I decided to get into this topic in an exploratory manner with the objective of provoking more interest in researching this topic. And the topic is about when we talk about sustainable healthcare, which is one of the priorities of United Nations sustainability goals. How and what factors are impacting this across the Atlantic? Myself, living in the United States and having the opportunity to mirror what happens in the United States and what is happening in Sub-Sahara. So that is the topic, that there is scarcity of scholarly contributions on this topic, brain drainage of healthcare professionals from sub-Saharan African countries to more developed countries. Some of the key issues on this research includes the rising demand of healthcare or exodus of professionals already in the fragile systems of Africa. The focus is impact on healthcare sustainability, patient outcome, and the public health infrastructure, more in developing countries. And of course, the methodology is a mixed method, qualitative, quantitative, given that this is an exploratory research. It's not empirical yet. The background, like I mentioned, we found out that approximately 40,000 healthcare professionals exit the continent of Africa to Europe, Middle East, or North America every year. This includes doctors, MDs, nurses, pharmacists. So one start imagining what is going on. It's not a new concept, but now it has left from simple migration to exodus. In some of the African countries, we are talking about at least 1 out of every 3 or 4 graduates from medical school is aiming at leaving the continent to migrate to either Europe, Middle East, or North America. But in the contrary, we also found out that about 24% of the burden of disease, as per World Health Organization, is coming from the same continent, the same area of the continent. Okay. In some countries, the immigration rate of doctors can exceed 40%. Okay. So that can make us start thinking, how on earth can healthcare be sustainable in that region or in those particular countries? That is the background of this research. Justification. And brain drain of healthcare professionals and its ramification for sustainable care delivery in Africa is crucial because it addresses a significant challenge in African healthcare system. And here are some of the reasons for this study. One is healthcare workforce shortage. We complain of shortage in developed countries. But when we look at the ratio of doctor-patient ratio, it's alarming, the difference between sub-Saharan African countries and the developed countries. The impact on public health outcome, economic consequences of this exodus, ethical and social implications of this exodus, regardless of where you are looking at it. If you're looking at it from the American side of the Atlantic Ocean, or you're looking at it from the African side of Atlantic Ocean. Policy developments, and then sustainability of healthcare system in whichever side of the ocean you're looking at it from. So these are the motives of thinking, okay, let's start looking into this. Let's make this a topic that scholars will be interested in. We classified our finding between the push factors and the pull factors. So the push factors are those reasons why these people leave the continent of Africa to more developed areas. One is poor working conditions, which somebody can say it's obvious. What are you talking about? Does this need a research? But yes, it needs to be talked about. Inadequate compensations, lack of professional development, political instability and insecurity in some of those countries, insufficient funding and infrastructure, high workload and burnout, weak health policies and management, social and economic instabilities, poor governance and corruption, limited access to advanced technology and innovation. Now, the curious point about this is that these factors, almost all of these 10 factors, are also present in developed countries. So maybe the interesting thing for future studies will be to what magnitude that make people leave one area to go to another area to face the same problems. The pull factors include high salaries. It's believed that in developed countries, they pay higher salaries and better compensations, advanced training and educational opportunities. Just an exploratory interview with some of these healthcare professionals I did here in the United States. They were all saying, no, we came here to get specialization, postgraduate studies. But they stayed, they didn't go back to their countries after coming in. Better working conditions and resources, improved quality of life, political stability and safety, career advancement and growth opportunities, research and innovation, recognition and respect, better work-life balance, access to comprehensive healthcare. Now, what is the difference between the push and the pull? A lot of the reasons we found in the pull are more of individual interests of the immigrants, the people migrating to these developed countries. While the push are common problems that can be found in developed countries as well as in developing countries. Now it's a question of the magnitude and how it's impacting the people who decide to migrate because of these problems. So the interesting thing about this is organizing a list of ramifications of this exodus. Okay. One of them is increased workforce shortage. Okay. Does the exodus, the shortage that is caused by this exodus in developing countries proportionately impact the shortage of workforce in developed countries? No. Okay. It's making worse the situation in developing countries, but it's not making much difference in developed countries. That's an interesting hypothesis there to look into. Okay. Reduced quality of patient care. Again, quality of patient care is an existing problem in developed countries. So the more doctors and nurses we import from developing countries, does that alleviate this problem in developed countries? No. But what happens in developing countries? It worsens their own condition as these professionals leave those developing countries. Loss of specialized skills and expertise. Yes, this we might say, yes, is contributing positively in developed countries where they migrate to, but worsens the situation in developing countries where they are coming out from. Higher burden on remaining health force workers, increased cost of training and recruitment. Again, this has dual negative impact, opposite impacts. While in the African countries, it's increasing the cost of training. In developing countries, it's not reducing the cost of training. That immigrant doctors come to the United States does not reduce the cost of medical school education in the United States, for example. weakening of medical training institutions, reduced capacity of healthcare innovation and research, dependence on foreign aids and healthcare assistance. And I would want to make a remark on this as long as the United Nations Sustainability Goal is concerned. The ramification of this exodus on as long as the dependence on foreign aid is concerned. Okay. The aspects of exacerbation of health inequities in these countries. The rural areas is sometimes completely of absence of healthcare professionals, with concentration only on the urban areas in sub-Saharan countries. Slower progress towards universal health coverage in the countries that advocate for universal health coverage. And of course, the loss of public trust on healthcare system. Now, this lack of trust on healthcare system has been observed impacting the both sides of the Atlantic. Okay. People in Africa don't trust the healthcare system because they are burning out, they are overworked. And in United States, there is also a consumer attitude or perception of foreign trained doctors and nurses or foreign educated doctors and nurses, even when we see them all over our hospitals and the health system. But still, there's a perception to build trust and then deal with them. So mitigation. All what I have listed as mitigation are hypothetical. None of them have been proved that it will work or it will not work. So I'm leaving them out for future researches. Any person can pick on any of these items to research to find out actually if this can mitigate the situation of exodus or not mitigate them. For me, it's a way of postulating, way of thinking, and they provoke more researches in this topic. Example, increase salaries and benefits. Will that stop people from coming to developed countries? Advanced professional development and training, improved working conditions and infrastructure in those developing countries, and create clear career progression paths, provide better workforce balance and mental health support, which again, we think is even worse in developed countries. So why are those people coming into developed countries? Foster research and innovation opportunities, address safety and security concerns, promote good governance and tackle corruption in healthcare, enhance local recognition and the social prestige of healthcare workers, develop bilateral agreements to facilitate temporary migration and return to their countries, strengthen policies and retention and return of healthcare workers to their countries after they have undergone further education or acquired further knowledge. And then increase investment in primary care, particularly in communities of health and in community health programs in those developing countries. So this gets me towards my conclusion. What will be the pathway forward? Broken into two. One is strengthening healthcare infrastructure and resources in developing countries, which includes investment in healthcare facilities, improvement in the supply chain resilience, and resource optimization. Two, leveraging technology and innovation. For some of those African countries, they might start looking seriously into telemedicine and digital healthcare. That means at global level, if we are thinking about sustainability of healthcare, there should be a way of implementing cross-country or cross-national telemedicine and digital health operatives. The aspect of health data and the AI, the way we can use it across the borders, and of course, the mobile health solutions that can be shared. In so doing, what I'm trying to propose here is that health professionals can stay in their countries in Africa and still make a contribution in developing countries, vice versa. And that brings me to the conclusion of my research. Key questions addressed here are: what are the primary factors driving the immigration of healthcare professionals from African countries that I discussed? How does the brain drainage of professionals impact the equity and the accessibility of healthcare services in home countries, that's African countries, that I addressed? And lastly, what strategies can be implemented to mitigate factors of brain damage? That is my last conclusion. I can now take questions and discussions.
You did very well. You did very well. You did 17 and a half minutes, but that's perfect.
Thank you.
You did
Thank you.
extremely well. This is quite a challenge since the two papers were so very, very different. I'm first going to address a couple of things, because when you were talking about your research, I was thinking, I wonder how AI could possibly help in that. And you had addressed that at the near the end, as maybe AI could help it. But I noticed that many of the factors you said of why people, the push factors of pushing medical healthcare workers out of Africa are also, you hear, voiced by many of our healthcare professionals in the US.
Exactly. So that's the paradox. Okay. We have those problems, 12 of them are the same presence. But I think what happens is that the impacts, the proportionate impact on the decision of the professionals are different. For example, if we pick up any of those questions, like the issue of burnout, American doctors might feel burnout, but they're not going to leave United States to go to Canada because they are burning out in United States. Okay. Now, an African doctor is feeling burnout. He's not going to leave Nigeria to go to Ghana. He will leave Nigeria to go to Saudi Arabia or to come to the United States. So that mentality, the approach to migration is what is the concern, and that is why I'm excited about this research.
I was absolutely amazed by your figures. Is 24% of the diseases are in Africa, and only 3% of the healthcare workers are in Africa.
Exactly.
Those figures are pretty startling when you look at it that way. You can understand, and it's really amazing. But I can certainly see, if you were a physician or a healthcare worker, and the pull factors are for going to the UAE or all sorts of different places are really pretty tremendous.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be very difficult to mitigate some of those situations right now. It's an amazing research you have. And I think, and I want to encourage you to continue on with it. I'm curious, is David still here? I don't know. I don't see him. Would anyone in the audience that is here like to make any comments about the two papers that you heard here? David's on the whole idea of helping advisors, how to become a trusted advisor. And I thought the 6 modules he talked about were very interesting type things, and those are things that AI can't do, how you can work with AI, but they're only things individuals can do. Peter, do you have any comments you would like to make? Did you hear any of this?
Yes, yes, I wanted to comment regarding Christian's presentation. Hello everyone, my name is Pedro Dover. I'm an assistant professor at Stockton, so Christian is my colleague. So I'm originally Bulgarian, and so one of the things that I know that has been happening specifically with Nigerian doctors is there is a lot of them who are in Bulgaria getting their education there, and then they practice for a few years, and the Nigerian government is paying for their education. I don't know if it's all or in part. And because they are contributing to covering their costs, they're required to go back and practice in Nigeria after they acquire some experience abroad. So I don't know if that was one of those things that you listed as potential suggestions. I don't know if that qualifies in that, but I know that basically the Nigerian government does that. I don't know how widespread it is or what is the scale of that and how many, doctors are actually under, this program. But I know that this is just one of those things that is happening. I'm just not sure how large scale it is. And I would imagine that the reason why they're going to Eastern Europe is because of the cheaper education. So it's going to be obviously cheaper for the Nigerian government to cover these costs. And so, yeah, so I don't know how widespread or what is the scale of that program, but I know that is something that I have observed because my aunt is a nurse in Bulgaria, so I know she has actually colleagues and she's interacting with doctors from Nigeria who are basically who have been doing their went to med school there and they're basically practicing for a few years and then they're required to go back.
Yes, that was a scheme of a Nigerian in Nigeria for a while. Particularly, it was very popular in 80s and 90s. Nigeria had very good relation with East European countries. So they were sending people to Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and so on. And they were getting very quality education. Come back to Nigeria, 80% of them are no longer living in Nigeria. They all migrated out. At that time, it was mandatory that when you completed your education overseas, you have to go back to Nigeria. You have to serve for 2 years a kind of social service. They are sent to the rural areas because they were educated completely free of charge. That immediately on completion of those 2 years of social service, they are looking back again for another boarding pass, either to West Europe or to North America. But recently, the most boarding passes for exodus now is to Middle East. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, any of what we call the rich oil countries, that is where they are going to.
There was a TV show in the US a few years ago called Northern Exposure. And the whole concept was a town in Alaska paid for a young doctor's medical training, but he had to go back to this small town in Alaska for 5 years.
Yes.
And he had to be there. And I mean, it was in the middle of nowhere. And that was what was coming to my mind with Peter's question and your response was this TV show. It was totally based on that. But that was 5 years, not just 2 years.
Yeah. In Nigerian case, it's 2 years, just 2 years is social service. Those 2 years, you're paid miserably. You're just giving enough to live. You're provided with a house, a car, or a motorcycle to run around in the rural area. But once they are done with it, they've paid their price back, they are ready to come out.
Excuse me, Beverly, Professor Tom O'Neill, he will join within 10 minutes. Oh, no.
I am here.
My God.
We're just running out of time.
Yes, yes. But we can manage.
Okay.
David, is David there?
No, he was. He presented.
Yes, I know, but he will chairing the next session. No problem. Let Tom is starting.
Well, I'm here to support you in any way I can. I'm gonna put it that way. So whatever works best with the flow, and I'm fine.
Beverly, give him 10 minutes to start. No problem. We will take 10 minutes from the David sessions.
Okay, then Tom, do you want to go ahead? I wasn't expecting you, but please.
Well, I'm sorry. I was in South Florida. I've been on the road for 4 hours, so I just walked into my house with my camera. So I'm a little disorganized, for sure. So I think I sent you a presentation, right, Dr. Hadaday? Are you good with what I sent you? We talk about building innovative ecosystems, right?
Yes. Did you have the presentation now, or you need me to use the presentation?
Use the one I sent you. I have one here too, but is it the one that says building an innovation ecosystem with the?
Yes, yes. Go ahead. Yes, stop.
Okay. I messed up the Y, so you know, that way I know which one it is, right? So let me get started and I'll share my screen. How's that? Did I do
Go
the?
ahead.
All right,
Go
so
ahead.
I'll talk a little bit about again why the importance of building an innovation ecosystem. And if you don't know who I am, I'm from Central Florida. So we have a heavy tourism and hospitality based economy. So one of the things we try to do is try to diversify our economy with businesses that aren't solely dependent on the tourists coming into town. Certainly, I think it showed how vulnerable we were when we had the COVID and nobody could fly, nobody could come into the States. So it was a lesson to be learned on why this is really even more important than ever. And I'd like to start kind of my presentation with this notion that, you know, why do this, right? And if you guys aren't familiar with the work of Nobel laureate Robert Solow, he shows that 87% of all the growth in the US come from technological innovations. And then his kind of counterpart with that was this guy, Paul Romer, who coined the metaphor, new recipes. You know, you kind of the same resources been around forever, but how do you put things together in ways that are more attractive, create economic value for people that have to go out and, you know, spend their valuable resources somehow, right? So what are they going to do with it? So these two notions combined with what's going on with this is kind of the evidence, right? This is a symptom of that maybe this stuff is really true. This is economic GDP over the last, this is 3,000 years. What I find interesting is again, look what's happening recently, right? It was almost the same world GDP per capita was the same. This is the reference here. And for 3,000 years, and all of a sudden there's this exponential growth in world GDP per capita. So people are getting wealthier. You know, they're understanding that that there's ways to put these new formulas together in ways that people value. And there's a sharing of value and solving problems using new recipes. Or again, the new recipes in this instance is going to be innovation-based economy, solve problems of the world, which kind of begets more innovation. You know, I like to use the simple example. I use it for my students in my I-Corps. You know, that nails and screws have been around for a long time, but people nailed boards together forever. Now all of a sudden they realize that they get loose, they shake, especially the decking, and you have to put new nails in them and they're all kind of pain. So they started using screws, right? So there's this whole revolution. Let's go make new decks with screws. But then you need different kind of screws. You need different kind of screwdrivers. You need different kind of bits. You need electric screwdrivers. You need batteries to drive these electric screwdrivers. So there's this whole surge of new technological stuff coming to the market for this initial solving of someone's real problems. And again, as a person who stubbed their toe many times on a nail that came out of my deck, I would completely get the notion of someone's problem or relieving their pain. So I think this is what's going on worldwide too. This is not just a US.
See you, Paul. How are you? Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Go ahead. Sorry.
All right, good. So, and we do it. This is a Florida kind of story. Why would we do this stuff? And the whole notion that in our particular area, Florida is a really great big state. I think at some point it's in the top 10 world economies. But if you're going to do an innovation ecosystem, you do it for these reasons here. You create higher productivity, 58% higher wage growth, and 125% higher employment growth. So the numbers are kind of good. This notion of broad-based prosperity comes into play. There's a huge difference in the average incomes in our region. It's kind of not even, doesn't follow a bell curve, it kind of bimodal, where there's these people in our region that work in the tourism and the hospitality and the lower level jobs that average about $20,000 per year. And then there's the other ones that average $80,000 a year. So there's 4x return if you're in an innovation-based economy versus, again, serving the people that come to visit us. Again, not that one's bad or one's good, but that's just the facts of what they are. And so one of the things that people like Florida and other regions do is they try to just buy someone to come into their town, right? We did this with our research centers. We paid for the Sanford Burnham researchers to come into town. And if you talk about how much money it costs per job, if you will, it's very expensive. And it's kind of, you look at the money that you spend and the jobs it takes per person, you can spend a lot of money bringing someone into town and it really not support what you're trying to do because it's a short-term fix. We experienced that personally with the Sanford Burnham. Public knowledge. I mean, they stayed here as long as we paid them to stay here. The minute we stopped paying them to stay here, their money ran out. They went back to California. So we had invested $400 million to attract this company here, and they didn't stay. So when you think about this in terms of creating jobs from the ground up with the incubators and startups, certainly we could have gone, $400 million would have created a lot more jobs permanently. And the one thing that I have experienced is when you pay someone to come, you get to keep as long as someone else doesn't pay them more money to leave. So they'll go stay with you for a while. There's a bigger offer on the table. They'll go somewhere else. I think we experienced that with this whole notion of Amazon. A lot of people in the U.S. were bidding for Amazon's new East Coast facility, and they were throwing insane amounts of money to have this company just open up shop here. And Orlando tried, but we didn't even make it past the first round. I don't think they changed their mind anyway since then. There's just all these smaller things. So if you're looking for revenue and job creation, this is not the way to do it. And one of the things I try to get people to understand, if you're going to recruit a big company, it needs to be a part of something bigger. It's like bringing someone in a big potted plant and never taking the big thing out of the potted plant, and they can just pick it up and move it. So until you get them in the region, you support their establishing roots in the region and a reason to stay by having this ecosystem around them of supporting industry, competitors and suppliers and all these things that make it easy to do business in your community. There's no reason for them to stay. So you need all the pieces that make it work well for them. Does that make sense? And just another statistic too, you have to invest a lot of money in that kind of economy. And this is a couple of graphs that show what happens to the folks that do and the folks that don't. The red line is the people that don't really invest in the high ends of innovation-based economy. And the green line is the people that do. And you can see back here in 2007, 2008, we had that big dip, 2006. The people that remained kind of committed to the high-tech stuff did really well, came out of that thing, only had a small increase during that GDP in terms of stuff. This is done by Milken. And I show this dotted line to my counterparts here in Florida. That's Florida. So we're even below the average of the bad people, right? So the red line is the bottom 5. The green line is the top 5, and the dotted line is Florida. So we really did not invest in that. We decided to put more ads to try to create more tourism. It doesn't really create this broad-based GDP that you need to kind of keep the economy really going, or at least, doing better than the regular economy. And I can share these stats with you. So again, what's your strategy? And this is just, again, my rendition of a way of depicting this, because I think when you say innovation ecosystem or entrepreneur ecosystem, people's eyes will glass over often. It's kind of like a word that people, I feel they don't want to hear, don't want to take the time to understand what it really means, except for folks like us. But when you're talking to the general public, they just, what does it mean for them? What does that really mean? What do I do today? How can I support this? So I put these 5 bubbles around thing. But the point I want to make here, if you don't have an innovation ecosystem or an entrepreneurial ecosystem, and you don't put the entrepreneur in the middle of it, you're kind of setting yourself for failure. And I did this because everybody used to make these bubble graphs, and whoever made the bubble graph got put in the middle, right? So, so what really makes sense is put the entrepreneur, because you're going to serve them. You want to keep them surrounded by the things they need to be successful. And if they don't have some of these things, they'll just go where they need to go to be successful. Whether that's the training, the intellectual capital, which can come from the community, from colleges and universities, But this whole notion of IP being generated can kind of be the raw materials, the protected rights they have to do business in a certain sandbox, if you will. You need the talent, and I don't just mean entrepreneur talent. You need the folks that can make the stuff. You need technical people that can build the stuff. You need C-level executives and the folks that round out a whole workforce for a company. And you also need the financial capital. And in the US, there's only a few kind of spots where this is robust. So a lot of people now have become more sophisticated in terms of going other places. I think COVID may have helped this in one sense. People have gotten very used to working remotely now. So the VC that used to absolutely had to live within a car ride of an investment don't feel that way anymore. So they come in, their opportunity list in terms of areas is grown significantly. I put banks in here because they got to have a sophisticated bankers in your area, people that are used to understand the whole high risk area of innovation-based companies and startups. But the angels and the VCs, this needs to be worked on. If you don't have a robust angel network, what we did here, because we really didn't 20 years ago when I started this stuff, I just hired someone hired an angel investor to create an angel network for me, and I found my biggest lesson was if you're not an angel investor, you don't have a key to the club. So you want someone that's already in the club to go bring their friends in and help make this part of your ecosystem work. If everybody in the community doesn't believe in this thing, you'll need these champions, you'll need the policymakers, you'll need the economic development organizations that can help support these kind of things. And the technology councils are really important to kind of in your community, keep waving the flag, encourage people to do it, encourage people to take these risks, to support this thing, and then support failure. One of the things I talk about is, not every community supports this notion that, until you failed a couple of times, you're not really a real entrepreneur, right? But how do you create this forgiving or I guess tolerancy in a community for entrepreneurs to start companies, be able to pivot, keep going on until they get the right combination or that right recipe to make this thing really successful. And there's just some of the kind of support stuff you need to have. Incubators and accelerators are good things if they do a good job and they help instill a process. I teach an I-Core class. I think that's a really good thing I should put on here now because it's kind of a pre-screening, see if you have something worth trying. It helps eliminate some of the customer risk. And this whole notion of mentors, I think if you go through their literature, you'll find out how important mentors are to the folks that go out and do these things. They have that person they can talk to when they can't talk to their employees or talk to their family. And these peer groups do the same thing in terms of meeting together as a group of like-minded people in a safe environment so they can kind of go through their issues of the day. And this is just kind of talking through each one of these. How long did you want me to speak for? I'm sorry, I don't want to keep going if I had a short time. You're on mute there, Beverly.
If you could wrap it up, because the next session is supposed to start now, and David is here. David, are you here? Who's supposed to chair us?
I certainly am.
Okay.
I'll close with this. I'm a sailor, so I'm gonna give you my sailing analogy, right? It's a journey, and you kind of start with this crazy environment, support that crazy environment, let people end up on the rocks. Don't drown them because they don't make it down the river the first time. And then you get some people that once they actually understand the theoretical ways of doing things, right? Let them start off in their little dinghies here, and then support them as they grow, get into grit speed, teach them how to do these things, give them the best place to practice their words in a highly competitive market and emerge on the top. Then help them grow once they get past a little 2-person boat. How do they do a 4-person boat? And then the whole notion of how do you get to this part right here, where you're really a highly functional team competing on a national level. And with that, I'll close.
Well, I'm sure that you're doing more later in the session.
Okay. All right.
But I will leave now, and I'll turn it over to David for this next session.
Hi, David. Good seeing you again.
Good to see you, Tom. Yes.
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. Once again, I did a quick session a little bit earlier, but now for the second one, if there's anyone new coming, I'll be doing a panel this time with my colleagues, Hilton in South Africa and Daniela, who can change her name in Toronto. Yes, we're logging in on the same account. And as I said the last time, once again, thank you, Dr. Hanari. Is Dr. Hanari not here? I can't believe it. Maybe not. But otherwise, thank you, Beverly, for hosting this marathon of a conference once again, and Professor Butler as well. We are going to take the opportunity in this session to talk about show demos, some very practical examples of use of AI. I'm going to show one simple example for how we have implemented an AI solution. Danielle is going to show another part of it. And then we're going to have a conversation also with Hilton and how these technologies has an impact on the ground, in particular with the focus on South Africa. But really, I think many of these things applies to the world overall. So with that, let us get going. I'm going to jump into our platform to do this demo, and just introduce by saying that one of the things that AI is obviously very good at is writing narratives, and we're going to see examples of that later. But it's also really good at making lists and action plans, of course. And our platform is a platform where clients can go in and make growth plans, a little more action-focused plans than business plans. So clients can log in, or advisors can log in. And when they go to a growth plan, one of the things they can do is they can try to figure out what matters most. And they will do that by making a 360 assessment on the platform. So maybe someone, I'll just pick an example here, have made an assessment and found out how they are doing in different areas of business. The growth wheel is just a checklist of things that is already known in business. All businesses needs to have an attractive business concept. That's the yellow area. It's not enough to have a great idea. They also need to have an organization behind it. So in the red area, we work with making a stronger organization. Revenue can only come from clients. So all advisors will work with clients on improving customer relations through networking, marketing, sales, communication, and branding. And then there's one last challenge for a business, which is to make money. The growth wheel is looking at these areas, and advisors using growth wheel will do what all advisors do, whether they use growth wheel or not. They'll try to figure out what is it we need to focus on so we can define the scope of work. And for example, in this particular case, someone may have made a screening and select some focus area. And the advisor may realize that they need to focus on sales, but also that they need to recruit someone. Sometimes problems needs to be reframed. Sometimes there are root causes, and that might be a starting point for a conversation. But now what? Now you may have a business who needs to focus on recruiting. And what we like to do in Growth Wheel is to make a plan of the ambitions and go in and create a list of ambitions. And ambitions go by many names for entrepreneurs. They can be ambitions, they can be milestones, targets, objectives, goals, aims, visions, or dreams. And they're really pretty much the same. There's something you would like in the future, but we know that entrepreneurs use different words. You can really pick any one you want. If in doubt, why not call it an ambition? And then once you know that you want to focus on employees, we want to make a SMART goal. So maybe a very practical goal would be to, hire new key account manager, or let's say a sales assistant, maybe. That's a simple title for this goal. And with Growth Wheel, you can indicate what it's about. This has to do with organization. This has to do with hiring new employees. You can put a date on it, so it's time bound. There can be someone responsible on the team. It can have a status, red, yellow, or green. Maybe it's red because you're starting. And because it's SMART goals, you want to add a measurement method. How do you know if you're successful in reaching this goal, which might be that there's a signed, employee contract or something like that. And there could be a more specific description about what should the sales assistant be doing. For example, focus on inbound sales or something like that. Now, if an advisor simply gives a client this task, they may find that nothing happens, that doesn't really get executed, unless, of course, it's a mature client who's used to recruiting. But if it's a small startup that's not used to recruiting, it makes sense that you're going to go hire someone. But to really, for advisors to be efficient, they need to break down these goals in very practical action plans. So for sure, on this platform and other platforms, you can start making an action plan and adding decisions and actions. The challenge is that advisors don't have time for that. So they will send the client off and say, okay, we need to hire a new sales assistant. Maybe we have another ambition to get a loan. We need to maybe move into new facilities or do a new market entry. But we really need to break things down. So what we have done is we have an API for OpenAI, so you can generate an action plan, as we're going to see now. So now we will call the OpenAI, provide the information, and it will generate an action plan with 7 steps. We ask for only 7. So yeah, it will not surprisingly say develop a new job description, identify skills needed, create a recruitment plan, post the job openings, conduct interviews, select the offer employment contract, and onboard and train the new sales assistant. And it will even put it on a 36-9-day timeline. This one came through all the 30 days because I told it we want to recruit before November, and had a set a different time horizon, it will be different. If I'm not happy with the result, I can generate an additional 7 items and see if something new comes up. And as we know, if some of the same things come up, the AI starts repeating itself when it doesn't really have any new ideas. So it comes up with additional ones, and advisors can then decide which of these will they share with clients. So again, the advisor is the filter. The AI only knows so much, and we need the advisor's judgment. As I spoke about in the previous session, the advisor might be more important than ever in the age of AI. And in this way, we can use AI either directly in the IA platform, or in this case, on a platform like the Growthfield CRM, Growthfield Online, and create these action plans that advisors don't have time for. There's not really anything new here. This is not thinking out of the box. It's just doing the writing up of the things that advisors know already. That being said, as we all know, from time to time, there's a good idea that slips through. So this is one way that advisors can use the AI. Now, this is a way where we're not creating a narrative. This is a way where we simply use the AI to generate action plans. More importantly, for many economic development organizations, and maybe some of those who are here in the audience today, are center managers or maybe government representatives or someone in charge of an ecosystem. You want to make sure that as clients achieve their ambitions, their goals, their milestones of hiring, getting funding, getting grants, entering new markets, inventing new business models, implementing new IT, and so on, that those metrics are tracked. And not only do you want to track the actual execution, you want to attract the lagging indicators of more revenue, more investments made, more jobs created, and so on. And you may want to track all this information for different demographics. You may work with different demographics in your country. In some countries, they track whether services are offered for minorities. They track whether it's offered for youth. They track how many businesses are women-owned. They may track if someone has a certain military status, and many other demographics. So any system that is tracking progress also needs a mechanism to report this. And there are lots of such systems out there that can collect these data. My colleague Daniela is going to show you one implementation that we have made. And we're going to start with just looking at the kind of metrics that we have. And then more interestingly for this conference, we're going to see how AI can now analyze these data and actually produce a narrative so that anyone who might be reporting to grants, to government, to management, to boards, can have the AI look at the quantitative data and actually generate a narrative, thereby also saving the management a lot of time in documenting results of their program. So Daniela, I'm going to hand it over to you to just show our Growthfield impact reporting.
Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. I'm Daniela from Growthfield, and I'm just going to show you our latest addition to our system, which is how to visualize all the data that David was just talking about. So it's great system where you can track this, but it's also great to have something that supports how to see this data and how to analyze it. And that's what I'm about to present you. Today, we have this new technology that we call impact reporting, which is basically a live interactive dashboard that our clients get access to. With our system, you see a cover page because the systems allows you to download this as a PDF as well. So it's easy to share with stakeholders or with clients or colleagues as well. But I will show you a little bit more about that in a bit. For now, I'm just going to drill down on the different metrics that we track in our system and how are they visible in our reports. We have here a quick overview of the different metrics that we track. Of course, for our US clients, we got some SBA metrics, but our other standard business metrics like the counseling, how much time they're spending with clients, the business and client demographics information, any trainings information as well. It's being covered here, just in easy access to get access to the pages. I'm going to start off with different dashboards that we can have on this technology. So if you have goals that your center tracks, or even at the advisor level, you could see how are you doing in that goal. It turns green as you reach it. You see it red if you're a little bit behind it. You get your totals. The system allows you to just drill down on different filters like city, like any demographic, states, county, women ownership, or any other criteria that you might need to look at. And of course, you are able also to select any time period that you want to see. Either is it the whole fiscal year, or maybe you just want to check a quarter or the past month to make verification of your performances. We also have a more in-depth reporting capabilities where you'll be able to see further metrics that your team's working on. You see here, this is just an interactive dashboard that it's real time, so it gets updated. As soon as information is entered in our system, you will see these numbers be automatically updated. And we have a numerous of metrics that can be customized or tailored to the different grants or reporting needs from our clients. This is just a quick example of how that looks. And I'm just going to take now sometimes to show you a little bit more in detail the different metrics that we can track and how is that visible in our system. So any demographic, as David was mentioning, if you track also military status or their geographic zone, you're able to see this in charts or graphics. Let's say that you want to see the clients that you've been working with or that your team member have been working with. You get a breakdown by month, and you also get a breakdown by your team member. So in this case, for example, if I want just to quickly here see which are the clients that David has been working with and when David had these activities with them, as it is an interactive dashboard, you will be able to click on it and interact with it. As soon as I click David's name, the tables and the graphics are automatically updated with the data just for David. So I can see that he just met a few clients in the past month, but May and April were his highest activity month. The system also, I'm gonna quickly refresh here. The system also enables you to drill down the tables to different specifics. So for example, if I wanted to see when was it that David had those sessions with the clients, I can even drill down to the weeks or to the days of the month. And if I just want to see 1 month, I just need to click it, and then I'm gonna see which days of those months he met with his clients. So again, as you needed, the system allows you to drill down on the data, export it on different formats. So let's say you want to export these clients on a CSV format, you will be able to do that as well. Now, I'm just going to show you a little bit more about the business demographics. You got to see, what's the industry that you're working with clients. If you need to just get an overview or where your clients are located, you got these tables that, again, you can drill down to any city and even to the zip code level. So if you got that information in the system, you will be able to see it here. And we have also included some geomaps where you can visually locate your clients in the map, and then you will be able to interact with it. So maybe I want to see who are these 5 clients that I have here in Brooklyn. And there you got a client list on the right of those clients are there. I'm just gonna jump off to the counseling metrics. So you want to see how many sessions and how much time you're spending with clients. We even included some averages, so it's easy for advisors not only to track their performance, but also make decisions based on how they're doing, what's the topic, the most popular topic that they're discussing with clients. This just gives them insights on decision making for their internal goals. We also have the same for training. So you want to see how much time, how many participants. This information is available in the system. And I just wanted to show you that. You can see the breakdown of women and disabled community, Asians, by race, by ethnicity. So that's pretty neat. As I mentioned before, you're also able to filter it out. And then lastly, just before I hand it over back to David, just wanted to show also that it even supports scheduling delivery. So I can say here, you know what, send a monthly report to David so he can get these numbers. You can even set up a weekly scheduling, so you get it every Monday. Maybe you share it with your team members so they can see this data. And because it's a real-time dashboard, every week is going to get updated and up to date with the data that's being entered in the CRM. You're muted, David. Yeah.
Beginner's mistake. So yes, thank you very much, Daniela. So this is very nice. We can get all kinds of data, and organizations can report to their stakeholders what they need data in real time and so on. But the missing piece so far has been now to analyze and describe these data. Because most of the organizations that we work with, and I'm sure amongst the audience, there's many people who are spending a vast amount of time writing up reports to grants, again, government, board, all kinds of stakeholders that are there, maybe even to the advisors in the organization who need feedback. And sometimes these are not made just because it's too time consuming. So I'd like you to move on, Daniela, and just show how AI can take these data and generate different kinds of narratives that can support this very quantitative and, of course, visual information, which is great. So we can have the best of both worlds.
Of course, David. And it's great to have AI, as David mentioned. It is just specialized on narrative. So now that we have not only the data in the CRM, we have a way to visualize the data with this reporting impact visuals. We also can have the support of AI to get a narrative and to further describe what we're seeing in these numbers. And just to give you a few examples here, you can have nice introductory or summary page or a cover letter with what your reporting is based on the goals that you have determined or the metrics that you have determined that you're tracking. In this case, we just focus on the main goals tracked by this center specifically. You can also have an executive summary written out. We know that some grants or other entities, they require this like written narrative of how the performance was achieved or what can be improved for the next fiscal cycle, what were those top numbers that their grant helped to achieve. So based on what's already entered in the system, based on what you are currently seeing on the same report, the AI can help you to further describe an executive narrative summary that will be easily, as I mentioned, easy to download, share on a PDF format as well. Another option can be just pulling tables out of the data that you have, mixed with some insights or feedback for these metrics. So just a performance metric summary where you can see the overall metrics that your center is tracking, what were those key milestones that you achieved, and what are some insights behind the work that your team is doing to get those goals met. Of course, as AI, this is just our suggestions based on the data entered. It does require just the advisor or the center manager reviewing and making sure that the text is accurate. But if you want to take it just a step further, you can also ask for actionable recommendations. So based on the historic metrics that you have and your projections for your next goals, you can see what are those steps that you can make or implement in your team to help improve those metrics, either whether it is continuing improving the training from your team or maybe utilizing further technologies like AI on your daily practice, creating action plans with your clients to make them met their goals, or any other area of improvement that based on your historic track, the AI can easily identify patterns and help you describe it in an actionable recommendation that you can share with it. As David mentioned, this can just be easily pull everything on a nice report to be shared. And I'm just to show you some examples, you're able to select which pages you want to download. So that's why we include a nice cover page. If you have these pages for AI, you can include your executive summary along with just the key metrics that you want to share with anyone that needs this. Back to you, David.
Thank you very much, Daniela. So the two examples we've seen now here is different in the way that, of course, the first one takes and just generates a list, in that case, an action plan, and the second one takes data and turn them into a narrative. What both have in common, I think that's the lesson for this, is that it's all about, of course, how we engineer the prompts. So to produce a qualified action plan, we need to take elements from the ambition, the timeline, we need to define the categories, we need to make the goals smart, and the more information that we provide, the better the action plan is. And also, in the case when we want to take quantitative data and want to turn it into a narrative, the different examples that Daniela showed, right, is how we need to, of course, make sure we prompt the AI with the kind of output we want. There needs to be, you know, for each organization, someone who really considers what is the value that stakeholders want to see. So, for example, it can include suggestions, it can include cover pages, it can highlight whatever it needs to be from the data. So those were some examples that we had to share where we have come at this point with our technology. But now, Hilton, I want to bring you on. We have about 10-15 minutes left before we hand it over to the next speaker, Paul. Look forward to that. And I want to try now to bring this into a practical context. And Hilton, you have for very many years been an active player in the ecosystem in South Africa. You know very many different players, in fact, across the continent, of course. So I'd like to speak to, you know, what do you think in these technologies? What's the practical use of them, the practical implications? What does this mean for the entrepreneurs? What does it mean for the entrepreneurship centers? What does it mean for government stakeholders in the context that you are in the South African and the wider African ecosystem?
Hello, everyone. I think it's perhaps a global question, David. We've seen over the last 30-odd years that business advisors became highly paid administrators. They constantly had to write and think. And what they really are impactful on is when they spend quality time and have direct conversations with their business owners. And you know, what Daniela showed is that, you know, that makes a business advisor in any context, in any part of the world, more efficient and more effective. In fact, he does what he was contracted to do. And that is to provide business advisory, you know, hold the hand of the business advisor. I think from the client perspective, you know, we have a collaborative platform. So the business advisors, the mentors, the coaches, the accountants, the legal guys, together with the entrepreneurship team, right? Be it the operators and their staff, they use Growthfield to do their daily growth planning. And if you think about ourselves, we have very little time to also just write, right? And so AI has made us 400%, you know, more efficient. You know, there was a time when all of us walked to the river and on our way, you know, get some water. chop down some tree, start a fire, and cook some water, get some coffee beans, roast it the old way, and then maybe by the end of the day you'll have a cup of coffee. Today you just press a button and you have a cappuccino. And I think in our sector, people generally and business advisors are always so stuck in the way they've been doing things and expecting different results. Today they have coffee machines where they press and they offer you a cappuccino. And I think AI, in particular, what we've seen in South Africa and across Africa in the 24 markets that we cover, is that business advisors and clients appreciate, this ability to where they have this tunnel vision. The business advisor helps them, but AI makes it a lot wider. And so it's easier just to make a decision, choose what you like, and then assign it to someone and move on. And I think there's a lot of value in that.
Right. So Hilton, if this technology is so powerful and have so many benefits, what do you think is the barriers for implementing it? And again, you can think of it both from the entrepreneur who doesn't know very much about AI, or you can look at it maybe from the perspectives of governments who could reap massive benefits maybe from having this technology be available to the advisors that they are funding, with very large amounts of money in all societies around the world, goes to support small business development, right? What seems to be the barrier from your perspective for implementing these technologies?
Well, we always know that, technology is ahead of government and they always catch up, right? And we've seen around the world that you now have dedicated AI or 4IR teams. And so government is catching up. But in the local economic development sector, where people still use spreadsheets, it's a comfort zone, David, and I think the academics here who, would concur that change management is a process. But, several years ago, again, those individuals, didn't have a screen in their car, didn't charge their car at their wall plug. And I think it's in the next decade, as AI, is advancing so quickly. I mean, like this came out, 2022, 2023? And look where we are at, right? I read this morning that, the Chat GPT, AI, its IQ is at 120 and the average human being is at 100. And so it's already advancing at where we are. And I think we can just leverage the way that we leverage electricity, we leverage, many other things, and we've come through different evolutions. Now, on the issue of the amount of money that we invest on the African continent annually, there's $10 billion being invested in supporting entrepreneurs. And I think it's perhaps too little, but the problem is we don't know what people are doing. So there's every ESO doing its own little thing, and they're all heroic, and we have no clue as government what our real impact and our outputs are. And I think, I think it's something that we see around the world. We have a conversation with some of our partners in UK, and they have great incentives for investors, angel investors, venture capitalists, etc. And there's a fifth generation of family businesses, business owners, or family investment houses, and these guys make investments, but we've not seen multiple unicorns come out of UK. And so again, if entrepreneurs is going to, and particular startups and small businesses, is going to sustain your economy by 85% of jobs that it creates, 60% average of contribution to GDP. If we don't in the numbers, then what are we doing? And so I think, again, we don't have enough time as individuals. Everyone is operating out of a COVID, trauma, anxiety. There's all kinds of things happening around the world. And we need to leverage things that comes to us. And you know, just like in 99 with the you know, with e-commerce boom, if you like, you know, the fear of Y2K, etc. We all accelerated, and it advanced people around the world. And so, you know, what we've seen in the low wealth communities, in rural communities, where people don't speak English, you know, it's their third or fourth or fifth language. AI again helps them to communicate with their advisor at a level. So it becomes almost, you know, that it makes the world flat, right? Because I can express myself very well in Chinese. I can speak, you know, my language or my slang or whatever you want to call it. And somebody else sounds different. And that makes him sound smarter. But I know exactly what my business is all about. And I think here AI becomes the leveler of that as well.
Yeah, hugely empowering. So thanks for bringing here as we round up. Leave it to Paul to continue for bringing it into this perspective of how it really can change the world, not just for government organizations, for entrepreneurship centers, for the advisors and the entrepreneurs, but also really for entrepreneurs everywhere who can so easily use this technology to the benefit of the programs and the funders who can now also demonstrate all the effects from this. Do you have a last comment, Hilton?
Yeah, you know, we've worked with a number of universities or higher education institutions in the country, and you know, you find that you know, a student learn about his career path, and what we want him to do is start a business. And so we've seen that our partners are using, you know, our platform, in particular AI, and the students for business simulations of the research and etc. And I think again, there's an opportunity within the global academic ecosystem that we integrate this into our classroom, and we should not be fearful of that.
Thank you so much, Hilton. Paul, I'm not sure if anybody is hosting us right now. Otherwise, I'm just going to hand over the baton to you, and let's take it from here. You may cover a different topic or a similar topic, but we're very curious to hear what you have to share today.
Great. So I'm just going to try and find my presentation here, and that's great. I think I've got it here. So I'm going to take a bit of a different aspect on AI. It's something which, funny, following on from your speech there, Hilton. I actually started my first AI company in 2003, and I can assure you it wasn't called AI back then. It was a long time ago, and funny company, because we grew that company from London, from 3 of us, and grew it eventually to 16 countries, 20 officers in 16 countries. Never had a UK client, which was even funnier, and grew it to about 600 people. And unfortunately for me, we exited about, let me just think, about 2010 or 2012, I think it was, 2010. And I got the news just the other day that it's about to be sold for $1 billion. So I'll be crying in a pint of Guinness sometime very shortly. As I look back and think, why did that happen? But anyway, look, what I'll do, let me crack on. I'm taking a very different aspect. I also look at my career and think, you know, this is what we should tell school kids, that don't go and nail yourself to any maths too early, because mine has pivoted and moved as technology's moved on and along the way. I'm trying to do my full show webinar. Is this going to work? No, it's not going to work. No, just give me one more. I'm going to open this back up again. Okay. It's not opening up in view mode right now, is it? Okay, I think is this showing up? Yep. Thumbs up. It's working. Great.
Yep.
Okay. So look, where my big push is on sustainability. And as you mentioned, Hilton, you're from Africa. I mean, what's really annoying me right now is you've got areas of Africa like Zambia and Zimbabwe, which are literally got no energy left, right? Just getting about an hour a day of energy because rivers like the Zambezi are completely empty, completely dry. And this is the impact. The very people in the world who've got the least amount of tolerance are literally really sinking right now. And we have America under our wonderful new President Trump, who immediately says, let's drill, going against exactly what the rest of the world should be doing. They should be leading on this. And I just look at I look at where we're heading, and we are literally going to be boiling our grandchildren like they boil frogs. And it's really horrendous. So I'm a little hard line of these things, but where I'm focusing on is an area where we know we can save huge amounts of energy in buildings going forward. So a lot of what the work we do here is developing new techniques, mainly around occupancy technology, and using that and AI, predictive analysis of what's going to happen, taking into account many factors, how we lower the amount of energy used in the building. So our whole philosophy is you cannot manage what you cannot measure, as we all know. But what we're trying to do now is bring in layers and layers of data extraction that will deliver to a building. And what we're going to want a building to do, we want the building to actually think for itself. In the same way, we wake up and our day goes as it goes. But I always say, if, King Charles wakes up in the morning, his day is probably completely regimented down to every last second is accounted for. We want the buildings to know in advance, this is what's going to happen. And therefore, on that data, this is what should be happening next. All around how you lower the power usage completely. And some of the areas I work on, I'm very clear. I've got some phenomenal professors around me who I work across the UK and elsewhere. And we're working now on things like passive energy harvesting. So we're trying to take radio waves from Wi-Fi, from 2.5, 5, 6, and 7G Wi-Fi, and use those radio waves that are just free in the air to power very, very low-powered IoT devices. Or trickle feed your mobile. It's not going to power your mobile phone, by the way, this sort of energy harvesting we're doing. It's micro levels, but enough to just mean you trickle feed 24 hours a day through the radio waves that are there in the air, IoT devices. And that's one area I'm really pushing hard on. And the difference here is when I embed our technology into a major high-rise building, I have to admit that we do use energy. So we have sensors, we've got technology, and that's pulling energy from the grid. What I'm trying to move to is that we move to a position where we deploy a building and literally just the Wi-Fi signals in the building will be delivering the data we need to push through and work where we go. So I can assure you, this isn't going to happen overnight. We've been working 3 years on passive energy harvesting now, but it's really progressed massively. And again, through AI, we'll be able to learn how to develop these antennas better in the future. Now, one of the areas I'm focused on, which is why I'm interested in this session here today, is fire evacuation of high-rise buildings. And we see in Kuwait in the Middle East crazy high levels of fires happening as the temperature of the world increases all the time. So what we do know is that the buildings were not built for this new norm. So we weren't expecting to see buildings having, people coming to work only on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, as is the case in many businesses in the UK. And this here illustrates really the issue. This is a type of building where before COVID, you had full occupation 5 days a week. This is the situation now. And what we're doing is looking at that and saying, right, based on this data, now we have to change how this building works going forward. So we install various sensors, we configure access cards with multiple chips and antennas embedded in them that allows us to analyze the data and act immediately on what needs to happen next. And again, this is where the heavy work goes in, is into how we're developing microchips. And I want to be clear, we're not developing microchips like Intel or elsewhere. We're building microchips that do the least amount possible, but the least amount possible with the least possible amount of energy as well. And that's where we're differentiating ourselves. We're almost going backwards. But we know what data we need, and the amount of data we need is tiny for many of these items. We don't need it to wake us up and make us a cup of tea in the morning. It just has to do with tiny amounts of data extraction to our sensors. And again, we work across many areas from face recognition to occupancy technology to car detection systems and many more in the future as well. And if you look at Kuwait alone, Kuwait has 1.5 million people living in high-rise buildings, residential or being employed. They've got more and more risk with climate change. So we see extreme heat, sandstorms, fires. These are all vulnerabilities. And the issue is, and I can tell you from someone who works in the 39th floor of a building, It's not easy to get down all those stairs in a hurry. This is why we need to make sure that we bring safety and control to buildings going forward. And Kuwait has had their issues. They've had big issues here with lots of fires happening. This is the Bank of Kuwait had a headquarters which had a fire recently. But we had a much bigger issue in London recently where we had 72 people die. Nobody in that building should have died. And since then, astonishingly, we've had buildings that have been even worse. Where even 7 years after Grenfell, we've had buildings with the same cladding, with no fire alarm working, and with fire doors locked. And this can all be solved with sensor technology. And this is where we're working very closely now with the insurance company. And this is a carrot and stick situation where if we can bring the insurance companies along with us and say, look, if a building is completely appallingly managed, don't insure it. If it's running correctly and you have sensor technology there, give the occupiers much lower premiums. And therefore, we make a smart building, and we deliver that smart building that saves you money constantly right the way through the equation. And this is to illustrate, it's immaterial to illustrate the stupidity of where we're going with high-rise buildings and what's happening even here in London, where I have a little bit of influence. This is the tallest ladder we have in the UK, which needs an engine down here with massively wide arms to actually stabilize itself. But then we build buildings 278 meters tall, built so closely together you can barely fit a needle through the two of them. And we're just not learning and thinking about how we go forward as we build these buildings in the future. And these are going to cause us issues long term. One of the biggest crazy things about where we go into sustainability, these buildings here, the glass in these buildings are only guaranteed for 25 years. And I just sit here going, what planet are we living on, guys? We've got to rethink architecture. We've got to start thinking about architecture, how we develop a building through AI, and how we think about how we dismantle that building in 60, 100, 200 years' time, so that the glass can be reused. So all these elements can be actually reused, not just put into a dump and gone forward. So across many areas, we've got to start thinking differently about how we do sustainability. Again, some of the areas we work on is security. We automatically detecting people in place they shouldn't be, delivering insecurity, exactly breaches that happen. Net zero targeting is one of my big things, and again, the safety of buildings going forward. And this is where we see the push now with AI, the technology push to digital transformation and the pull. And we're at a point where we do believe that just a little bit of work and building the right return on investment models, we can actually show, especially in the sector I'm focused on, which is buildings, how you take a dumb building and make that dumb building smart. Doesn't cost you any money, it actually makes you money. And when it's now an asset that's making you money, that's smart, your asset levels go up as well, your asset values go right up as well. And this, sadly, we're in a position now where a lot of buildings that are not too old are literally not going to survive because they will not have been built correctly. The right technology, the right way they're actually constructed will mean they are literally dumped. And I'm trying to get through to the building sector, the architects that think differently about how they build a building. So you're thinking long term the whole time. And actually the elements used, how they can be reused and repurposed in the future. Now, one of the areas I've been working on very hard over the last sort of years, so this is certainly new for this conference today, is how we take fire systems. So everything from the pumps in the basement to the water tanks in the roof to the sprinkler systems to the handle, everything you can imagine, and bring in IoT technologies so that we're monitoring every element of that building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we push not only to the maintenance person, but to the insurance sector that this building has got these faults, and this is how well it's doing, this is how well it's not doing. And therefore you insure it based on the data we push to you as an insurer. Now, what we're trying to also bring in is a compliance level that if your building falls below a certain level, that building is no longer insurable and you actually have to evacuate it, because we were not going to move forward unless the carrot and the stick are used with the insurance sector and the construction sector equally. And a lot of what we're trying to do is move away from man-made systems where already we're now delivering a 95% a reduction in the personnel needed to manage a building. And that's just huge. And especially now as buildings are used less and less, and there's not as many people in, especially Mondays and Fridays in Europe and UK. I mean, the rest of the world has more common sense and gone back to work as they should have done. But we see this happening more and more. And if you look at the data we can pull now, the risks fall right off a cliff when you have your building thinking for itself and being censored right up to the hills. And again, as I said, the insurance companies, they have that remote look. They're being fed through 24 hours a day, and not only in the occupancy of the building, but how all the systems work. And again, one of the areas we've worked on is in the last year is building these digital twins that allow us to even work out from the sensors what is going to happen with a fire. Where is the smoke going to lead to? How do we need to be thinking about, how does the building need to think about how it closes off areas, how it then informs residents or employees in the building what they should do and how they should leave that building going forward. Now, on predictive analysis, what we've done, we took into account a lot of variable data from the actual, what I call the DNA of each floor of a building. So how the companies on that floor actually perform and what the culture is, right up to the weather conditions, to public transport strikes, to bank holidays, and how that affects the occupancy of the building in advance. Now, when we know that in advance, we can then start pushing into the HVAC systems, etc. Tomorrow looks like this, and based on the weather conditions, this is how you perform to alleviate the amount of energy you can actually use in the building. Really, so we're working incredibly hard on new smart lighting systems, taking really simple things which really are just not being done, that I'm not going to win a Nobel Peace Prize for, but in terms of common sense, they're absolutely on the money. And we're trying to get people to start thinking about how, through AI and through predictive analysis, you don't have to think any longer. The building knows what it should be doing going forward. And again, this is illustrates when we ran a lot of the AI techniques, it turned out that recurring neural networks was the one that absolutely defined how we go forward in predictive analysis. Now, what we've done for example, in buildings in Shanghai, where we got old people's homes, 17 stories, we decreased the amount of alarms going off from 94 a month down to 19. And again, in student accommodation, where you got kids who've lived at home, been looked after the parents, and suddenly they're all there drinking too much, probably taking drugs, and definitely no idea how to cook and doing all the wrong things that 18, 19-year-olds do. That's where there's big risk, and we will be feeding into those student accommodations the data to sort of minimize these issues going off, to sort of be able to learn that you don't trigger an alarm every single time some silly 18-year-old goes and puts some tinfoil in the microwave. And again, it's looking at high-rise buildings here. So how do we go and know what's happening? How is that evacuating? Where are there issues? Where are there disabled people in the building? Why is there certain stairways that are not moving as quickly? And we get that data through all the sensor we have. Again, we've used in some buildings which are really high risk, where they have sensitive materials and can't use water. We need to know that everybody's out of that building before we start pumping in energy gas to suppress fires. This is very briefly, I'm going to show this last sort of slide. This is an evacuation we did in Manchester, where in real time we can tell who's disabled, what floor they're on, where your firefighters are, what's happening, all in real time. You're feeding into the Johannesburg Fire Service or the Fire Service of Kuwait exactly what they need to be looking at, what they need to focus on to minimize levels of risk and make sure everybody gets out of that building correctly. Last slide. Return on investment. I keep on banging out about this. The property sector is in a bit of a crisis. It's got huge energy cost increases. It's got huge costs in terms of running the buildings, and it's got massive issues with people working from home, etc. We reduced the insurance premiums by 8 to 12% of the building, energy costs by 21 to 24. We've actually hit 30% in one building. And this is where we are sitting down our building owners and say, look, let's look at the whole portfolio. Let's look at how the sensors go in, how we even lease out lights, for goodness sake, to show you how over a long-term period, you put that technology in, and immediately on day one, you are now saving money and your asset value goes right up. Because sadly, the property sector doesn't really care. You've got to go and show the dollars to these people. But once you do, they follow on. And again, how we're trying to grow the business globally is through partnerships with insurance companies, access control companies, and others in the market that have a vested interest. So we're just trying to facilitate the streaming of AI techniques in globally around the world. And again, behind me, we've got a lot of clients who've already delivered, people like the banking sector, Deloitte, major security companies around the world. So that's it from me today. I better stop because I know I'm on a clock and I'll be shouted at if I go a minute over. So look, lovely to talk to you all and happy to take any questions.
Paul, I was just going to say it's amazing how far you can go with this. Just by managing things more efficiently and using artificial intelligence to do that. You've stated some numbers here in cost savings that are very impressive. And you know, if you keep, and the safety factor too, when you mentioned about especially the 18, 19-year-olds, whatever they do, it creates hazards. And if you can minimize some of that too, I think this is marvelous. You can start to see some other applications where this might lead into the future. So I think this is very impressive, very impressive.
Look, it's not just me. What I'm trying to do, and what I keep on trying to get through to technology companies, especially younger technology companies, that nobody has a magic bullet for anything, okay? And you just got to be really good at your little area, your niche, and then really engage with other technology companies. Look at what they're doing, and ask yourself: if I push my data into them, how much better would their system be? If I pull certain data from another company, how would it enhance mine? And if we also thinking in technology as just being part of a bigger picture here, that actually is an end client, that client that pays our bills. The more we collaborate together with really specialists in, and what I'm dealing with, I'm focusing on people who are specialists in automated BMS systems, smart lighting technologies, etc. And if we all work to sub-metering of energy, for example, which I don't have any idea about, well, as we engage and collaborate together, we really, 2 + 2 does equal 10 in this scenario. And what I'm trying to do globally is build around me a group of technology companies where there is no egos in the room, where we all realize the bigger picture is, better sustainability, better quality solutions for our clients, and just crack on with it. Because when I see what's happening globally, it breaks my heart that we're not taking sustainability anywhere near as serious as we should be. And I know Canada is not particularly great on that one either. I won't go beating you up today, okay?
Okay, David, are we about done with this session?
I think we are. Thank you very much. I think we're just a few minutes before the hour, so
Top of the hour, so we're good.
yes.
Okay, that was a very informative session. All the presentations here, I really learned a lot here. And I like to come to these conferences. I'm an academic, so I don't see necessarily what's happening in the real world. And when I hear how you're implementing some of this, and it's done very effectively to make things more efficient and cost savings, I think it's just marvelous. So keep up the good work, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share today.
Surely. Okay, I guess we'll move into the last session. I believe Joseph, I see him popping up here. So Joseph, you'll present first, and then Hoda, is Hoda here too? I hope so, because Hoda's got 2 sessions. So if we can,
we're going to start.
It's just about at the top of the hour, yeah. So why don't you start? And so this is Joseph. You pronounce that Piqué?
Piqué. Like
Piqué.
the football player of Barcelona, the couple of Shakira, Piqué, the same.
Yeah.
The couple in the past. Now it's not the couple.
Okay. But at least we'll learn how to pronounce the name properly. That's good. So why don't you go ahead, and you're from Barcelona?
Yes.
Okay.
I am in Barcelona nowadays. I am just working the La Salle University in Barcelona, and I was the CEO of 22, the District of Innovation of the City Council, and also the CEO of the Office of Economic Growth.
Excellent.
I am
Very
mixing my activity in the university and also as a policymaker, promoting ecosystems of innovation, not only in Barcelona, around the world, because I was the president of ISP, the International Association of Science and Technology Parks. Now I am leading the World District of Innovation Alliance, is an alliance of innovation districts around the world. But it's good to see and to share with you today something that was very interesting. Last week we had in Barcelona the Smart City Expo. It was a big meeting about how the technologies are transforming cities, not only in the physical place. The smart city is the way of transforming water, energy, mobility, waste, but also the way of transforming economies and society. And that's what I would like to talk today. Is really in these 15 minutes, I will try to summarize the research that we were doing with my colleague, Dr. Karina Repetti. She is also focusing her research in in performance indicators, in ecosystems of innovation. And we were doing a work in order to understand when we talk about the smart cities, what dimensions we have, and also how can we take advantage of IT and artificial intelligence for transforming cities in smart cities. But let me share some slides, and with that, I will try to share these concepts, understanding that any question that you will have, I will be very happy to answer, but also if Michael or any kind of any other person in the audience, I will be very happy at the end of my presentation. And really, when I was invited to be with you today, I was thinking, how can we connect this concept of public services and AI and digital transformation? And the concept of the smart government is something very interesting because, you know, we have, and this is my agenda today, it's really how the different authors were working and were writing about the smart cities. And if you go to the Neirotti and other researchers with him, they were trying to share that when we talk about a smart city, is something that is related with management of mobility, for sure, management of the, let me say, natural resources, water, energy, waste, but also about some buildings, why not, the smart buildings, some elements of quality of life. And here is a box with mixing culture, health, security, and so on, and entertainment. Also, some kind of activities of the government. Why not the government is managing in a good way the relation with the city, but government as an organization and also as a place of, at the end of the day, electronic democracy is how the government is related with the citizen in terms of transparency. But also, this author was including some kind of people and economy. It was about digital education, human resources, and some kind of innovation entrepreneurship. There is other author, well, in this case, Deloitte was starting to work in this framework that was helping to understand that the smart cities is about the smart environment, is waste, energy, water, but also urban environment, quality of air, but also all about mobility, the governance that we were talking before, smart economy. It means this is not only just the innovative companies, also how you transform tourism. We see how the value chain is changing, but also businesses and shops, and also include the concept of smart people. It means that they wanted to create a specific box of citizens' collaboration and digital inclusion, and for sure, all about smart living, health, security, and so on. Grimaldi was thinking that the strategies that we can develop in order to develop a smart city could be a top-down, to make a top-down decision. It happens in some Asian countries like Korea or China when they decide what the city will be. And it's a decision top-down, and they deliver mobility, health, and so on. But there is another approach that is more smart, bottom-up, in order to promote that the people can really organize themselves for education, culture, or also health. Barbara Sanchez was including also how the technology can really help with infrastructures, planning, and services, help the people. That's interesting. Is really, let's talk about how the technology can provide a better life for the people. And with all of that, we were working with Local Red. Local Red is a network of 900 cities and towns in Catalonia, in Spain. And we were analyzing a framework for all that cities, but also, for any city of the world. If we go to the meta model that we were writing and was published in the EOMAT, it was a paper in a congress celebrated in Porto Alegre. we were sharing that we know that the smart city need infrastructures. Infrastructure means connectivity, computing, and storage. That's good. We know that if we manage in a good way the municipality, we can manage the mobility, the environmental, all the facilities and buildings, and the urban public space, urban public services. Important because here we have all the urban activities. How can we manage better water, energy, mobility, waste, all the elements, but also how the city hall is organized as an institution that will provide, in this case, better service for the citizens, but also the digital governance, the digital administration, the digital services, and also the digital employee, because if we don't have the employee with digital skills, it's very difficult to transform the city hall. We were including the dimension of life with education, security, health, and culture, and the dimension of economy. Here, not only in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship, also jobs, occupation, and also entrepreneurship, and how the companies were including digital tools for advancing. And at the end, people. People means not only citizens, how they collaborate, also digital skills and digital inclusion. With that, there is a big challenge how we have the relation between city council and the city with the people, companies, and life and work. It means that the same person that could be a worker could be a citizen. All about data governance, who is managing and who is the owner of this data and how you can manage it, and also the knowledge management, EI, how you make decisions about the information that you have in a lot of data. You have a lot of data in your city. And there is a challenge in terms of cybersecurity. There is a challenge in terms of interoperability between systems, and there is a challenge in terms of regulation and digital rights and ethics. That's the framework that we create. And the important thing on that is that it is fulfilling all the dimensions of the city and also in harmony of the SDGs of the United Nations. We were really creating a roadmap for transforming from the hard factors to the services and also to the people, and also understanding that we had like 5 levels of maturity, like maturity model, just for understanding that perhaps you have a city with no any service, real service, some service that you can repeat, but at the end there is defined, that it's managed, and the more important thing for us is that you are learning and applying metrics and doing innovation with your city. With that, we understood that if we want to apply artificial intelligence in our city, we need to know that innovation is not just using technologies, that we're solving a challenge. And the challenge is something that could be a problem, that could be an opportunity. With that, we have ideas, pilots, and scaling. That's the reason why we believe that it's very important to understand the AI, artificial intelligence, as a tool, as an opportunity. We have in the city problems, but we have opportunities for using this data for making decisions for all the dimensions of the smart city. And with that, our methodology is understanding what challenge it's more important. AI for people that is living alone, all people. Imagine all people that is living alone, and you want to mentor, to not just control, it's just to care these people that is perhaps in a moment they will need some problem, they will need something, and we have to care them, or could be education, or could be health. You can apply AI for different challenges. The important thing is to prioritize what challenges with more impact, and with less time and less money we have more impact. We go for the ideation. We believe that it's important to promote ideas not only in terms of design thinking, also in terms of open challenge. That's the reason why LaSalle now is creating an accelerator of artificial intelligence just for smart cities, but also you can create a smart city lab or an ecosystem lab, a living lab that can be a place when you can check this product and service in a real city. After that, you can, with all the ideas, you can select what is the more interesting idea. With less time and less money, you have more impact. Here, the domain is the ideas, the solutions. Before we were selecting challenges. And with that, we were working in the concept of pilots. Pilots means evidence that this AI is solving something, and always prototyping. Prototyping means that we're prototyping the technology of feasibility, validation with real customers, and more than that, with the business model. Because the business model is what we can use when we have pilots for, as MIT is doing, for scaling. It's not only developing the pilots, it's scaling, and scaling means to be sure that our solutions is not just for Barcelona, it's for the world. That's the moment that AI is impacting not only my local dimension, is a global dimension, but the city could be the first mile of global innovation. That's the moment that we manage the deal flow of innovation, understanding we start with challenges, ideation, develop, and scaling. That's what we do now at LaSalle, working in this dimension of for exploring ideation, pilots, and scaling. Just for concluding, because I would like to use my 15 minutes in a very appropriate way, the important thing, as always, is from AI to value. AI is a wonderful tool, but it's for what? For serving what? For solving what challenge, and for improving what service. That's important. The important thing of stimulating open innovation, for asking entrepreneurs, students, whoever, for solving this solution. And the idea of connecting the demand side of the quadruple helix means that not only university or industries, how can you connect with the challenges, filters, ideation, prototyping, business model, and growing global. That's the idea, is starting local, to scale global. And with all of that, managing this deal flow of innovation ecosystem. That's all from my side. If you want to download this study, you can download in this link. And the important thing is that this framework helps us for understanding how, in this case, the smart cities can be transformed from the technology, and also, for sure, for the with the artificial intelligence. That's time for any question or any reaction.
I was wondering, Josep, I can see implementing this, how much savings there would be in dollars and time and efficiency, et cetera. Is there much of a upfront investment that has to be made before you can implement this? Is it the hardware or software packages or things?
Yeah, very interesting question, because nowadays the challenge is that in order to apply artificial intelligence, you need some key infrastructures. You can use the AI that you are public, like ChatGPT or any of the from Google or from Meta, but this is artificial intelligence that you are training, not yourself. You are training others' artificial intelligence. If you want to create your own artificial intelligence, you need a lot of computing, and this is a big challenge. That's the reason why we're creating this incubator of AI that will provide to you the tools for developing your own machine. Because the problem here is that when you are using public AI, you are training others than you. Imagine that you put some key information, some data, is something that you cannot avoid, that they will not use this data, but you are training. It means that you are training AI that is not only your AI. But my suggestion always is to have these platforms provided by universities or technology parks as a tool for the students. For instance, we have a master of artificial intelligence or a bachelor in artificial intelligence, and the students are creating business on this infrastructure. Because if not, for instance, there is a problem of computing. We have a very interesting startup that is applying artificial intelligence in health. In health for what? For understanding when somebody has an urgency, imagine that you have You have to go to the urgency. It's a good name. When you go to this artificial intelligence is asking you what is happening with you. It's asking, and with the just writing, this artificial intelligence is telling you what is happening with you before to go to the hospital. This is incredible, but you need a lot of computing and a lot of knowledge, a lot of database, and this is something that this is your competitive advantage must be in your artificial intelligence, in your own data, in your own computer.
How about when you try to sell this to governments? In the US, at least, I know government is extremely inefficient. So bringing in something like this, I could see a lot of value, but would there be some resistance from the people that work in government?
Very good question, because as always, not just government, any institution that is doing whatever, they are not happy to change. And what we discovered, and I discovered in a specific way in Barcelona, when I was leading 22A, the District of Innovation, I discovered that before of the public procurement is a learning. Before buying is a process of learning. And you have to create pilots, spaces where you can show to, in this case, we were using the city as a lab, and we were inviting the public servant to evaluate this technology in order to show what savings, what was the impact of this. It was very important because for the entrepreneur was the opportunity to have the first customer in terms of not paying, but the user. For the government was the opportunity to learn how this technology could be applied for whatever they need, but also for investors was a clear opportunity to validate that this is something that is providing value, but also for citizens, because they could see the citizens an innovation that could be applied for them. My suggestion always is to create living labs or sandbox for developing pilots. Pilots is where the technology is inside a product or service in connection with a customer. That's the key. If you find this, that's perfect. Because if you want to buy a kilo of artificial intelligence for I don't know who, 1 kilo or 2 kilos, it's you don't know what is. You need what is the value, what is the value proposition that you are providing to a real customer. That's the reason why it's about pilots. Not only with feasibility, technological feasibility, also for validating with real customers.
Excellent. Very well presented. And again, I learned a lot here today. Whenever I listen to these, there's a lot of areas I don't know much about, to be quite candid, but it's great to see what's happening and what companies in the real world are doing and what they're implementing. So I think it's marvelous. Keep up the good work.
Wonderful, Michael. Thank you very much for this invitation and also for sharing this big debate in this wonderful world that is an opportunity to share what we're doing. Thank you very much, and let's go to the next presentation.
And I thank you for a wonderful presentation.
Good.
Okay, is Hoda here? Nadi, is Hoda here? Is Nadi here?
Should be joining shortly.
Okay. So she's on her way, or?
Very well, Michael, where are you in this moment? You're based in?
I'm based in US.
Yeah.
So I live near Atlantic City, New Jersey, which is just a couple hours south of New York City. It's along the coast. I'm a shore person, so I live along the coast and spend in the summers as much time on the beach as time.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, I actually live on a barrier island.
Okay.
City is on a barrier island. I live down beach from Atlantic City. Stockton University is inland, about 12 or 13 miles. Although we just built a new campus right in Atlantic City, the dormitory is actually right on the boardwalk. So the students have a great view. My office was in our main campus. They asked me to move. I was a little reluctant, but I got a corner office with windows and an ocean view. So once they gave me that, I decided it was okay.
This is something that we know in Barcelona, because we have in 2020 we have a research park, biomedical research park, that the value proposition is not just only to have a wonderful research labs for biotechnology with genomics and so on. Also, is a window in front of the sea, and this is something in terms of quality of life. That's one of the things that we were working a lot in Barcelona. The idea of the concept of knowledge city on a smart city, a place for working and living, and how you commute during the day as a person. You are in the morning, you're a person for sure, because you are at home, you commute and you will be a professional during the day. Perhaps during lunchtime, you are going to have a lunch as a citizen. And after that, you go to the university. And that's the idea of the city as the platform of the knowledge-based economy, the city as a platform of talent for working and living. And I recognize that quality of life is something that is very important for attracting talent and also for retaining talent. And in the case of Barcelona, we have now a very interesting situation, because we have a lot of international talent coming to Barcelona, not only students from Erasmus and so on. Also, we have 190 innovation hubs of the world, like PepsiCo, Sanofi Aventis, Nestlé, that they are choosing Barcelona for hubs of artificial intelligence. It's very, very interesting. And really, our value proposition is not just infrastructure, for sure, connectivity and so on. It's talent, but also quality of life for these workers. It's impacting in a situation that, let me tell you, that is something that when you are developing an economy, if you have to care two things: the gentrification. It's really not to expose the people from the city. That's the reason why we were working a lot in the schools with digital academies and so on, for connecting new generations with these job opportunities. But also housing is something that we are now, I don't know in the USA, but here housing is a key problem, because we have we were growing in terms of the society. We were receiving in the last 10 years 1.5 million, but we are expecting 1.5 million more people and this is people for living. That's wonderful. We love to host people, but we need houses. And housing is something that Barcelona is nowadays a wonderful place, but now we have some tensions in how tourism, in one hand, knowledge-based economy means international people coming for working, but this is also part of this holistic approach. When I say knowledge-based economy, I always say the urban level, the economical level, and the social level, and you have to combine very well and balancing very well.
Yeah, great balance. Excellent. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your comments.
Okay, good. I hope that you will enjoy the next presentation. I don't know if it's coming, but in any case, Dr. Hanadi.
Hanadi?
Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Joseph, for your presentation. I'm be with you, but I'm answering also the government. There are several things for tomorrow morning, and everybody it's asked me. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much. We're in touch.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Professor Mike Huda is there.
I see.
And she will have 30 minutes.
Okay. Huda, she has two 15-minute segments. Is that right, Hanadi?
Yes.
Okay. Huda, you may fire when ready.
Thank you so much. I'm ready. I'm just like having a problem with my camera. It's on, but I see it's black. For some reason, it's dark, even though it's on. So what we will do is maybe I can ask
the technical support. Can you solve the problem?
Yeah. I don't think we need the camera. Particularly, I can share my video or my
share screen.
Dr. Hoda, this is Monica Amadio. Hello, Professor Bessler. I had a similar issue on my laptop, and it turns out there is a very small black switch at the top of the screen. And if you slide it, Depending on what type of laptop you have, there may be a little button. Mine did exactly the same thing, and I figured out how to turn it off. So if that helps you, maybe.
Let me try something in the top of screen, black.
I see something blinking on the top of my screen.
Basically, it will be above your camera, a physical slider, something which closes the camera lens or allows you to, open it.
No, I don't have that on my laptop. I know what you're talking about. That's something you place on your laptop by yourself.
Okay, are you able to share your presentation?
Yes, that's perfect. And you know what I would do? If you don't mind, I will access also the presentation from my mobile camera. Maybe that would help you. Or just give me a minute. I need just a minute on this. I tremendously enjoyed the previous presentation, such a great narration of how we should build a real city, I would say, not just the smart cities in the world, where we preserve humanity as we are preserving progress.
Recording in progress.
So just give me a chance to. Okay, let me figure this out. Maybe you can also accept me as a panelist, because on the other device I do not have the camera activated. Maybe Hanadi can accept me as a panelist on my other camera. And then I will share my slides on this.
I don't know if Hanadi's here. Oh, wait, here goes. Here's something. There you go.
That's my slides. But if Hanadi would accept me as a panelist, then I would be able also to open my phone camera so you can see me while I'm presenting, but it's fine. We can go ahead, because for the benefit of time, I think we should just move on.
Perfect.
Good morning and good evening and good afternoon, everyone, wherever you're connected. My name is Huda Al-Khuzaimi. I am the Associate Vice Provost for Research Translation and Innovation at New York University, Abu Dhabi. I'm as well the director of the Center for Emerging Technologies, which is a prototyping center, prototyping emerging technologies at large on multiple scale. I'm not sure if you can see me. It seems you can, because I can see myself, but I'm looking down, unfortunately, to my laptop. But it's fine. So I'll be discussing the transformative potential of AI on public services. And I'll focus primarily on how it would empower governments to improve efficiencies and enhance citizen experiences, to foster better transparencies and building that kind of strategic and operational efficiencies at the same time. We know very well that AI is rapidly evolving globally to have that kind of worldwide enabler of global spending on AI that goes beyond 13 billion USD by 2026. I think the projection is. And it would grow at an annual rate of 24%, which is not a normal rate of growth when it comes to government spending on specific type of technology. This level of investment shows the commitments of nation, and I'll explore in a while why those commitments exist on the map, to build a potential AI kind of public sector platform that would enhance administrative services across the map. Okay, we have this figure as well from the UK, where we have AI, it tells you there in the screen, right? Integration of AI in public services tells you at the forefront of AI, the United Kingdom is standing to, service its citizens. We also have one of the most immediate benefits of AI in public services is cost efficiency. So the studies suggest that by implementing AI in governments, you can reduce the operational cost by up to 30%, especially by automating repetitive tasks and optimizing resources allocation. And this reduces cost across the government to redirect resources toward maybe higher impact projects and areas ultimately benefiting the citizens, right? We have seen this in the past. I've changed the slide, yes. We have seen in the past that this can significantly enhance the quality of public services, for example, digital government services. We have in Abu Dhabi and Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, over 2,500 services has been digitalized in order to initiate some kind of an impact on zeroing the bureaucracy across the departments, which improve the quality of life for over 60% of citizens, as reported by our recent government kind of summits data. AI-powered chatbots, for example, which reduce response time by 90%, has been an ultimate go-to tool within government services to provide for help within call centers and help the citizens get real-time assistance to create smoother and more efficient, I would say, experiences across the map. We have seen as well the utilization of predictive analytics for proactive governance, where you can tell that in order to mitigate issues and find an automated systematic escalation, especially in public health, predictive analysis has been used to reduce emergency rooms visit by 15%, for example, in certain pilot projects. This kind of foresight allows government to allocate government resources and efficiencies to respond more to crises more effectively. And those new platforms that are on the rise, they're considered to be, I would say, on what we call GovTech. GovTech is a rising field of technological services